All right, guys, welcome back to the show. Last minute sub in. Admiral Gibbs got sick, so I've been tagged in, and we are going to light it up now. We are getting ready to go live 5x5 in just a few short minutes. Entering the studio now. Got to get everything set up. It's going to be legit. All right. And let me hit this.
Right? And like her dad is a fucking secret agent and her mom is an assassin. And like both of them are pretending to be a normal family. And the little adoptive girl that he adopted for his cover can actually read minds. So she actually knows what's going on the whole time. And it's like cute family scenarios that's like wholesome, but with a spy and an assassin. That's still lolicon.
All right, guys, let's get everybody in here. Let's get the likes up. We got to do a bunch of stuff here tonight. I apologize for the late notice. I literally found out moments ago that I would be on the show. So we're going to get it going on, and it's the ice debate. It's the this whatever her name is, good woman. So it's going to be good. We're going to have a great time. Like, subscribe, invite all your friends. Go grab your friends. Tell them come over here and watch the stream.
Don't do it. I mean, I don't think it's. I don't.
But
I think
yeah,
I do
but
think it is illegal, and I do think it does fall under current CSAM laws, and just and also
so you think
all
it's
of it's fucking weird.
sorry, you think the bikini. Sorry, Grid. Thanks for being here. You also. This isn't the best conversation to welcome you back, but here we are any which way. We're talking about Grok, and you know the bikini images people were generating. Everyone agrees it's disgusting, but we're like discussing like whether it's actually illegal or not. So like I have a hard time seeing how this could be illegal, and I'm curious like what is your like your legal basis for this opinion. You know, I'm not expecting you to have a fully fleshed out opinion on this, of course, right? I'm just like your legal intuitions that maybe I should say, right? Because like yeah, so if a parent puts their child, and you shouldn't be putting your kids in their images out there in the first place. That's just another thing. They should not do that, right? But they do. So like if a parent for mom put her daughter in like a picture of her in a red bikini, day at the beach, right? But then someone else separately took another photo off the internet, right? A separate photo off the internet, and then transformed it to a girl in a red bikini at the beach. Like you would say one is CSAM being the one created and the other one isn't. So they generate the same picture, right? One is actually real, but the other one is generated. It looks exactly like the original picture, right? One is CSAM, one isn't.
Are you asking me or Grid?
Electric. You sorry. Yeah,
okay. Yeah. I'm no. My assumption, my intuition is that they would be treated the same. Yeah, that's my intuition. I don't. I can't imagine. I mean, God, that here. Okay, here the argument would be and I actually don't know what the formal definition given by of CSAM is that the federal government's working with. But if I could see the argument being, well, CSAM is just anything that is kind of sexually suggestive involving minors, and this is kind of broad, and we sort of just deal with it after the fact. If you can convince a jury that this is what it is, then that's what it is. I think you'd have a much harder time with that argument for a mom posting some like pictures of her daughters at the beach, as opposed to perhaps a different context where somebody is doing this shit with like AI generating bikini photos that are intended to be potentially more sexually suggestive, I suppose. That would be the argument I would potentially see. But I also think it would be super unintuitive to me that you could just have a copy of the exact same photograph and that it would be treated differently. I don't know. It's tough.
I think the critical element here is abuse occurring, right? And so I would actually say that you may have a slightly better case, philosophically here with the Grok images than with Lolly. Because with Lolly internet stuff, who are you abusing? You're abusing the pixels. You're abusing the artist that chose to draw it. Like, I understand that it's gross and it's disgusting. And if, I live in Ancapistan, that motherfucker's not allowed on my private property. You haven't abused any child by drawing a fucking gross picture, right? Like, no child was harmed in that act whatsoever. And the same is probably true of Grok images, but I do think that there is something to be said that this is a reimagining of a real human being, and now out on the internet are pictures of this real human being in sexually suggestive clothing, and they're a minor, right? So I would say that without a doubt, using an AI, because there are AI systems that aren't just Grok, right? There are AIs that will make pornography, right? And I'm sure people have been using this on children. I mean, I haven't seen it posted anywhere, thank God. But I'm sure that you very easily could take a photo of like a daughter's first or son's first day at school, and then use AI that would turn that into a pornographic image of a child. And if you put that on the internet and you're spreading, that, like, I think there is somewhat of an argument that you're doing something aggressive that is like violative of that person's rights. But if you draw a fucking vampire 11-year-old fucking demon witch getting fucked by tentacles, you're weird, you're gross, but you haven't abused anybody. Like, there is no abuse there.
Okay.
Like, it's
okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I actually, so I know this dude, and he's a professional bodybuilder guy, and he's actually had his image stolen and used as like cover art and other things for pornography. And in his case, it's mostly gay pornography, obviously. And
that's kind of hilarious.
It is,
but kind of hilarious.
It's kind of hilarious, but at the same time, that's his real image.
Public, someone's like, "I know your face."
Right. That's his real image. He's a real person, right? Like,
yeah.
And so, let's take Prime's example and say, look, somebody's just surfing the internet and they see somebody's like little kid in a bikini at a beach, and they steal that image and they run it through AI and they turn it into something else. But that is a real person,
right? That
has real rights.
So
has the right of privacy, right? And you've stolen that image. Now you have to prove that they stole the image, but
great. So all right, that's a little different from what we were discussing, just a little bit, but it's very much related, right? One, this whole idea, if we just back up for a little bit, is not new, right? Like sure. Years ago, they were putting like when Photoshop was like becoming a big thing, right? They were putting Britney Spears' body on like some porn stars,
yes,
or a face on a porn star's body, right?
Still do.
Like in the early days of like AI. Stuff they were using the deep fake stuff.
Well, but even then in Photoshop, I'm saying like way before, right? Yeah. But so there's that, right? That's the thing that was happening, and yes, like what you're talking about with like making like literal like gay porn or any sort of porn. I think everyone can agree with that is wrong, right? But the thing I'm trying to examine here is this thing that was happening on Twitter where people are like taking a regular photo of a person, right? Covered up, right? And then like changing that putting them into a bikini, right? So the problem there being that like, yes, they didn't give consent, surely, right? That's an issue in and of itself. But like people are saying when it's involving children that's CSAM, right? But like those types of images already exist on the internet. In fact, it's a very normal thing to see that image on the internet. If you're in that part of the internet, I'm not there. But like
Strange part of the internet.
that's like those are normal images, right? And so if someone creates an image, right, that's similar to like a a girl in a regular bikini.
Somebody in my chat said
how can we
sold
call
his own
that
images to those porn sites? I don't know if that's
yeah
true
how
or
can you
not.
call that CSAM is what I'm wondering, right? Like it's bad, it's quite perverted, but I don't know how you call that CSAM again if they're in a bikini.
I think this is a problem we faced for a long time, and that is, how without actual knowledge of who that person is and all. I mean, that's one of the things that when these pornographic sites get busted, they're always like, well, she signed a release and she said she was 18, right? Like, what do I know? And so it's kind of the same thing. They took, hey, this image, I thought the image was of a teenage, of a legal human, right? Like, I didn't know it was like a 10-year-old girl or whatever, like it's crazy, right?
Yeah,
like,
she was 18. She turned 18 2 weeks ago. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Right. And so I think it's an interesting
the actual question
philosophical argument though.
The actual question that this entire thing hinges upon, the answer to this question is, does a human being own the rights to their likeness and image? Is that something that can be owned as property? Because if you do own your right to likeness and image, which is a form of intellectual property, then you own copies of your likeness. You own copies of you. You own any photo of you out in the world, right? And so if you own any photo of you out in the world, then let's say, anyone that then we get to this concept of, well, what are the exceptions to that? Right? Because that's what fair use is, right? To intellectual property is like, is it fair use, etc. Now, I completely am against intellectual property. I don't see any philosophical notion to that. But to be fair and to steel man the opposition, right? If you own your likeness and image, then you need another regulatory or legal framework to determine what is or isn't fair use, not only of the content that you produce, but of content that is produced utilizing your own likeness and image. And that would essentially destroy AI, right? Because now AI cannot train on faces. The AI cannot train on photographs without purchasing the rights to your likeness and image, so it can't use any real world photos that have humans in them at all, etc. And so like it becomes but ultimately I think that is the crux of the question here. And from a legal positivist position, right, under our current legal framework, I do think that there is likeness and image legislation that exists. We see this very often with record labels, right? One of the things that people sign away their rights to when they are like Sabrina Carpenter or like a pop star, right, is they sign away their right to their likeness and image so that they can't go do modeling or go do, make any money anywhere else utilizing that. Now, I personally think that that's different. While I don't actually like those contracts, I think they're a means of taking advantage of people that are desperate. Never, from like a moral position, but from a legal position, I would say that that's perfectly fine to sign away your likeness and image. But that's a voluntary contract that you engage in at a moment. The question is by default, do you own that? And that's right, because those record labels aren't saying they own your likeness and image from other people taking photos of you. They're saying that they own your likeness and image in terms of your ability to go make money on your likeness and image because you voluntarily agreed in that contract that you wouldn't go do modeling on the side or something like that. So, I mean, yeah, I would just say that that's really the question here. Because if a child, if you own your likeness and image and then someone, does something like put you in a bikini with an AI and then, post that out, well, then you no longer have the right to do that because you've stolen someone's likeness and image via AI generation software and then posted it around the internet.
Yeah. So like I'm torn on this, right? Again, like I'll never suggest anyone do this with an AI, especially with children, right? We can move away from the child thing for a second, right? Just like talk about the general discussion. Hey, Ali, of like we're talking about Grok and the whole putting people in bikinis situation. So like but moving away, let's talk about adults for a moment here. Like I want space to be transformative with images, right? Like I think like that's a good thing in our society, right? For so many reasons. So I want space to be transformative, but then there's also seems like, well, should there be a limit as to like what you should be able to transform into? Like if I put, an enemy of mine with an AI realistic AI photo into some sort of compromising position, right? Like looks like they committed a crime. Now I don't add any additional context, right? It's just like look at them standing over with a bloody knife over a body, right? Like, but I don't put any additional context. I just put it out there, right? And somehow people are taking that seriously, right? Like, should I be held accountable for that? I just it was art. It was just an art project, and I wanted to be creative. And so this is what I had Grok or any other a service generate. Should that be okay? Right? I don't know. Right?
Well, to answer that, you don't even have
yeah.
to go down the copyright for that. You could just say that's defamation, right? You're making a statement. That statement is false, and it's leading to either some harm directly or some kind of predicted harm.
Is that a statement, though?
I think
Does
it
it
is.
count as a statement?
Yeah, I would
So then
say
if you do a girl in her bikini every time she posts a regular photo, it's also defamatory because
arguably, yeah,
could damage her reputation, so on and so forth.
Yeah, arguably.
Right. All art becomes defamation if the person or the people are incapable of telling it from the real world.
If you were to create an artwork of somebody and like, so let's say I could draw really well, and I drew what looks like a exact camera photo of you, Scott, committing some awful crime, and then I put this out, and then I put this out in the world. I think that would be defamatory.
I'm not. That's not even attacking you, right? Like
no, I hear you.
Like
I think
the line would be like if a reasonable person, right,
could discern the difference.
Those fucking lovely little loopholes in law, right? Where law is just made up by shooting from the fucking hip. They just go, we're reasonable. We'll throw reasonable in there, and then that fixes all the problems.
Absolutely.
We got a shit legal system, right? So they're reasonable because we don't have a binary and we don't have any concept of legal theory. But and that's the American legal system.
We invent
it's one
legal
of the best
theory,
in the world,
okay?
and it's still retarded. But it's just contradictory. So a reasonable person, right, is incapable of discerning the difference between the images created and reality. Either it's a replication via photograph or video. Then the claim is that would be defamation without the added context, such as, let's say, a watermark
or like a disclaimer.
Identifies it as not reality. Right?
Yeah, I think that works because in my mind, defamation really is just you're stringing together language in order to convey an idea, and the idea that you're conveying to somebody is false, and it gives you the wrong idea about that person's conduct or that person's nature. I can see a fake photograph doing the exact same thing. So that would be my standard.
Well, what about?
I don't think the watermark would solve things necessarily.
Yeah. Well, okay, hold on. But before we even get to the watermark, right? Hold on. Before we get to the watermark, and I think it's a good discussion. I'm going to let you have that, Ali. But just before we do that, this is Twitter. We understand how Twitter works, right? So I put out that image. And as context, right? So, like, okay, we'll take the example of Scott, right? Scott doing something terrible, right? Like joining the Socialist Party of America or something, right? Anyway,
extreme defamation.
but I put, hey, the below picture is fake. It is AI, right? I create that. However, Corey gets it, and then he just like retweets it without confirmation of anything else, right? Like without that additional context. Now, I created the image, I gave additional context, and I made it very clear that it was fake. But then someone else takes the image and then puts it out there. Corey doesn't add any other context; he just puts it out there, right? Is that defamation? Just to put?
I don't think a retweet would, because it's got a direct link to the disclaimer. But let's assume that he didn't do a retweet; he just like took the photo and then just reposted it. It could, yeah. I think that could be defamation.
That seems weird.
And no, I don't think that's weird at all. Because let's roll this
box.
I don't think so.
Like I don't think it's weird, but I think it's a Pandora's box where all of a sudden there's now a legal requirement that someone not take an image they found somewhere and post it online, because then they could personally be held liable for defamation for just finding a video. Like that. Like I'm not saying I'm not even making a moral claim about right or wrong or a legal claim here. Just thinking about policing that, right? Like that is a Pandora's box where every 13-year-old that grabs a random photo and then reposts it, but without the original link, you know what I mean, is like liable for fucking defamation.
Scott,
you know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, like 13-year-olds or people on the internet especially do what would technically count as defamation constantly, not just on Twitter, like not really on Twitter images, but just on like Twitter statements or Facebook statements or gossip generally. I mean, probably 80% of gossip is probably defamatory. I mean, I'm just shooting from the hip there, but it seems like I'm guessing a large percentage is, if not 80%. And the enforcement of this is really going to depend on, you know, how strong is your case? How much does it actually hurt the person? How much damage has it actually created? And so you would just simply apply that exact same standard to, like if you're spreading a rumor that's fake, you can probably, you can be gone after for defamation. If you're spreading a picture that's fake, you could be gone after from you could be gone after for defamation.
Wait a minute.
But
right.
I mean, we already kind of do this right now. I don't think we would really require opening a Pandora's box or changing any rules that we currently.
What about harassment?
Maybe I don't understand it. 1 second. It just went, and maybe I don't understand. And this is good for my education, right? Like, so Corey comes up with a statement, a false statement about lactate, right? And then
I would do that.
Yeah. And then
potentially.
I believe Corey, and then I repeat it. Can you lactate sue me for defamation?
Potentially.
Oh, wow.
There's two different standards though. If you're a public figure, you have to, in order to go after somebody for lying about a public figure, you have to show actual malice of heart. Like they actually were malicious when they were trying to go after you and hurt you. They were attempting to hurt you and they knew they were lying, right? But if it's just some random Joe Schmo, that malicious standard is not there. And so I think the standard is much lower. I'm pretty sure they only just show that you negligently
if I
made a
reference
statement.
Corey, right? If I say Corey said lactate, blah blah blah, right?
That wouldn't be defamation then.
That wouldn't be okay.
Well, no, because you're not saying the statement. You're saying Corey said it, which is true.
Okay.
Well, this is why like Nicholas Sandman. Do you remember Nicholas Sandman? The kid that was like at an anti-abortion like protest or whatever, and then a Native American came up to him.
The Hebrew Israelites too. Yeah.
Right. And a bunch of people were harassing this kid, and then they like tried to make him like, the bunch of people put out the like an edited video. Journalists had access to the full video and the full context, but they decided to lie. CNN did, Washington Post did, New York Times did. They all lied about this child because they thought that he had a punchable face. And so they wanted to like spread this punchable face as like the face of MAGA and their racism, even though that they knew that this child wasn't a racist. And maybe not knew that he wasn't a racist, but they knew that the context of the clip that they had specifically edited, right? Like that was why he won money from CNN and Washington Post and New York Times, was because they maliciously tried to use the fact that this clip made MAGA look bad and made the right wing look bad and made white people look bad, as a means of like proving the racism of America, and that this kid was going to be the face of evil in America when he was just being harassed by people. And they knew that was malicious, right? But the reason he was able to win those cases so easily was because he wasn't a public figure before that.
Yeah, he probably wouldn't even need that.
Yeah.
Right. He probably wouldn't even need that, but it's hard to sue if you're a public figure. It's fucking hard to
oh
sue.
my God, yeah.
Yeah, Ali, you were gonna say something about the watermarks and stuff. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, so like just harassment, I think is also an issue to think about because like if every time someone posts something under like their post, it's just them like in a bikini, them sucking dick, whatever the fuck Grok allows you to do at a certain point. Because Elon Musk is right behind you. He's like, well, if you can draw and if you can,
defamation.
imagine.
Are you saying there's something wrong with sucking dick, Ali? Huh?
Right? Yeah. I mean, listen, I don't know if every
fucking
time you guys post,
homophobe.
I have a photo. I don't know if you have a problem with it or not, but like and also like people can crop it. You can crop out the watermark a lot of the times. Printing out the like I kind of relate this to a younger audience, right? Gen Z or Gen Alpha actually now is what we're kind of gonna have to worry about. Like people getting these pictures, printing them out, like posting them all over you. There's still like a huge harassment claim. Huge. I mean, I don't know if defamation works for like high schoolers or like young people, like college students, but like harassment, like tarnishing someone's name just based off of pictures, you kind of can't shake a lot of the shit off once it's out, right? Even
Just
like
to
a
be clear,
bad
I think
rumor.
it should be defamation. I don't know if it's currently held to that standard. Just to be clear,
Would it be harassment? Do you think? Would her like if
Yeah,
a girl posts a
also
picture on
hard to
Twitter
show.
and they're like everyone's like declothing her, is that not harassment?
Well, again, harassment's also a very difficult bar to meet. If it was a high schooler, I think you'd probably have a much easier time convincing a jury that was harassment. Yeah.
Yeah. The problem with harassment and defamation both is that there is no philosophical basis for it. There is no legal philosophical basis. It's a vibes argument. Like we all know that it's bad to lie about people. We all know that it's bad to, say a bunch of untrue things about people, or we all know it's bad to like flood someone's messages with a bunch of mean words about someone, right? But the problem is that reputation, which is what we're talking about. We're talking about someone's reputation. It's not property. It's held in the mind of every individual and it's separate. It's a copy, right? Like I have an opinion about this pizza place. You have an opinion about this pizza place. Someone else has an opinion about this pizza place. Now they own the pizza place, but they don't own their reputation, right? They don't own your opinion about it. You can have whatever opinion you want about it. Now, if pizza place number 2 lies about pizza place number 1 and says our pizza's better, pizza place number 1 actually has cockroaches everywhere and that's a lie, right? Then you can make an argument that fraud has occurred, right? That they have attempted to deceive you for some form of monetary gain, and that therefore you may have made a different choice, that they lied about you or coerced you in some way. But if a random passerby just goes, I heard they have roaches there, and now you go, ooh, maybe that place has roaches. I heard they have roaches there. Like you can't actually like that. That's the problem, is that there is no property definition. We know that's wrong to lie about it, but without any monetary gain, there's no actual philosophical like legal theory that backs this up. There are plenty of moral theories, right?
It could damage your
Like,
monetary gain, right? If
there's a fraud
like, as a
argument.
lawyer, like if like you're a female lawyer, right?
but if
And like
random
there's pictures of
passerby-
you.
But
spreading
random
around-
passerby hasn't committed fraud, right? Because they're not in competition, right? Let's say it's
Well,
somebody.
you don't have
that
to be
has
in
nothing
competition
do-
to commit fraud, right?
They could have defrauded you.
I mean,
Isn't
if
that
you're not
different?
selling anything, then how have you committed fraud?
If you're a female lawyer, right, and then someone's taking these pictures and then posting them of you, they get around, right? You're probably less likely to be taken seriously by a judge, so on and so forth. XYZ, right? The person who made these pictures, like, is that not like in your case fraud, right? Like you're, I guess is reputational damage that now becomes monetary, right? Does that make it more real?
Right. Like what I'm saying is, it's not so much that it's real. It's about you are trying to figure out. You want pizza. You're hungry for pizza, okay? And you're like, you know what? I'm going to shop around. There's 2 pizza places in town, and then you go to pizza place 2 for whatever reason first, and you look at the reviews, right? And then you go to pizza place 1, and you go, oh, they sound good. And then you go to pizza place 1, right? And then there are reviews there that say they have cockroaches everywhere.
They're
Now
from
that's
Pizza
just a
Place
rumor.
too.
But if they're from Pizza Place 2 and Pizza Place 2 is lying, right, and trying to find a way to get you to go to their place, right, and then you've been defrauded by them, because then you go and you purchase a pizza from Pizza Place 2, and you never even
Okay.
go to Pizza Place One because you heard there were roaches there, and
yeah.
the person that told you there were roaches there was the person attempting to make a sale. They've taken away your ability to choose meaningfully between these two pizza places by lying about their product, and so they've sold you something that isn't true, which is like maybe like the best pizza in town or etc.
Okay, so this might be a stupid argument, but people make a living on Twitter at this point, or on X, right? And if there is like, you know, if you know, fellow tweeters or posters are also your competition and they're defaming you in your posts, if every time you make a post they have you posted, you know, with a grok image of you in a bikini or you in a whatever, therefore like discrediting your argument or your post or whatever it may be, like, does that not work out in the same regard?
Like this
I'm like, you know,
what
maybe
I'm-
dumb,
what
but
I'm
that's the
saying-
world we're in.
Hold on real
my
quick,
chat,
Scott.
I just want to
Scott,
be clear. My chat is like attacking me for this, and they might actually be right that I might be misrepresenting like a libertarian analysis of fraud, because it's not necessarily lying about the sale of Pizza Place 2's thing. You still want pizza. They haven't lied about the pizza itself. So I don't know. This might be a gray area that I'd have to think about
Well,
more. I just
personal
wanna come
enrichment-
clean before.
Sure. Personal enrichment, I don't think is an element of fraud anyway. Like, you don't actually have to like make money off of it for it to be fraud.
I was thinking in a scenario where there's only two pizza places in town, right?
Yeah, that'd be-
so, like,
that'd
the
be
lie
obviously
causes
fraud.
You,
Yeah.
right? But then again, it's like, well, you know, are you not in competition with the burger joint down the street? You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, so it's like you can't. I mean,
Aren't you
like-
technically in competition with every other actor in an economy? If we wanted to be like super granular
right,
about
that's,
it,
That's what I'm saying, right? So I
Hmm.
think if you're not lying about, I think that my chat might have like flamed me correctly on this one, which is like I don't know that it necessarily constitutes fraud to lie about another person's product. Because I'm trying to make the argument of like what is strictly fraud and why there are these places that we know kind of we've all intuit that it's wrong morally, right? But the problem comes down to where do we put the legal precedent here? And so, you know, is there a legal precedent for defamation, or is there a legal precedent for fraud?
I want to
etc. When
give
you're
you a
making
little bit
copies
of
someone's bikini images,
a
right?
little
Like,
bit of
I
pushback
don't
from
think there
what,
is.
from the start of your argument, right? And again, like, you know, obviously I'm no legal expert, but like reputation management is important and in fact valuable,
For sure.
right? Like
sure.
people can put a price on that. And so you were talking about how reputation isn't a thing, right? It's not a property. It exists within our like collective mind space, but like
Right.
managing that still has literally a monetary value that we can attach to it.
Yeah.
In fact, we attach like damages to, you know, reputational attacks,
Credibility.
right? Yeah. So
Right,
it
but it's
seems
not
like
a scarce
what?
resource, right? That's the problem. Is that reputation is not a scarce resource, right? So
for some people it
like,
is.
It's not, right? Like because like it is a scarce resource only insofar as it is the reputation of the outside business in an individual's mind. So you Lactoid, you house the only in the world, you house the only set of reputational beliefs about a business that belong to Lactoid, right? But the moment you voice whatever your beliefs are and someone else has a similar belief, like they make their own individual reputational thing, right? It's not this like reputation is because it's housed in the mind. It's not a property right.
But you have,
Right, there
but
is
Scott
no-
was
you have-
no. I understand what you're saying, Scott. But like, look at it this way. Like, I think that it's perfectly fine to when you're calculating damages, not to look like exactly at like the moment of property destruction or whatever, but you'd also look at things that like could reasonably lead to that. So if I destroyed your reputation and it led to, let's say, a whole bunch of like property damage, and I destroyed your reputation based on like complete falsehoods, like I fraudulently, I defamed you, represented a whole bunch of false shit, and then you lost a bunch of money. Like, in my mind, maybe a comparison could be drawn to, let's say I, remove your tires from your car. I don't like damage your car, but I remove your tires from your car when you're running late for some big event. that you really need to get to. And so you're like, oh shit,
That
like,
would
and
be
you're
a property crime, obviously.
well, sure, yeah, the actual removing the tires, right? But then, like, I'm
Blocked
guessing,
the car.
yeah, I blocked your car. Ooh, that's a better example. I blocked your car with my car. Now you
Double
can't
park.
get out.
You kidnapped
Yeah. No, it's not, keep
Again,
it.
another prop.
Yeah, I double parked you, and I'm like, let's say I'm just using my car, kind of relevant to today's conversation. I'm disrupting your operations. I'm blocking your way. I'm yelling slurs at you, and you can't get to where you need to go. I'm assuming that when you eventually come for me legally, you're not just going to claim, well, like the specific time that I had to spend, getting around you in the car or putting the tires back on or whatever. You're going to say, hey, because you did that, I missed out on going to this massive event that I was going to get paid like $500,000 on. And so you actually owe me the $500,000 for something that happened down the road of your offense.
So
I kind of feel like this is like kind of the same thing with defamation a little bit.
Well, so here's the issue, right? Is like first and foremost, let me state, I'm not saying that just because something isn't necessarily a property crime means that it is right or wrong or
right.
no,
We know.
right? Like I agree that defamation is wrong morally from my perspective and from probably most people's perspective. My argument is that it becomes difficult to determine a binary legal thing, right? Either you committed a crime or you didn't commit a crime. And the reason it becomes difficult to do that is that there isn't a proper philosophical basis for that. Rather, it is a moralistic law that the state says we don't want people to behave like this because it leads to bad outcomes, therefore we make it illegal, which is very different than a property crime. So in the examples you gave second order and potentially third order, et cetera, consequences of an initial thing that is a crime, because your body, your car, your tires are a scarce resource, right? That is private property. You own the tires on your car. Someone took the tires off of your car. They aggressed upon you by doing this. And you can claim in the damages in restitution in order to make things right. Well, you have to pay me for any damage that was done to the car. You have to pay me for the time it took me to put the tires back on. And you have to pay me for the event that I missed out on because you committed this act of aggression against me. Whereas with defamation, whereas with intellectual property or the concept of owning your likeness and image, this becomes more difficult because we don't have an initial aggressive act. What we have is a behavior that most of us recognizes as wrong, that the state then deems, because we mostly recognize this is wrong and we don't want people to behave this way, and because we believe it has negative outcomes usually, we're going to make this illegal. And so it becomes a vibes-based kind of consequential analysis.
Maybe this is a different way of attack. If you defame me to somebody else, are you not defrauding them of the opportunity to work with me?
Well, no, right? Like it's no different than if I say this is the greatest vacuum in the world, right? And I try and sell you this vacuum, you have the ability to determine if it's actually the greatest vacuum in the world, right? You can actually go look at vacuum reviews.
Right? Technically, right, but
so it's actually not fraud, right? It's just
so just to be clear, technically, and there's a huge caveat here. Technically, if I was to say this is the greatest vacuum cleaner in the world, this would, under the traditional rules of fraud, technically, arguably be fraud. But we have an exception, which is for puffery. You can be to a certain level, you can puff stuff up and not fall within that legal threshold. But that is more of like a threshold question than it is like an actual hard line. Where puffery ends and where actual fraud begins.
Right.
But in terms of like an actual like principle here, it would seem to me that if I was to say, like under the most hard-nosed kind of definitions, this is the greatest vacuum in the world, this is fraud. And arguably, if you were to defame me to somebody and this would affect any kind of economic relationship they would have with me, you'd be defrauding them. Now, it still doesn't really get you to defamation because then technically they would have the claim against you as opposed to me. Since they would be the injured party and you didn't really defraud me, but you defrauded them, but there's still fraud happening to some degree. I think you could probably justify some kind of defamation.
I mean, I agree that what you are describing is something that is morally wrong. The problem is the problem is as I laid out before.
All right,
that there
guys,
is
welcome into
there's
the
a
show.
vibes-based
Seems like we got
situation.
No, I
good
yeah, I hear
chat
you.
going on
I'm
today.
leaving aside
Welcome
morality for
to
leaving
everyone.
aside like what you
Give me
think is
one.
wrong and what I think is wrong for a second, and I'm
Yeah.
entering in to the specific NAP property autistic land, the very specific thing. Okay, and so I'm now there, right?
Right, you haven't lied about.
All right, guys, welcome into the show. Is that how he was frozen? He looks frozen. It may be having a camera problem. Welcome, everybody. It's going to be a good show. We're going to get to the main debate soon. Right now, this is just a bunch of nonsense. It's been just kind of bouncing around, and we'll get there eventually. In the meantime, welcome in everyone. I see you out there, Marte. I see you, Smoking Spaceman, Never Lucky Rubber Ducky. I see you guys. See what's up. Mullet Baby, Never Lucky Rubber Ducky, Smoking Spaceman, Raging Patriot, Kissy Cats out there, Work Academic. Good to see you. Good to see you. I'm not really sure what. We'll have to talk more. Damien's out there. The Steel Man is in the house. What's up with that? Kinetic Kell is out there, or was. I don't know how long she can hang out. What's the main debate is obviously it's the ICE shooting in Minnesota is going to be the main topic of debate tonight. So, yeah. What's up, Anson? How are you? Emmett is still here. Good to see you, sir. It's going to be a good show as soon as we get there. This is a rager right here.
But if you're asking me to explain the theory and ask me to do an internal critique, that's what I'm doing here.
I'm poking it. I'm doing an internal critique. What I'm saying is that within what you're calling here libertarian theory, you're saying that that
I'm saying
fraud,
you have not initiated
fraud
a
is
conflict on scarce resources. Therefore,
you've not initiated a conflict on scarce resources. But I'm saying, I think you very well could. If
problem is this is going to roll on
in the same way that if I misrepresent a product to you, and this either compels you to buy it or not buy it. If I misrepresent a person to you, this would compel you to either work with this person or not work with this person. The economic relationship that exists between you and that product compared to the economic relationship that exists between you and that person could be comparable. Like there is a value in working with somebody. You agree with that?
What's going on with that?
There could be, yeah. And so if you sabotage, if you misrepresent that, now you're causing someone an economic harm.
Right, but the problem is that there's a whole domain of categories of things that are not aggression but can be morally wrong. We are both discussing something that we find morally wrong from a consequentialist perspective, right? Like if I'm doing the internal critique of your position, right, where damages or loss of money from that other person because of the economic connection occur because of the thing that you have done. And I think for different reasons, we would both believe that to be morally wrong. My issue is when we are talking about legal theory, or at least from a natural law perspective, where I'm coming from, we're just it is a prescriptive. It is not prescriptive. It is a descriptive thing that says these things are definitely wrong. That doesn't mean all of this other shit is right. It just means it's either right, wrong, or gray, right? And so when we get to the concept of is it wrong to lie about someone else so that you can gain money, right? Because they may not go to your competitor. I agree. That is wrong. Can we see the effects of that from a consequentialist perspective, which is that person loses money that they may have gained? Yes, I agree. That is wrong. But that is not necessarily a violation of the non-aggression principle. And the reason it's not a violation of the non-aggression, that doesn't mean the non-aggression principle is not the basis for everything. Right?
No, I hear you. You're saying that
hear me out. If we live in Ancapistan, right?
That you could evict all the people that say all this. I understand.
No. Listen, if we live in Ancapistan and there's insurance companies, there's going to be that are handling this shit. There's going to be a common law that occurs, and that common law is going to occur from things that all the insurance companies agree is like something, if you want us to represent you, you have to agree to certain behaviors, right? So like this is one of those things where it's like, this is a problem. It causes problems. Nobody likes this shit.
I'm not
It's
talking about
bad
that.
business. Right, but I am.
Sure, but like, right, but I'm trying to emphasize here. Like, we all agree it's bad. It's not good. The only question here, I think, is that people, the delineation you're drawing is that there is like preference bad. It seems like there is this subjective morality that exists, but that is independent from this objective reality. There is this true kind of, if you do it, it's violation of the NAP, and that is not a subjective question. That is a objective question, whether or not this is violative. And if it's violative of the NAP, then it's like super wrong or something. It is like actually wrong. But then there's also room for these preferences, and you're saying, well, it goes against my preference. Like, if on my private property, I wouldn't allow it. That's great. I mean, everyone here agrees with that. My point is that moving over just to the objectives, like specifically the objective side, I think there's an argument if we are already willing to, within this objective branch, grant fraud as aggression, grant lying, because that's all fraud is. Like, now there's more elements to it that, like, what this lying leads to, right, and maybe what this lying is about. But you are, with just your words, you are lying about something, and that is misrepresenting something to somebody who is then relying on that to do something to their own detriment. That is fraud. Right. And we're comfortable putting that underneath the objective wrong. And so if we're comfortable putting that under the objective wrong, I also think it's kind of similar for the same reasons, where if you're defaming somebody, it kind of fits under that aggression as well. Right.
I made your argument 10 minutes ago, and then chat flamed me for it. Right, like I agree that this is like an edge limit case in libertarian.
All right, guys, $10 from the Department of Numismatics. Debate panel night.
My initial
then
argument
wash with tactical soap from Grondike Soap Company.
I would say, though,
try Grid's Musk, the only soap with the strength to cut through the liberal lies. So stay based with tactical soap.
Would you not argue that lactoids time is a scarce resource?
Yeah, it would be the economic relationship that exists between me and that person. Like, there is going to be production there. It's going to be actual, like, me and him could work together and create some kind of commodity that's now not going to happen because you lied about my height.
I'm deprived of lactoid skill.
I mean, like, so if I'm selling pizza and I lie about my pizza, right? Then what I have done is I've lied about the product itself and your ability to choose on that. I'm willing to be like, I need it. You know what I need? I need someone with a better understanding of the theory to break it down to me, to be honest with you. And that's not going to be present here because, and it's not an insult to any of you guys, because like, I am very 50-50 on this. But I can't for sure say that lying about another person, which appears to me, at least from the framework that I'm seeing, to be a non-scarce resource, right? Which is the reputation, versus lying about the individual product, right? I can for sure say lying about your product to sell your product is initiation of conflict. I can't necessarily say that about the other.
One final clarifying question: do you think services are like a destruction or disruption of a product is similar to a disruption or a destruction of a service?
I'd need a more concrete example, and I'm not trying to weasel here. I'm just saying,
no, it's fine.
Like, I'm already kind of at the limits of having to think through it, and like a broad question like that.
Here's an example, right? So like, there is a tool I create, right? This is my legal questioning answering tool, right? It's an object, like it's like I'm selling you a server, right? And this answers legal questions. Destroying that, with Rob's one of property, or lying about its
physical property.
Right? But I'm comparing it, right, to a lactoid. Lactoid's also a person, right, who provides the services of answering legal questions. And so you could lie about the computer, or you could lie about lactoid, and the results would be the same, right?
Right. The issue is that is lying about your specific product to the individual, is that we are dealing with this person A, the purchaser, we'll call them.
That's
right?
Classic fraud.
And
that's easiest,
B, right. Person B will say is the seller, and then the product is product C. So person A has a concept that is a scarce resource in that specific moment, right? And it is their opinion of the product. I am lying about the product itself to try and convince you to purchase the product itself, right? And it's very classic fraud because I am saying,
Hey,
my
right
server
on,
does all these
Ray.
wonderful
How are
things that
you?
it doesn't
Moto
do,
Ray, good to
right? So
see
I
you
am
in the chat
depriving you of
tonight.
your ability
Good to
make a
see everybody in
rational
the chat
choice
tonight.
in
Good to
this
see you,
moment.
Johnny Dollar.
Now,
Good to see Mullet
you
Baby.
could make
Good
the
to see
argument that
all
I'm
of you
also
guys.
depriving you of the ability to make a rational
Remember to
choice in that
send in
moment by
those
lying about
donos,
lactoid,
those super
right?
chats,
But the
buy some
problem is that
memberships, whatever you need to do.
what is the scarce
But
resource
you
in
know,
the scenario
this
that we're
is a
that we're in conflict over?
fan-supported site.
The legal
in
services.
section 1, right? But in
gotta-
section 1, we're in
Gotta
conflict
keep the
over
wife
the product.
happy somehow, and the
section
only
2,
way I know how to
we're
do
in
that, as
conflict
far as
over
this show is concerned,
lactoids,
is
over
likes to see a little
lactoid's
money
reputation,
coming in.
which is
Well,
owned by all
So
people.
let's
No, it's about the service.
be
individual
cool.
instances.
Yeah, it's a service.
The actual, and that's why I asked you, like, are you treating? Because, like, for me, I think products
Really
and
appreciate that,
services
Mr. Dule,
are
Mr. Boulay. I really do.
very similar, right? You can
I gotta read this
frame
Tennessee versus Burma thing.
like creating a pizza as a product because the pizza is the product, but you can also frame it as a service and the fact that you're making the pizza. You could frame me drafting you a document as a product, aka the document, or you can frame it as services. Like, the line here is not super clear, and generally economically we're treating
Right, I'm just
services
saying-
and products
I'm-
kind of the same.
I'm just saying, like, from a strict libertarian position, which we've gone way down in the deep hole from bikini pictures
Sure.
of kids on
Yeah,
the
we
rock,
have.
right? But
Yeah, we're
regardless,
like-
you guys drove me to it, right? It's like,
It's okay.
you're
It's
lying
okay,
about-
Scott. We
you're
know what's
lying
gonna
about
happen.
Product C, and you're actually selling them product D, right? But when you are lying about lactoid, that doesn't change the status of the product that you are selling, right? Like, they are still getting what it is that they wanted to purchase.
Hold
Right? That's
on.
the issue.
Well, hold on. No, not necessarily. You would agree that lying about another product that you're not selling is also still fraud, right? Classic example.
No,
yeah, my
that's
pizza.
the distinction here.
Oh, interesting. So, okay, so I'm making
That's
pizza.
the question here: is lying about
Sure.
product D, right, versus product C that I'm selling.
Oh, I think that's
when I'm-
fraud, though.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think in our current legal system, it's fraud. But if you're asking strictly a libertarian ethics,
Right.
I think it's wrong. But if you're asking strictly from a libertarian situation of, are we initiating
Mullet
conflict
Baby,
with scarce
Scott's
resources, lying about a
Scott's
separate
tirade
product
here is a
does not
philosophical
change what the product
examination
you're
of
yourself are
property
selling
rights as
or their ability-
ANCAP's
it does,
libertarians
however,
see it
manipulate
in
their
regards to your
ability
image.
to
And
make
this
a
started
rational,
with
informed
the
decision about
Grok
your product if your competitors being
uh,
lied
Which is
about.
what
thing
ultimately
where they're
matters.
taking
Right,
young
like, I'm just saying it
people's
puts me in a gray area
images,
of my,
putting
it
them
puts me
into
at the
AI, and
edge
then
limit
rendering them
of my
in
legal theory
bikinis
to be
or
able
less.
to be able to say
And
whether or not
whether or not,
that
you know,
constitutes
what
fraud from a
the
strictly legal
reality
perspective.
behind that is.
From a moral
Scott's
perspective, I'm 100%
pulled
with
this
you.
into
This is
this
wrong.
entire
I don't want this shit in
property
ANCAP
rights as to
Okay.
whether or not you even
why don't
own
we
your
leave it
own
there
image
and
or
get
could
started
own your own
with the
image.
topic? I think this was really fascinating. Thanks, guys, for engaging in that.
Yeah.
I'm well. Okay, so one, like the thing we were just talking about, the fraud, and you know how that works out in terms of from a legal standpoint, I think is fascinating. And
Right,
even
'cause it's the
exploring
basis-
libertarian
it's
thoughts.
kind of the basis for how we make law. And I feel like
Yeah.
once you get into a position where you're kind of vibing out based off of consequences, that's why it becomes difficult when new technology and new means enter the system, because it changes the
Yeah.
consequences. Right.
Yeah.
And
And
when
so-
the philosophy hasn't changed, but you got there by consequences, and new technology changes the consequences, that's when you start going, oh shit, we have to reformulate, whether or not
Yeah.
you agree with
Guys,
our legal framework.
It's looking like I'm the only
consequentialist perspective or
conservative
not.
on the panel tonight.
Yeah.
So,
So-
a specific
Lactoid
question
and
from
Fabian
my chat,
Liberty are
Scott,
libertarians.
this is. I'm guessing I'm going to get the same answer. Just
So
you can just answer the same
I'm
way.
pretty
Totally
sure
fine.
this
We can move
Eucharist
on.
guy is a.
If I say don't go to that mechanic
he's
over
not
there,
a,
he'll just put peanut butter in your engine. He won't
conservative, but
actually
we'll
fix
see.
it. I'll fix your engine. Is that fraud?
Yeah, I mean, I would just repeat the same answer that I
Yeah,
gave for
okay.
server B, server D.
Fair
right?
enough, fair
Like,
enough.
it's-
Yep,
it's
yep.
like, I don't know if it necessarily fits a strict definition
The
of
objective.
libertarian legal analysis, but it's fucking wrong to
It's
do that.
wrong. Yeah.
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 Okay.
So thanks for that, and then thanks for the previous discussion.
Gibbs
on,
is out sick
the
tonight.
Grok,
That's why I'm here.
bikini
I'm subbing
situation. I
in
think
for
that's
Mr.
also,
Gibbs.
Quite interesting. Don't fucking do it, please. No one.
Yeah, don't do it.
Don't do that.
Don't do
Don't
it.
be weird shit. Don't be weird.
Don't be a fucking gooner. Don't do it to adults either, right? Like,
Yeah.
fucking have some self-respect.
Well, hold on. These adults that I saw were doing it to themselves, and then you click on the
Some
thing, and
were.
it's like, yeah. Well, at least I thought they were. Maybe I was. It was misrepresented to me. Maybe I was defrauded.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, but no, that's So I think it's super fascinating, and I think
Grid, you're such a boomer in spirit. I love you. Was that your phone?
It was my phone. I actually had it on.
So
I've been
funny.
muted this whole time. I just didn't.
Based.
No, we've heard it multiple
No,
times.
just the like one of the
Yeah.
default text message notifications. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just funny.
Okay. Well, yeah, great. So anyway, to anyone who is watching, I hope you enjoyed that previous conversation, right? Like we had these pre-debates, and they can take us to some really interesting spaces, right? Like, again, my original idea for this for this show was to talk about the Grok situation, but then other things happen because the news, especially during a Trump presidency, just never stops. So anyway, so if you enjoyed that, consider supporting the channel, following the channel on Twitch, on YouTube, and on Grok. Any where you can, we'd love to have you, and consider supporting the channel by like super chats are very valuable. Consider helping us out with a super chat, or if not, help us out by subbing the channel, or get the bits, getting subs, getting memberships on YouTube, whatever it is. If you'd be so kind, help us out. Okay, so let's get started. Why don't we just we'll start the topic, and then you guys can do intros and opening statements at the same time, because I want the max amount of time for this one. Unfortunately, Gibbs isn't here. I really wanted Gibbs to be a Grid subbed in for him, so we thank Grid for the kindness. So thank you for being here. But Gibbs ran for me. It happens. So all right. Topic. An ICE officer shot and killed a Minneapolis woman. The victim, Renee Nicole Good, was in her car, possibly acting as a legal observer as ICE was performing an operation. When officers approached her, issuing orders, she suddenly moved her vehicle, and then Officer Jonathan Ross shot at her 3 times, fatally wounding her. This has sparked intense backlash and protests in Minneapolis and across the country, the city where George Floyd was murdered. The video of this incident makes it unclear as to whether the officer was hit by the car, which has been a point of deep contention online. The Trump administration has moved to defend the officer and accuse the victim of committing a quote unquote an act of domestic terrorism. And we've like doubled and tripled down on this. Do you believe that this shooting was justified? Should ICE be reined in, or do the benefits they bring outweigh the negatives of social division that they elicit? And as all of this unfolds, do you approve of Trump's immigration strategy? So yeah, I mean, I think everyone. Well, I don't. I'm listening. I'm super online, so it's hard for me to judge like how everyone else is processing it. But there were nationwide protests all over the place, and so I'm assuming if you're watching a channel like this, then you probably know about this unfortunate incident, and like it's. Unfortunately, and we keep running into these things, right? Yeah, yet another Rorschach test, like for your political alignment, for what people see in this video. And I'll admit, like it's like at least on first watch, right? It's very unclear as to what's happening. We can dig into what happened there exactly later on, obviously, but like just like if you're scrolling past Twitter, you see this video. It's not 100% clear, and I think a lot of people's priors like go in and they like it helps fill in the context. And then of course you have an administration who's saying this is what happened, right? Domestic terrorism. This was an intentional act. So there's that, but then there's also like was the ICE officer following protocol? Which is another thing, right? A big issue to deal with. And like beyond that, like this has implications on the larger immigration crackdown and how that's unfolding and why that's unfolding. Like, why were those officers in Minneapolis in the first place, right? That was from a previous topic we discussed. So this is all like comes together and is like crystallized in this one moment in time where this woman very unfortunately lost her life. So I really want to explore that, excited to do so, and I think we're going to use up our entire time on this particular topic. But we'll start with our friend Lacto to work our way around.
Yeah, I'm Lacto. You can find me on Lacto TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. So I'm just going to read down the list. I'm going to start with, I guess, analyzing this particular shooting. I did watch the videos. There is a video from one angle that's behind the vehicle. There's an angle from kind of further down the street, and then there's also an angle from the agent themselves, their phone of the incident. I've watched all three angles. I was actually I was kind of maybe 70% believe of the opinion that it was self-defense when I first initially saw it. As I got the additional angles and I learned more about the law in similar situations like this, and then also, just I guess had some concepts re-explained to me that I think are helpful to understand. I do think that this was justified self-defense that Officer Ross used in defending himself against the vehicle. So that's where I'm at now, and I'm willing to defend that with both legally, and I'm willing to defend that ethically as well. In terms of ICE broadly, do I think that it should be reined in? Yeah, probably. I've never been a fan of widespread immigration enforcement. This was not one of my pet issues when it came to voting for Donald Trump in 2024. I think that our resources could probably be spent better elsewhere. Are illegal immigrants breaking the law? Yes, by definition they are. But, I just think resources would be better spent elsewhere. So I don't think that the benefits that they bring necessarily outweigh the negatives. Not just about the social division. I'm honestly a little bit less concerned about that. I'm more concerned about just the sheer amount of money. My understanding is that with this new budget, ICE, their budget exceeds the military of a lot of countries. Most countries, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, generally would be okay with reining in ICE, but in this particular situation, I don't think Ross should face criminal penalty and or civil penalty. At most, you can argue that he should receive some kind of like administrative fine, like not administrative fine, but like a warning, or like hardcore maybe lose his job based on some of the incidents that happened, or based on some of this context before the shooting, but nothing criminal or civil.
Okay. Go ahead, Scott, please.
Yeah, so a couple of things. This one has pissed off a bunch of my community. They're all mad at me. So first and foremost, ICE doesn't have a right to self-defense. Anyone that says
Is his
that
mic
ICE
low for
allowed-
anybody else?
Just a
Oh,
touch,
okay.
but not really that.
Yeah, a
really
little
for
bit,
me.
but
I mean,
not too bad.
I can cut it up a little bit if you want, or of course, obviously, Prime could do it for everybody.
Or you could
else.
just
Yeah, it
yell.
seems to be fine. On
Scott never
his
yelled.
end. So, anyways, if you want to cut me up for everybody else here, go ahead.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah. Well, try it. Test.
Test.
You sound louder to you?
A little bit.
I know. Go ahead. Yeah, anyway.
Anyway, so first and foremost, ICE has no right to self-defense. You cannot go out and kidnap people that have not committed any property damage, committed any crimes, rip those families apart because they came over, a line that the state says is the magic line that makes you a criminal, right? So, I mean, you are taking people, feel how you want emotionally about it, whether or not they're, these innocent people that, are fleeing from oppression from a dictatorial state. It's like, okay, well, why didn't they just stop in Mexico? But, Mexico sucks. At the end of the day, I don't care about any of that. What I care about is that have they committed a crime? And an illegal immigrant is not illegal just because the state says it's illegal any more than any other things that the state deems is illegal. So ICE has no right to self-defense. You can go kill an ICE agent right now. It's no violation of the non-aggression principle.
The look on Lacto's face.
You can blow out his fucking brains in front of his family, right? Like he's the one that committed the crime.
I disavow Twitch.
He's the
I
aggressor.
disavow completely too.
I didn't say it was morally the right thing to do. I didn't say you ought to go do that. I'm just saying, they have no right to self-defense. They cannot argue bodily autonomy, if they're out kidnapping people and then, throwing them out of the country. It's a complete violation of their rights as human beings. The second thing, and this is where I really, piss off all the ANCAPs, is, I think most of the ANCAP theory is a little bit wrong here. I won't get too deep into the weeds in the ANCAP theory here on what is key here when dealing with what we would call an outlaw, which is, in my opinion, someone who is communicating that they reject the non-aggression principle, but hasn't necessarily aggressed upon anybody. And so I view this situation from potentially three different lenses. Number one, Renee Good was a socialist who rejects the non-aggression principle, was fighting for immigrants to stay in this country and for the middle class to be destroyed and robbed of its wealth so that we can fund the importation of low IQ third worlders into this country, engaged in the state's preferred eugenics program to attempt to destroy high IQ competitors with the wealthy elite and strangle them until you eat the bugs and you live in the pods. Right. So that's number one. Number two, she was a libertarian. And if she was a libertarian, she was a very bad libertarian because nobody knows that she was a libertarian. She didn't leave any documentation. And instead, she went and did something somewhat silly and dumb and got herself killed and is no longer a mother to her children available. And so it was a very dumb act. But, she would be a martyr and this would absolutely be a murder. Number three, she's not a socialist. She's not a libertarian per se. She simply was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and then ICE murdered her. You have every right to run over an ICE officer. You have every right to attempt to flee or run away from an ICE officer because, again, they have no right to self-defense. These people kidnap and traffic human beings. They're the absolute scum of the earth. From all accounts that we see, Renee Good is no hero, much like George Floyd, right? A horrific piece of shit who got everything that he deserved and deserved far worse death than the death that he got. And Derek Chauvin never should have been in jail. Similar area. I think somewhat of a similar situation. She's no hero. She's a piece of shit. By all accounts, because she seems to be a socialist that wanted to interject and have all of these problems. She either abandoned or abused the internet, can't figure out what she did with her kids, but she abandoned two children to one father, and the only reason she had custody of the other child was because that father died, right? I think she was probably a pretty bad mom. But the thing is like, nobody's really a hero in these situations, right? Martyrs are pretty fucking rare. And when they are heroes, they usually start religions, right? If I was killed stopping ICE, the news and the media would report that I'm a piece of shit that said a bunch of things I didn't like, that I'm a loser that streams on the internet, raving about socialism to no viewers, that I'm a fucking fat dude with a bunch of, medical issues, right? Like heroes are fucking rare, right? And so I don't necessarily care whether or not she's a hero. To me, this appears to be mostly Bloods versus Crips, right? These are two gangs fighting each other. These are ICE agents that have no right to self-defense versus a socialist that is fighting to destroy the middle class through state-based policies and suicidal empathy. So I just kind of don't give a fuck that she got killed. And I think the real tragedy is that we focus on this socialist protester that is at best an idiot and at worst someone that was trying to ruin your life, and we are ignoring the real victims of ICE and Trump's immigration policy, which are people that are not members of Tren de Agua, people that have not committed any crimes and are being kidnapped and trafficked by this authoritarian regime. And the entire reason that they are doing this is so that they can justify the welfare state. It is this lie that is sold to you that the immigrants are the problem, when the real problem is that they are stealing a majority of all of the wealth in this country to fund social programs, and then they allow the fact that Democrats do this to buy votes and to engage in all of the, empowering NGOs and empowering their political power by stealing all of your wealth and making it to where the middle class can't buy a home and can't compete. And then they funnel it to immigrants because the immigrants very often will vote for them because they come from socialist countries and love these social policies. So the real victims here are not being talked about. They are the innocent victims of ICE. ICE has no right to self-defense. I don't really care that much if ICE ends up killing a socialist protester that doesn't support ICE but supports the state apparatus to try and make my life and all of your lives a living nightmare. And so there's my conversation. There's my monologue.
That's your icebreaker, Scott, right?
Well, I'm gonna second
That's his quick
my
opening.
chat. I'm not really sure where we're going, but we did not pay for this ticket, Scott. You do not have my permission. I second my chat on that. Good call.
Two things. One, within Scott's monologue there was something for everyone. So amazing, right?
Amazing.
Left,
Two,
right, fence sitter, radical, whatever you want. I've pissed you off somehow. It's okay.
and two, it's interesting that being a libertarian also requires hours and hours of you on the internet, like talking about the NAP. You got to document it. We're not a libertarian, okay? All right. But I mean, real libertarians like to argue. So there's that. So let's go to our friend Corey.
Yeah, I love following Scott. It's a wonderful position. But I'll keep it short. I'll try to.
Insane.
Yeah.
I make you know me, Lactoid, so no promises, right? But you can find me on Twitch, Corey Comedy 4, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, Substack, TikTok. It's Corey Campbell. Yeah. So, well, one, yes. Do I think ICE should be reined in? Yes. And okay, to address the overall topic, let's say succinctly as best I can, is ultimately I don't think it's justified. And my ultimate reason is I don't think the officer should have been in the front of the car to begin with. Okay. At least as far as I can tell. Okay. And it's difficult to track this information down. But let's say in the CBP handbook, okay, which is part of DHS, but I understand Customs and Border Protection is different than ICE, but it explicitly outlines that officers should refrain from placing yourself in front of a vehicle. Okay, but these are ICE officers and not part of Customs and Border Protection. But they're part of DHS. And from what I can tell, and I could be wrong, but at least from what I can tell, the overall DHS policy is that you're supposed to avoid officer-created jeopardy. As in, you should overall use safe tactics, which also includes avoid intentionally and unreasonably placing themselves in positions which they have no alternative to using deadly force. And so I think that includes not placing yourself in front of a vehicle. And to sort of maybe highlight something, I don't know for sure. I wish we had access to this timeline, but I'm pretty sure that if the roles were reversed, as in if it was a female officer, okay, and a male driver, okay, pretty much the opposite reaction would occur in terms of like, they'll be yelling like this is a DEI hire and that this officer is incompetent if they're standing in front of a vehicle and therefore the shooting is not justified. It was a woman. Okay. And so I'll leave it there for now.
Thanks so much. And just before I go to Ali, Lactoid, can you do a check for me? How many people are on screen now?
7.
He's got to get out his calculator. Give him a moment.
7. Okay. All right.
It's a callback, Lactoid, to his favorite number.
Yeah, it's a callback. He doesn't remember. It's fine.
As usual, Lactoid never remembers anything. As is usual.
Okay. Let's go to
just another knot to the belt of no remembering.
Corey gets it, right? Corey's on top of these things. Thank you so much, Corey. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of DEI, Corey, ICE shooting white women in the street is not what I thought the big 2026 was going to start with. I thought, I didn't know that's where we're going. Yeah, obviously rein them in. I don't think I hate that we call them officers or agents. These are guys who have barely 27 weeks of training. It's about 20 to 27 weeks of training. It takes longer to become a dog groomer, right? It's 10 months of Massachusetts training to become a certified barber. So I don't know if we should just call these guys agents. I don't think they have that authority. Fuck that. Yeah, don't get in the way of cars if they're moving. And then I don't think you being bumped by a car justifies you blasting someone in the face with your gun. I think you move out of the way. I think even if you're a police officer, you take the L on that one. You let them go. You get the license plate. You catch them later, so on and so forth, whatever it may be. But yeah, Rain and Ice for sure. These are they're not officers. These are random people, masked. No one knows who they are. No one knows anything about them. You don't know who the ICE agent is, right? And back to like Corey's point, if this was a female cop, right, just shooting some guy, and this is like they say this was a DEI hire, this was bad, but because it's an ICE agent, because it's under the administration of Trump, everyone's going to run defense. You know, I don't think being bumped by a car when she was clearly trying to leave the situation. She wasn't trying to ram him. She wasn't trying to hit him. She wasn't going fast enough to like actually do any damage. She was trying to get away from the situation and bumped into someone and got blasted in the face. I don't see where any of this is justified. They brought it. They're starting to bring, like, they are bringing it upon themselves. They're doing more harm than good. They were never doing good to begin with.
Thank you very much. Let's go to our friend Grid, who we haven't had here for a long time. Again, thank you for filling in for our friend Gibbs. Love to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, so I hadn't actually done a ton of research into this, because honestly, it's been, I don't really care about it. But I did earlier today this evening after Gibbs waylaid me with his illness. So that I needed to be here. Couple of things. First of all, that ICE agent, from what I can tell, had been an agent for 10 years or maybe longer, and had apparently has an exemplary service record. I understand you guys aren't gun people, but I am, and I'm telling you that he was hitting something like 0.2 splits one-handed, and that is pretty fucking rad if you can do that while you're getting hit with a car. So I don't, as far as his professionalism, I will agree that in my experience, feds tend to be a little sloppy when it comes to these type of engagements because they don't do traffic stops. It's not in their day-to-day manual of arms. It's not what they do. They don't, you say, well, he walked in front of the car. Well, you know what? Yes, it's in the handbook, but it's probably also in his handbook to wash his hands after pissing. I'm sure he needs instructions for that. But as far as whether or not ICE officers should be reined in, I'm not sure. I don't have enough information for that. I don't know how effective they're being. I am a little concerned that they're being doxxed on a ever increasing level to the point where they can't go home. There was actually just recently a Border Patrol agent who basically committed self-deletion because he'd arrested some people that were bad people, and they doxed him and his family, and that's part of that. So I'll disagree with Scott on this one. I think those guys put a lot on the line, and they're not enemies of the state. Now, as far as legally, the guy was absolutely 100% legal. That's a legal shoot, 100%. Law supports it. Tennessee versus Garner, 1985, had a young man who had robbed a house. Now, the officer at that time had no knowledge he had a weapon, no reason to believe that he had a weapon. But when the young man reached the fence and started to climb over it, the officer felt that should the young man get over the fence, he would be lost. And since he didn't have enough information to figure out who that person was, he fired a single shot to the back of the head. The young man died. The Supreme Court decided that was a legal shoot. That went all the way to the Supreme Court. So we can't say, well, if it had gone there, maybe it would have been different. It did go to the Supreme Court. And so therefore, I don't really care what she did with the car. But the minute she put that thing in drive and aimed it at the officer, she was dead. That's the end of it. She'd lost the right to live. And that's just the way it is. And, unfortunately, in this country, I know Scott's not going to like this. We are a nation of laws. And I know that if I go out and I do something stupid like dance on the hood of a police car, I could possibly be assaulted and or shot because that's the law, unfortunately. Now, if you want to change it, hey, man, vote, do something. I don't care. I just follow the law at this point. And I know that that sounds very trite, but I don't see very many people going out there not paying their taxes and speeding 100 miles an hour everywhere and ramming their cars into things and just walking into Walmart and just taking whatever you want because you follow the law. as a decent individual should. So at any rate, we'll get into this more, and some of what I said was incendiary on purpose, and we'll have some fun tonight. Oh,
No, don't be.
by the way, I'm Grid One Motorsports. I am an Unreasonable Man on YouTube. I just launched a new channel called Gun Prattle, mostly designed around competition shooting, but I deal with all things firearms and shooting related. And you're welcome to check it out. It's on Gun Prattle on every platform, even Kick.
Great. Quick question.
Yeah.
When the Nation of Laws comment, which part do you think Scott has a problem with? The nation part or the laws part?
I couldn't tell you. There's so much to choose from. Just in the one sentence. That's 6 hours of debate in that one sentence.
Don't worry, I'll tell you in just a second.
He's coming for me. Don't worry. Scott's coming for me.
Thanks so much. All right, let's go to our friend Eucharist. We're so happy he can make it. Eucharist is also not feeling well, but he didn't run from Prime. So it's okay. Thank you, Eucharist, for being here.
I didn't run. Yeah, I am also a gun guy, and I am not impressed by people point blank capping wine moms through side windows at point blank range. That just is not impressive to me. But so I think the key thing that we need to talk about tonight is that ICE and CBP, by the way, side note, okay, you might get in arguments on the internet about how to pronounce the word GIF. Right. Some people will say, oh, it should be GIF because it's graphics interchange format. The person who invented it said it should sound like the peanut butter. Right.
Fuck that guy.
If we're going to go with the GIF pronunciation, we need to be pronouncing ICE ICA. OK, so the whole night I will pronounce it ICA for the GIF realists in the chat. So ICA,
ICE, I'm for
ICA
it.
and CBP.
Disrespect ICE, I'm down.
These people are not typical law enforcement. Grid, thankfully, it conceded this. Right. They're not police officers. They do not have general police powers. They don't specifically conduct traffic stops. They're not trained for it. And so as videos have shown over the past couple of weeks, even before this happened and since this has happened, they don't know the law. They don't know the Fourth Amendment. They don't know what you can do to American citizens on the street. They don't realize that you can't just stop people on the street and say, show me your papers and prove you're not a Jew. They can't do that. They don't know that they can't kick down your front door with an administrative warrant, not a judicial warrant. They don't know these things and they're not trained for it. And so we should be, I think, morally offended by it if we respect the Constitution in any sense. They've been acting with felt impunity because they've not yet been challenged on it. They will be, and I think they will lose. What's happening right now is not normal. I don't think it's okay. I teach constitutional law. I don't think it's okay. I'm a conservative. I would love for immigration to be restricted. I'm in favor of strict immigration enforcement. I like the idea of immigrations and customs enforcement. I don't like the idea of anything that's happening now. So compare, for example, with me, Trump 1 versus Trump 2, right? So Trump 1, I lived in Madison, Wisconsin, and there was a pretty big Hispanic population. My favorite taco place, one day I went there with my pastor, and we got to the door, and there was a sign on the door that said, "We are not open today," because we were raided by ICE yesterday. And so this was the first wave of like major ICE enforcement. But the ICE enforcement that happened under Trump 1 happened as a result of actual investigations into people who were probably actually illegally in the country, and then they got actual judicial warrants and executed those warrants and deported those people. So maybe you're a libertarian, you don't like the whole idea of this, it's fine. But that to me is far more justifiable than anything that we're seeing right now, which is roving gangs of untrained fatzos stopping American citizens, throwing them on the ground, and later saying, all right, you're a citizen, you can go. That's insane. Okay. As far as professionalism, which Grid One brought up, the dude in the video we got from the officer, it's a cell phone video, not a body cam video, because apparently they don't have the money for body cams. I don't know how that works.
The body cam video is out there too.
He doesn't have a body cam.
He does.
They denied that he has a body cam. They denied on the record in news interviews that he had body cams. We can talk about this later.
It was his phone camera, just to be clear.
Didn't you just say you literally didn't do much research on this? Why are you arguing?
Yeah. He does not have a body cam. Okay, we'll talk about this later. This is my opening. Hold on, shut up. This is my opening. The video we have is from his cell phone camera. The man got out of the car, circled the back of the car to record the license plate, went back to his car, circled back to the front of the car with the phone out, swapped the phone from his right hand to his left hand to pull out his gun. Now, I don't know about you, Grid, as a gun guy. I don't typically pull out my gun with a phone in my hand so I can do a tactical something like this. Okay, that's not a normal thing that I do as a person who's trained with firearms. Hold on, it's my opening. Hold on, we're still in the opening.
Well, you asked me a question.
No. I can pose a question to you that you can answer later. Okay. I don't know about you, but this is not a typical tactical move that I make with a phone in one hand and a gun in the other with somebody that I think is threatening my life. If I think someone's threatening my life, I'm chucking that phone and I'm pulling my gun out and I'm doing, a normal move. And so as far as professionalism goes, I think this officer, regardless of his record, regardless of how many years he's been with the force, regardless of the fact that we now know that he has self-proclaimed PTSD from a previous Dragon incident, which means he shouldn't have still been on the street at this moment with a deadly weapon, that's not a move that I think any trained professional should have made. In the case you referenced, I'd be curious, the single shot, the justified shot, I'd be curious. I haven't read that case, but I'd be curious. I think you said the suspect was armed.
Unarmed. That he had no way of knowing if he was armed.
Okay. Interesting case. We'll talk about it. I'm glad we can agree, all of us, everybody here, except Scott, maybe because he's an ANCAP, that this is a nation of laws, right? So if you go out, for example, and steal a baton from a cop and beat them over the head with it, or climb through a broken window when an officer with a firearm is saying, stop, don't do that, you can't do that. I'm glad you think they should be shot. So I'm glad you think that January 6th protesters should be shot. And I'm glad you think they should not have been pardoned. So I'm glad we're all on the same page on this. We are a nation of laws. You cannot beat police officers and get away with it. I'm glad we agree. So the questions we were faced with today: is the shooting justified? No. Should ICE be reined in? Yes. As all this unfolds, do you approve of Trump's immigration strategy? No. The overall question I think we need to wrestle with is this. The court has not yet ruled on this question of officer-created jeopardy. There was a case, and I've pulled up a law article on this in 2015 in Barnes versus Felix. The Supreme Court ruled that basically the previous precedent of moment of threat doctrine couldn't stand. Basically, that when you're considering whether an officer is justified in their actions according to the Fourth Amendment and other constitutional provisions, we can't just consider the moment when they decided to use lethal force. We have to consider everything that led up to it. The court did not definitively rule in that case on whether or not we can consider officer-created jeopardy, but when an officer steps in front of a moving car with his phone out and then swaps hands and pulls his gun, I think this counts as officer-created jeopardy. I think it introduces at least some doubt as to whether we should cleanly say, oh yeah, this is fine and fun and justified. So that's my stance. There we go.
Thanks so much.
Just real quick, I want to jump to Grid for listen, the ICE agent being doxxed, quote unquote. Police officers, one, deal with that shit all the time. It's part of the job. Sure. Two, don't expect to not be doxxed when you're walking around as like a masked gang ripping people off the streets. People are going to want to hold you accountable, especially in a situation where you're shooting American citizens, right? And no one knows what your name is or who you are. That's not good for us, right? It's a bad thing that we don't know who these people are, what their names are, and what they look like.
Yeah, I to piggyback off you, Ali, like I would think even like a regular Republican. I get that you're not going to be radical like me towards an ideology of non-aggression. I get that. Not everybody's a libertarian. Duh. The world would be great if it was, but it's not. All right? Like I get that. But even if you're just a standard Republican, are Republicans in 2026, right? As opposed to the Republican Party that I grew up with, now cool with like the state apparatus of that, like that all these police can go around with secret identities, that they can go around not knowing who they are. Like, I would think that like the standard Republicans that I grew up with would be under the assumption that like cops have a badge number and a name, that like they have a public record of whether or not they're doing the right thing or doing the wrong thing. And so it's kind of crazy to me that these guys are, that like I see all the Republicans simping for the state having masked secret agents. Like that's USSR shit to me. That's Gestapo shit. That's not.
I actually get a little torn on this one. I grew up with. Yeah, I get a little torn on this one because the federal agents for a long time have had masks. I mean, we can go back to like early 2000s. FBI did raids with face coverings, full body shields. You couldn't no ID except agent. And I mean, and they maybe further back. I'm just saying.
On what basis?
Huh?
On what basis?
Was it
with a warrant?
Yeah, that's a little different, right?
That's different than roving gangs on the street, stopping American citizens, forcing them to the ground, show your papers, or you're going in the black bag in the van, right? That's different, right? Can we agree?
Well, hold on. That's not what he asked me about.
Right? I'm not that old, right?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not old enough. Maybe I'm unk status to the Gen Z viewers, whatever, right? But like, I remember when Republicans were enraged to find out that, when Edward Snowden proved that the American government was spying on us, that we didn't know, that we had courts that were, rubber stamp approval courts to just gather information on all Americans. Like this, as much as I despise the Republican Party of the past, this feels like 2 steps or more backwards than the Republican Party that I grew up with, that are like, yeah, but we got to get rid of the brownies, right? Like what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, why are we okay with masked, warrantless people, establishing order in the streets?
Hold on.
That's the beginning to a dystopian teen novel.
Hold on.
Not fucking America.
ICE can't enter a house without a warrant, just like any other federal agent.
They have, though, with administrative.
Well, literally
warrants,
every
not judicial
agency
warrants.
has. It doesn't make it
No.
right. Like, I mean, the fucking NYPD
they
do that
do it,
shit.
though,
Like,
constantly.
Well, give a
But you're saying-
motherfucker a
but they
badge
do
number and
screen
let me see their
Eucharist.
face so we can see who's doing the shit that they're not supposed to be doing, and then we can get rid of those people. If we're the, you know what I mean, like taking off my ANCAP hat, if we're the limited government, constrain the abuses, stick to the Constitution people party, like why the fuck do we have masked agents that are doing that shit? And it's not, and Trump is not being like fucking feet to the goddamn fire, embarrassed that that's occurring, and promising the American people that he's going to get to the bottom of warrantless enterings into people's domiciles and making sure that these people's names and badges are known so that we can make sure that those people don't work for ICE. Like if it's the quote unquote nation of laws that everyone seems to fucking want to attack me for in their opening, but seems like the state
Well, I didn't
isn't
really
following
attack
its own goddamn laws.
So I don't disagree on some of those points. I would actually prefer that the state not have the federal agencies. You understand it. I think all the 3-letter agencies should be disbanded because I think they're all bad. But if we have them and they're operating within their parameters, then change the fucking law and get rid of them. Like you're not asking me what my personal opinion is. You're asking me what the status is currently today. And currently today, that's how they operate. Now you can say they ought not do that. I agree with you. But that doesn't mean that right now that's not what they can do. And in this case, they weren't masked. They weren't beating people up. In this specific case, they were acting as any other law enforcement officer, more or less.
But they shouldn't. They're not any other law enforcement officer. They can't perform normal traffic stops. That's not within their purview. This is just not within their scope of authority. They're immigrations and customs enforcement. They can't just stop American citizens on the street.
But they didn't just stop an American citizen on the street. They did not stop this woman.
They ordered her out of the car.
Yes,
for what reason?
Because she was impeding their operation, and they can do that. Legally, they can do that. They can arrest you if you operate.
Where was she impeding?
Okay, I don't know. I don't know what you believe, but if you impede an investigation or an operation, you can be arrested. It doesn't matter about your protest.
Explain how she was impeding.
Huh?
So they're using.
She was literally parked across the street. Have you not seen it?
Cars passed by her multiple times before she was shot. We see it in the video.
I do see that.
You haven't done much research.
I also see her sitting there honking the horn and making her.
And multiple cars drive by her while she's doing that.
Uh-huh.
So she's not impeding anybody. So again, I know you haven't done much research, but how is she impeding if she's just sitting there? And they say leave, and then one person orders her out of the car, and so she tries to go. No, like where's the impeding?
You just say leave.
I've done a little bit of research. I'm taking issue with a couple things you said. You, Chris,
go ahead.
Fight with you on
Take
some
issue.
law. Okay,
all the issues.
The nation of laws.
Just to stick on this particular point, and then I want to go back to something that we're gonna have to go chronologically here in order to keep things organized. But so in the actual video, you can see beforehand as well. She does wave past one of the cars that's going in, that's like passing. However, the allegation is that the vehicle there is still blocking ICE traffic. It's impeding it, and that she had been doing this for a while beforehand. There is some video. I don't know if you've seen all the videos, but there's some video before the incident where it actually shows the ICE agent walking around all the way to the back of the vehicle, taking a look, and then walking out.
She's there for a while. Yeah.
So the reason why he's going around to do that is because they've allegedly had issues. They're having issues with this particular vehicle going back and forth up and down the street intentionally congesting the roadway, making it more difficult for ICE to do their job. And whether or not somebody is impeding traffic, I mean, they have the authority. Like, if they make the determination, they have the authority to. ICE does have the authority to stop somebody and detain them. Like, they do have the authority to do that. Firstly,
For what purposes?
secondly,
Well, they detain them
when
until
and why?
police show up to arrest them.
in order, if in their determination somebody is impeding their job, impeding their enforcement of immigration and customs enforcement in that area.
Do you agree, Lactoid, that we've seen lots of videos recently that they are interpreting the idea of impeding under that U.S. code quite broadly in a way that might be problematic when it comes to the courts in the near future?
I mean,
Their idea of impeding is somebody standing nearby and videoing. That's impeding, is what they're saying.
Yeah, I think that particular. I mean, I haven't seen any video of that particular thing happening.
You haven't?
I'm sure,
because there's lots of it. There's lots of people with their phones out, with officers coming up and threatening them and saying, "Do you not understand what happened to that woman? This is what's going to happen." Like, do you not? Have you not seen those?
Yep. No.
You're on Twitter. I see you on Twitter.
I am
busy.
I am on Twitter. I'm far too busy clicking on the titties. Exactly. So, you could. I'm sure if you dug, and I'm sure you could find me some video in which I would say, yeah, there's a problem there. However, in this circumstance, in which when you watch the full video, it definitely seems to me that she's playing coy, that she's got this cheeky fucking smile, that she is blocking the road, at least making it more difficult for vehicles to move by. It would make sense that when the video starts, when you have the officer walking over to this vehicle and getting the license plate, it would make sense that there is issues with this vehicle beforehand. And given the way that both Renee Good and her wife were behaving at the time, like on that video, it does appear to be in a very adversarial, kind of aggressive manner.
Can we continue on this? Sorry.
Yeah. I do think that there is evidence that they were obstructing sufficient for the ICE officer to have the legal means to order her out of the vehicle, which is what happened. That was a lawful order. Firstly, secondly, you said, we don't live in a country where, ICE agents can just go up to you and then, demand papers, please. However, there has been a Supreme Court case on this, right? Nome versus Perdomo. You know about that one?
Yes.
Yes, in which it quite literally states that ICE officers do have a legal right to stop and question people based on a number of factors that do not rise to the level of committing a crime, depending on if they are, they look Hispanic, combined with if they speak Spanish or operate in certain industries that are common amongst illegal immigrants. Multiple different factors, it can't just be one, but multiple different factors does give legal rise for these agents to walk up to people and then question them.
Sure, question them, right? Yeah, this does not give legal rise to them to make me prove I'm a citizen. They can't force me to produce papers. This is not what that court case says. And also, this is if I'm understanding correctly, this is a case in one of these multi-stage temporary cases where we've got for now, this is the thing we can do, but we're working out the stuff in the background. And already Kavanaugh in the background seems stressed about this being tied to his name, which is hilarious to me.
He might be stressed, but this is
because it's not what he implied. That's not okay.
Yeah. I mean, I can read it. He didn't. It's not really much here implying. It says, "quote To stop an individual for brief questioning about immigration status, the government must have a
questioning about immigration status.
What brief means?
Not show me your papers. Not I'm going to throw you to the ground. Not I'm going to throw you in the van while we figure it out. Hold on. Not I take you back to headquarters so I can facial scan you like the ICE officers have been on video saying. No, we're going to figure that out at headquarters. Not let me go in my house and get my ID. No, we're going to take you back to headquarters. They've said that on video.
Yeah. Let me finish the
That's
quote,
not
right?
what the Supreme Court case says, is it?
Hold on. Let me finish the quote.
Read it.
To stop an individual for brief questioning about immigration status, the government must have reasonable suspicion that the individual is illegally present in the United States. Reasonable suspicion is a lesser requirement than probable cause and considerably short of the preponderance of evidence standard. Whether an officer has reasonable suspicion depends on the totality of the circumstances. Here, those circumstances include there is an extremely high number and percentage of illegal immigrants in the Los Angeles area, that those individuals tend to gather in certain locations to seek daily work. Those individuals often work in certain kinds of jobs, such as day labor, landscaping, agricultural, and construction, that do not require paperwork and therefore especially attracted to illegal immigrants. That many of them illegally in the Los Angeles area come from Mexico or Central America and do not speak much English. To be clear, Apparent ethnicity alone cannot furnish reasonable suspicion. However, under this court's case law regarding immigration stops, however, it can be a relevant factor when considered with other salient factors. I agree that this right here doesn't necessarily mean that, these factors are present, therefore you can grab somebody and throw them on the ground and haul them off to headquarters. However, after a brief investigatory questioning, if there becomes suspicion that this person is an illegal immigrant, do you think that they can just what's the point of questioning them at that point, right? Just let them go? No. If you develop the suspicion that they're an illegal immigrant, you can justify detaining them for further period of time.
I think you let them go and you report that suspicion. And you go through the normal processes to obtain
for an illegal immigrant. Report the suspicion of some unknown illegal immigrant in the LA area. Really? Yeah. Okay. Well, that's not how the law is enforced. That's not how the law can be enforced. This is that's a phantom law that has zero teeth whatsoever. If you are questioning somebody and you begin to develop a suspicion that they are breaking the law, then of course you can begin to question them further. It could lead to potential further detainment.
How do you prove that they're breaking the law in the absence of actual evidence that they're breaking the law without crossing that threshold that you're describing?
It would have to rely on the questioning. It would have to rely on the questioning and the result of the questioning. If you're questioning somebody, and again,
so you question someone, they say, "I'm an American citizen."
Academic has sent in $2.
Yeah.
Why?
As is the case with many crimes.
As you throw them in the van.
As is the case with many. As is the case with many laws.
Just kidnap and traffic
if the cops suspect you of breaking a law, they're going to question you. And if you don't tell them anything, they're probably not going to have enough to go off of. But as a result of their questioning, they're getting responses that indicate some kind of increased level of suspicion, probable reasonable suspicion, probable cause, blah, blah, blah. You can go down the list. Eventually, you can get to the point where, some of the actions that you're describing are justified. Am I confident in saying that every case demonstrates that the ICE officers are justified? No. And I'm not here to defend.
Say many of them
are? I think many are, yeah. I'm not here, though, to say that to defend every single ICE action, right? I'm here. In fact, I even said that I would be okay with scaling back ICE. That was literally in my intro. I'm here to defend this particular ICE action, which, you brought up Barnes v. Felix, of course. Barnes v. Felix, there's a specific part here in which very specifically says the court does not address a separate question as to whether or how an officer's own creation of a dangerous situation factors into the reasonableness analysis. The courts below never confronted that issue, and it was not the basis of the petition for certiorari.
Right. So it's still open. It's still an open.
It's still open. However, there are other cases that are not controlling because the big one here is going to be Tussis versus Billiot. This is a Seventh Circuit appellate case, so it's not for Minnesota, but it's Seventh Circuit, and it's right next to it. And I'm going to give you the fact pattern really quick. This is a Seventh Circuit Court of Appeals circumstance in which a DEA agent, so a federal police, and by the way, the DOJ actually has more stringent restrictions on how officers have to deal with cars as opposed to the Department of Human, the DHS. So in this case, the DEA was chasing the guy that was a suspected drug dealer. The guy pulled up at a light and stopped, or was in traffic and stopped, and the DEA agent stopped in front of the vehicle, got out, ran at the vehicle with his gun out, was running towards the vehicle with his gun out, and the right lane cleared, right? The right lane had cleared, and the suspect turned their wheel and was turning into the right lane, and the DEA agent shot the suspected drug dealer, right?
Sure.
Kind of arguably similar circumstances, except in this case, the DEA agent was, I think, 15 feet away and running towards the vehicle when he shot. That was determined to be reasonable. And the argument for why it was reasonable was because a vehicle can move very quickly in a very short period of time. You don't know if the vehicle is going to turn, if the person's going to turn different at the very last moment. And so a vehicle moving in your general direction at a distance of around 15 feet or less has, at least in some non-controlling precedent, been determined to be reasonable.
You understand already, though, the disanalogy that I'm going to suggest here, right?
What's the disanalogy?
Which is the reason for the pursuit, the reason for the detention of the suspect to begin with, already has more justification than whatever was happening prior to.
How is that relevant? How is that relevant?
Because what leads up to the case that I sent you is the totality of the circumstances. What led up to the stop? What led up to them ordering them out of the car? All of this is relevant prior to the no, hold on. No, this is exactly the case that I sent you. It's not that it's
I just
officer
read
created.
out my thing to you.
I know. It's not that it's officer created jeopardy. It's that we have to consider the totality of the circumstances, including what led them to be in that circumstance. All of that is relevant. So the fact that they're pursuing a suspected drug trafficker, whatever, who's fleeing from them already is relevant to the totality of the circumstances, is it not?
So
are you saying it's not relevant?
So, hold on. Listen, I think it's relevant to include in the fact pattern, but like when we're talking about, because we're talking about reasonable force, right? Does the officer feel threatened enough to use reasonable force in the area? Now, do I think that running towards a vehicle with your gun out in front of the vehicle, but you're 15 feet away and you're closing the distance, do I think that this is a officer created danger? Probably. I think it's much more so than in this case, where I think the fact, like, there are different facts that make the shooting more justified, actually. In this case, we're not talking about 15 feet. We're talking about, what, 4 feet maybe? 3 feet maybe? We're talking about a considerably shorter distance. We're not talking about the officer running at the vehicle. We're talking about the officer walking around the vehicle before the vehicle is moving, and then as soon as the vehicle revs its engine and the front tire starts spinning, that's when he pulls his gun out. We quite literally see as soon as the threat is created, that's when he pulls his gun out. And we also see a lawful order, which is why the cop was walking around the vehicle in the first place, a lawful order to stop and get out of the vehicle. So when you're telling me, like, well, the totality of the circumstances, when we're looking at Billiot, you know, obviously it's more justified that the cop would suspect more of a danger to his own life as opposed to in this case. I don't see that. Especially when, once again,
remember,
like if we don't want to fix, stop, Scott.
So that
If we don't want to figure out,
shoot whoever they want.
Yeah. Okay, if we don't want to factor in the fact the officer was running, if we don't want to factor, oh my fucking god, if we don't want to factor, let me please, if we don't want to factor in the DEA agent running towards the car because that's going to be an officer created danger. And then if we're not going to factor in the
10 different court cases,
the ICE officer, and we're talking about the ICE officer in this case with Renee Good, you know, we don't want to factor them walking in front of the vehicle because it's also going to be an officer created danger. Why doesn't the distance from the vehicle also factor in if we're talking about the totality of the circumstances?
So, friend, I hear you there, and I'll just say one thing, and then I want to let Grid in and Scott, sorry, you guys. But anyway, one thing. So in terms of like the full context, I hear you on the distance, right? I think that's, I think you're speaking on to something here. That makes sense. But also like the reasons why you're approaching the vehicle matter, right? Like, so if this is let's give examples. One, like an armed and dangerous criminal. Right, that's one scenario. Like, you know, this person is armed. You know they've shot before, right? That has to factor in. Or it could be like this person who was an observer.
Box of white wine, zombie mom.
Yeah, mom's. Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, she was an observer. Right. No reason to think that she's armed. Though, I mean, this is America, but like, still, there's no reason in particular to think that she's armed, or that she's any particular threat. And 3, a person that was like completely random. The cop simply is approaching a person, and then a car, and then the car starts moving in their direction, right? And they had no other reason to be to interact with this individual, right? But they've been approaching them, and then it's coming in the direction, and then the officer shoots. In all 3 of those situations, right? I would imagine like who the officer suspects this is would somehow factor in, but maybe I'm incorrect.
If I may. So there's a couple of things here. Lactoid kind of covered it.
Write
first.
It down.
Huh?
So I was just telling Lactoid, write down your response to me. You can tell me later. But go ahead.
There's a couple of things. First, the officer was moving to assist his partner who was attempting to open the door of the vehicle. He was not just randomly moving around the car with his dick out or something. He was literally like doing his job. He was coming to back up his partner. That's not just putting himself in danger. He was focused on helping his partner. He did not also, Eucharist, you said something in your opening that kind of stuck with me. And what's interesting is that You said that he put the phone in his left hand and then drew his gun. No, he might have put his phone in his left hand as he was coming around to help his partner, but he didn't have the gun out until the car accelerated towards him, which is what Lactoid is saying. Lactoid is saying that, hey, up until the moment that she started moving, until she hit the accelerator.
It was at the same moment. It was at the same, like as soon as the car like hit.
Yeah,
if you do frame by frame, she has not started moving, but while he has the gun out of the holster, I don't care. It's fine, whatever.
It's a big fucking difference.
No, they literally do it frame by frame. I've seen it slow down. Yeah, he's pulling it when the car's engine like immediately starts revving.
Yeah, when the tires start spinning,
and the car's moving, and the car's moving at him. Yes.
Yeah, it's a huge difference. He didn't just pull it out like he was gonna brandish it in front of her face. He pulled it out because he's like, "Holy shit, I'm about to get run over."
And a car is a deadly weapon. That there's also
by the way, yes, that's part of U.S. criminal code. You should know that a car is a deadly weapon when accelerating towards a human. And it doesn't even have to be aimed directly at you. It can be pointed in another direction because cars can move and change direction. And you should know that. Why are you even arguing that?
You never disputed that.
There's also something that
Grid, you acknowledge. Where did you get that body cam footage, by the way, Grid?
No, you know what? You're right. It was a cell phone.
Whether it's cell phone or body cam,
I've never denied that a car is a deadly weapon. Why don't I acknowledge that? Of course it is. No, why did I never brought that up. Why would I bring it up? Because I don't disagree with you on that. My goodness.
So about Plum, and the reason why it's important because that's kind of, I guess, more an answer to Prime because he was talking about what if this person is armed with a deadly weapon. Yes, when we're evaluating overall officer threat, we look at a whole bunch of different factors. But in this case, we're looking at, okay, what factors are like unique here? The distance is very short, right? The vehicle is pulling out and then it starts moving forward, and we're talking about a very short distance between the officer and the vehicle. In the Plumhoff case, Plumhoff versus Rickard, there is a concept that's kind of explained. I don't know if I don't think it's explicitly referenced, but it's explained in along the lines of the perception reaction gap, where when you decide something in the heat of the moment, your body's going to react, but it might take a little bit of time. And at that point, the action's already set into motion, right? The fight animation has already started, and you can't cancel the fight animation. So when you pull out your gun and you're aiming and you decide like, okay, this person's coming at me, and your brain recognizes this is the threat, pull the trigger, and then you pull the trigger. If we're talking about, a 1 second interval or 2 second interval, which is really the time period that we're talking, maybe 1 second, really the time second that we're talking about here. Courts have been much more deferential to police in the past. We're talking, sometimes as long as like 7 seconds, 8 seconds. This was a case of 1 second, and it's at one point, it's very clear the vehicle's tires are straight at one point, and the vehicle's heading at him when his gun is out and aimed at the driver. It's only there is within like the half second to like 1 second following, she is spinning the wheel, right? Which doesn't necessarily matter here for our analysis, but she is spinning the wheel. But by that moment,
video shows her turning the wheel. You acknowledge that, right? We see that in his cell phone camera. We see her turning the wheel.
Yes. In the same way, in the same way that in Billiot, you also had the driver turning the wheel. But as the court mentioned in that one as well, you don't know if they're going to maintain that direction, firstly. Secondly, it is a tall ask when we're talking about less than a second for your brain to see this and recognize what's happening when a vehicle is coming at you. And thirdly, we don't actually know if he saw the woman turning the steering wheel. We know that his camera picked it up, but he's aiming a gun. His gun could have, at her head, it could have been
He's aiming a gun while he has
hand.
his cell phone out recording a TikTok video. Yeah, super professional.
I would like to...
Yes, in the heat of the moment, people do all sorts of weird shit.
I would like to later on look at the
shoot
New
people.
York Times analysis. They did like a analysis of all the videos, and they synchronized the videos. It's only 4 minutes long, but before that, I know our friend Scott's been waiting.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I mean, it can be interesting as an observer to get into the nitty gritty of what precedent is set by the state on whether or not they think their agents of the state can kill people, and to what degree they're allowed to kill people, etc. I mean, it is interesting from just like an autistic perspective, right? But like not a moral one, right? It has nothing to do with morality, and it has nothing to do with law. Several people talked about, we are a nation of laws, or, I'm against this concept of a nation. I wish we were a nation of laws. What we are is we are a nation of decrees imposed by a constitutional republic that kind of breaks its own rules in that regard a lot of times, all the time, actually. And so, no, like if we followed laws, we would follow objective natural law. And in that degree, ICE has no right to self-defense. Grid, you said something, I think maybe it was a slip of the tongue, just like being cheeky, right? You said, ICE are like enemies of the state or something. That I said, no, ICE are the state, right? That's the problem, right? I'm sure you were just like making a cheeky comment, but I figured I'd clarify.
I was taunting you.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, no, ICE are not enemies of the state. That's the problem. If ICE were enemies of the state, then they'd be based and they'd have rights and they'd have the right to self-defense. It would be wrong to run them over both morally and legally. Because they are the state, because they are agents of kidnapping and trafficking innocent victims, right? They are no different than child sex traffickers. They are no different than, the mob. They're in no way, shape, or form morally superior.
Doesn't this apply to police too?
Yes, of course.
All police. So it's just any government agent. Yeah. Okay.
Yes. Individuals that violate human rights on a regular basis as part of their job are bad people. Why is that?
Okay. It's not a shock. Okay. It's not a shock. I promise you it's not a shock. It's just the conversation. Okay. The conversation here is amongst us, and I know you're capable, like you've done this in the past where you're like, okay, I'm going to turn off my NCAP brain and just like try to analyze this from a different perspective for a second.
Yeah, of course.
If you think all government agents can just
Which is why I didn't like scream
force
and interrupt,
majeure on them,
other than like when you went on like
at the
way
end
too long, right? You know what I mean? Like yeah, I get it. You guys are having a conversation from a legal positivist perspective.
Yeah.
Like I get that, right? Like, and I let you do that. I didn't really jump in other than the one time to be cheeky and make a joke until Prime called on me, right? So yeah, I'm giving my perspective here, which is that all of that shit is indeed nonsense. I do believe it to be nonsense. I do think it is nonsense, and I think the real crux of the issue here is that just one more like clarification, Ali. I think maybe you are vastly overestimating the competency of the state, because you said 27 weeks, 10 months of training is what these guys get. Like it's crazy that we call them agents. Our infantry get 22 weeks of training, right? So the U.S. Army. Right, when we take young boys and turn them into American soldiers, get 5 weeks less training than these agents get. Right, so like that's actually a pretty significant amount of training, in terms of like other agencies.
Wait. With the infantry, you do boot camp training, and then you don't just go to war immediately. You go and you be stationed somewhere where you're also doing
boot
training
camp
and working out.
Would
right?
technically be the Marines, right? So you have basic training. And then your advanced individual training is combined with basic training specifically for infantry. And that's 22 weeks. Now, yes, you do have NTC.
And you get thrown into
like
just
field
the front
training.
lines?
You do have NTC, which is like, field training. If like, let's say immediately you deploy, you'd have a couple weeks out in the field. And then, yeah, you'd get close to the amount of weeks of training that are occurring here. Now, the quality, you could argue that the quality of training is different. You could also argue that like, when you're in basic training in AIT, you're there all day long, except for like when you're sleeping or you have free time, right? So you could argue that the amount of hours in that training is pretty close. But like, I'm just saying like this idea of like, oh, they get 10 months of training. Like,
no, not 10 months.
It's a joke.
Resolution. That explains a lot.
27 weeks
is
like
telling you his splits are like
sorry.
0.2. Like
27 weeks.
It almost sounds like one
that's
combined
not,
shot
like, that's not a
in the
really
video.
low
His
amount
split
of
is like
training
bang, bang, bang,
compared
bang.
to everybody
Done
else.
deal.
What I'm saying
So like,
is all of these people are not getting that much training.
People in the streets to throw. Wait, 3 months.
If you go to Quantico, you're getting like 20 something weeks to be an FBI agent. If you're in the infantry, you're getting 22 weeks of training. What I'm saying is you're overestimating all the other people in the government as if like they're getting way more training. They're not. They're all getting low level. They're all getting this basic level of like, okay, and then you go out.
To be a cop, it's like 9 months of school.
Well,
how many months of school?
Prior to this guy joining the
depends
Border Patrol or ICE or whatever, I guess it's ICE. Prior to that, supposedly, I haven't can't confirm this because there's so much misinformation going on out there. But supposedly he was a military police officer before he joined ICE.
So
yeah, but also the fucking old Superman joined. Like, I'm just saying the qualifications for these guys is just like, hey, do you want to join this? Do you want to join ICE?
And I'm just clarifying. I'm just clarifying that like you're overestimating everybody else the amount of training that they get.
Not really.
They all get a low level of training by your.
So, this guy also had a lot of training.
Yeah. And this doesn't count for this individual. So Jonathan, so Jonathan Ross has been around for a while, and this doesn't count for him. Now, this reporting, I'm just telling you what the reporting is, whether you believe it or not. We'll see, right? But according to a reporting by Atlantic, this was in August of 2025. There was this reporting, and I'll just read it to you. New deportation officers at ICE used to receive about 5 months of federal law enforcement training. Administration officials have cut that time roughly in half, partly by eliminating Spanish language courses. Academy training was shortened to 47 days. 47 days. 3 officials told me. The number picked because Trump is the 47th president. DHS officials said the training will run 6 days a week for 8 weeks. So that's the reporting, that they only get 47 days. And to be clear, and something I'm not clear about, because they said something very specific. They said ICE deportation officers, right? I don't know if that means ICE field officers. I'm not sure if those are the same thing. I can see like there's like a group that just
actual sheriffs versus jailers.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
And there's there's probably somebody tasked with them that has more training, regardless.
Yeah.
But again,
that would make sense.
I just wanted to point out
that would make
specifically
sense.
when he was like 27 weeks, I was like, dog, that's
yeah. So
that's everybody.
I don't
in the
know the
government.
details.
They're all fucking they're all a bunch of fucking doofuses until they've been doing it for a few years.
Yeah. So I'd like to, if we could, just it won't take too long. It's only 4 minutes long, but we could look at the New York Times footage here
Video
that discusses this. Yeah. So I'm gonna put this
up. Does it
up.
show the actual shooting? Because if it does, then that would be a violation of YouTube TOS. If it shows the actual shooting, that violates YouTube's TOS.
Is it this? Yeah.
Okay.
Like you can show up to that if you know what the timestamp is, and then stop that.
Yeah, but if you don't know
show
the
the actual shooting of the victim,
but also the timestamp matters for the argument that we're having.
Right?
Yeah, because literally it's like right. Pulls the gun. Yeah.
It's incumbent upon the rest of us to do our due diligence and have watched it first. I understand you want to show it. I'm just saying,
never mind.
And I say wild shit, so I know where the line is, buddy.
I'll say like the New
Weren't
York
you also
Times
banned
video,
from Twitter? I don't know if you really know where the line is, my friend.
I was banned from Twitter. Wink, wink. Because I stated that it was justifiable for someone to remove someone from the road because it constitutes kidnapping. No, not with their car, with their hands. And I was saying the same thing literally every other right-wing pundit was at the time. And then that was the bannable offense because, that's it.
They just didn't like the cut of your jib.
Yeah, how come you guys are okay with like did anyone go crazy? Were you guys condemning the dude who shot the protesters that were blocking the road? Was it like a couple years ago, the old white guy that went out and just kind of shot them in the street? Were you guys condemning that guy? Because I feel like he was renowned by fucking by Republicans at the time.
Yeah,
it's not a problem for me because I don't believe ICE agents have a right to self-defense. But for other people, I'm asking
Blackwood.
Yeah, I recall. No, I remember this argument, and so my argument hinged on
people, kind of like ICE.
My argument hinged on false imprisonment, right? Like how long can somebody like lock you in a closet without authority until you have the right to like escape? And like there is
how long can an ICE agent throw you in a van?
Well, but here's the difference, and I know you're not gonna.
They have a badge. I get it.
You're not. Yeah. You're not going to care for this, but like whether or not an officer is authorized,
special person.
Is authorized to detain somebody.
Let me do this.
Yes, they literally do. Yes, if a cop is walking over and like gonna put you in handcuffs. Yes.
Can I get you to claim specifically that cops have special rights over other humans? Can I get you to reiterate that and double down?
Yes, I'll double down.
Okay.
When an officer, and I behave this way, and I think you do too, and I think everyone here does performatively.
I got to
If
take
we're
a piss.
cop walks up to us at whether it be a traffic stop, whether it be on the street or anything along those lines, and they start putting us in handcuffs and they start putting us in the back of a car, I'm not going to react with deadly force, and it would be wrong to do so. I believe. I know maybe that last part you're not going to agree with, but we're not going to react with deadly force. If some fucking stranger got out of their car with a pair of handcuffs and said they're going to come put me in handcuffs and then throw me in the back of their car, I might respond with lethal force, right? In the first case, we have somebody who
what
is
if you don't?
are
you
case,
performatively, if a mugger points you
stranger?
a gun and says, "I'm going to blow your brains out," are you saying that the mugger has special rights because you performatively obey them because you don't want to die?
No, hold on.
That's the only reason I comply with the cops is because I don't want to fucking get killed or have my property stolen. I don't do so because I like cops.
Okay,
You're saying I'm behaving performatively if I obey the traffic laws and I do.
Yeah, I think you would treat them differently. Hold on, would you treat them differently?
Why does he treat
at
them
all?
If I have a gun, if
Because
I have a
they're
gun to
special
my
or because they
head
have a
and I'm
special right?
if I have a gun to my head and I'm in genuine fear for my life and I don't think that I can respond with force and get away with it, then yeah, I would quote unquote by your definition behave performatively that the mugger has special rights.
No, but let's say let's say you're pulled over by a cop and this is, let's say, a fucking boonies cop and you think you can get away with it if you shoot the cop and escape. Would you do it?
If
they
I
pulled you over,
thought that I could get
and they
away,
pulled you over for speeding.
no
Yeah,
one would ever know.
And they pulled you over for speeding, like a pretty significant speeding.
Yeah, you're getting away with it.
You're getting away with it.
Probably not. I don't want to kill some random dude over that.
Sure, but if some random fucking dude pulled you like I guess pulled in front of you or pulled you over or something, and then like took out his handcuffs and is like, "I'm gonna put you in the back of my car," like you're probably gonna shoot that person if they really try to like put their hands on you, right?
That's all of ICE.
No, ICE is federal police.
We
it's
have
different.
It's random people that you don't know that they're federal police or not.
Hold on, we have
they
to
knew these
engage
people
in
were federal police.
Right, like it sounds cool. The argument sounds cool, but you have to remember that you're engaging in a world where I can genuinely kill a cop and leave him on the side of the road, and no one's gonna find me or find out. Right? That's not the world we live in. Right?
That's why it's a hypothetical. Yeah.
Right, yeah. So if a thug, be they a police officer or be they a criminal, and I am 100% guaranteed that I can throw them in the bushes and get away with it, I might behave differently towards a cop in that regard. Yeah,
that's okay.
I might kill a cop if he was gonna try and extort me for my wealth and my resources.
So you would treat them the same if you could get away with it in both circumstances. And I guess the random person, you wouldn't really even need to get away with it. You'd probably just have a justified case of self-defense there because it'd be false imprisonment. But assuming that you can get away with no legal consequences,
no one would find out either way, really.
Sure,
right?
yeah. In the scenario, no one would find out either way. You would treat them both the same situation. They're both thugs. Is that how you operate?
Assuming that I also would face the same level of social stigma for both actions, right? Which is to say that everyone. Well, but I'd have to keep it a secret, right? I'd have to assume that it doesn't cost me the toll of keeping it secret. Right?
But you think they're both thugs?
That I can tell people. No. Right, but it still means that there's a certain amount of social pressure where I might not do something simply because society deems that it would be wrong to do so. So I'd have to keep this secret, right, and not be able to tell people. But if I could go around and say, I killed a cop, aren't I a good guy? And they'd be like, fuck yeah, dude, you're a good guy. And most people said you were a good guy, and I got to kill the thug, and I got away with it. And everyone and the people around
everyone loves Scott
the
forever
same
and ever.
way, the same way as if I killed a home intruder that came in. They're like, dude, that's kind of badass. Like, you know what? And then girls looked at me and they were like, actually, you're kind of fucking sexy for doing that. You can protect me. Yeah,
your riz just increased.
Kill boony old cop.
So
You know
okay,
what
we went through that. Okay,
Sounds
my
consequentialist.
position is that
no, I'm justified no matter
I do
what.
value.
You're justified in
Scott,
killing a cop no matter what. The
God.
consequentialist
Okay.
portion that you're basing off
Just a
of is
cherry
whether
on
or not it's
top.
of value to me. Right, it's whether or not it's of value to me. It's of no value to me to pull the trigger and end another person's life for something minor. But if I'm going to get a bunch of praise for it and they're a thug intimidating me, then yeah, I might do that.
So one of the things that I value, along with liberty, which I value very highly, I also value a level of stability, which is really important within a society. And as part of that stability, we have authorized certain subsections of the economy to act as enforcers, where they have special authority to enact laws upon people that regular run-of-the-mill
Use the
civilians
same term you already doubled down on, special rights.
Just do not have. Yes, for the special rights, authorities, however specific word you want to use here to understand the concept that I think is pretty clear that I'm putting forward. And so as part of that, we have agencies that are authorized to conduct certain tasks. I think police officers are authorized to do things in the course and scope of their duty that regular civilians are not authorized to do. Cops are authorized to, go into people's houses in circumstances that regular citizens are not able to do. Pull over vehicles, potentially use lethal force in certain circumstances, arrest people, et cetera, et cetera. And this is necessary in order to maintain a level of stability within a society and avoid what I think is, bad,
Right.
I guess, complete fucking
One
Mad
quick
Max
question.
style mob rule. Now,
One
as
quick
part
question.
of
When Thomas
yeah.
Jefferson said that we are all created equal, did you think that he meant some people were more equal than others?
Yeah, I think Thomas Jefferson was okay with cops.
Just curious.
I mean,
Yeah. Hold on.
think
I
they
think
had
Thomas
special
Jefferson.
rights?
I think Thomas Jefferson was okay with cops.
That's
I
not
think
an
he was
answer.
okay
That's
with
not the
giving
answer to the question. You're the one
He
that
ha-
say that they have special rights.
He was obviously okay with the existence of police officers who had special rights.
and slaves.
He was
So some
he was
people
the
are-
president. As the president, he had special rights.
Statist.
So
Did
you
he
believe-
not?
so
He ordered
Are
the
all
Navy
people
to go
equal?
kill Barbary
Do they have
pirates.
different-
Does a
And
regular
he
person get to do
slaves.
that?
He did do that.
He had
100%.
slaves. He had
Does
slaves.
and he owned slaves, Scott. So no, I don't
Barbary-
think he meant it actually.
So actually, number one, the Barbary pirates. He waited until he had congressional approval. Before
No, he did
any
not.
Attack actions.
No,
Yes,
you're
he did.
wrong on that.
Yes,
you're
he did.
wrong. No,
Yes, he
no,
did.
no,
You're
no, he
100%
didn't.
right on this.
How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet?
Them.
Nope,
He
nope. I researched this
deployed them.
before.
He
Nope.
deployed them. He deployed them. They only were to engage in defensive actions, which
In
would be
somebody
if they were
else's
attacking
territorial
someone.
waters.
Do Barbary pirates have rights? Do Barbary pirates
they
have
were
rights? Or are
They were
criminals?
agents of this. They were agents of the state. They were agents of the pashas. That
Do
were
Barbary
they were
pirates-
support-
Barbary
pirates
they were
have
they were they
rights?
were agents of the. Hold on.
Do
They were
have
agents of the
rights?
Stop interrupting me. They were agents of the pashas who were under the Ottoman Empire.
keep
They were
interrupting you until you-
they were
until
they
you
were
answer
they
the
were
question.
they
Do
were
they
they
have
were
rights?
state
Do they have
actors.
rights?
They were
Do
they were
pirates
state
have
actors. Yes, everybody has rights, regardless of the pirate or not.
Do they
So,
lose their rights by
Stop.
kidnapping
No.
people?
No.
Yes or no?
I answered your question.
Do
Do I get to go now or not?
Please, back to it.
I asked
Oh,
your
I'm
question.
sorry. The Barbary
Great.
pirates had special
Great.
rights.
Great.
They had
So
extra rights. They were
Thomas
more equal
Jefferson.
than others.
Come on,
Shut the
come
fuck
on,
up.
let Dwight finish, please.
Jesus
please,
Christ.
please.
Thomas Jefferson in 1801, like I think 6 months before he got congressional approval to do so, Congress authorized it after the fact because they were on leave. They were like on vacation, and Thomas Jefferson didn't bother them with that. Didn't convene any kind of special session. Thomas Jefferson ordered the Navy to go out into to kill Barbary pirates that were attacking U.S. commerce vessels off the coast of Tripoli, Algeria, that kind of North African area.
Mhm, yeah.
Now the
Well, Marine Corps
negotiations
saw that,
prior
yeah.
the negotiations prior to this were with the pashas, which were princes in that area that were subordinate to the Ottoman Empire. They were state actors. The question is not whether or not they themselves are criminals. I know you think that state actors are criminals. The question is, did Thomas Jefferson have the authority
Yeah, I
as
think
commander in
pirates
chief?
are criminals. Yeah.
Yes, sure. Did Thomas Jefferson have more rights to order the military to do shit than your average run-of-the-mill American?
So what is a right?
Yes or no, Scott? Are you going to answer that question? Did Thomas
The answer's
Jefferson
no.
have more rights?
The answer's no.
No. Okay, fine.
The answer is
Then
no, because it's
Great,
objectively
great.
true that Thomas Jefferson doesn't have more rights. And number two, power and authority to tell other people what to do is not a formulation of rights.
Oh my God. Okay, if
Number
I
three-
use the word
number
if I
three,
use the
in
word
terms
right
of-
in a way
in
that
terms of-
bothers you, we can just use the word
In
authority.
terms of-
does that
in
work?
terms- yeah, sure, of course.
Okay,
but of course
great.
it would
Then
be
we
you
can move
moving the
past this.
goalposts, because you know what rights are. Secondly, in terms of Thomas Jefferson owning slaves, how many times did Thomas
Motherfucker.
Jefferson petition for the right to be able to sell his slave, to be able to get rid of his slaves while still maintaining debt?
I don't know. He still owned him.
3 times.
still owned
Because
them.
It was literally illegal for him to free them while he had debts.
Oh, because
So
they were
it's illegal
The
for
assets.
him
law
to free
required
them.
the
They were an
law
asset,
requires
yeah,
that because slaves.
So
were
couldn't he have
property,
sold off
if
some
you were
percentage of them,
indebted-
paid off his debts, and then released them?
Yeah, he didn't. Yeah,
But he didn't do
Yeah,
that.
why-
he didn't want to sell them.
He wasn't.
He didn't wanna sell them.
He freed his.
They're
he
pretty
freed as many
profitable,
as he
right?
could on his deathbed.
On his deathbed. Very convenient, right? When he doesn't have that, when he's
How
about to
many times did
die.
he petition? He petitioned multiple times to
So
change the
what?
law so that he would
No.
be able to free slaves while in debt.
So what? So what? This is still not the optimal moral solution. This is still not the
legally, you're not
optimal
allowed
moral
to free
solution.
slaves.
You can say, I understand that Thomas
he can
Jefferson
sell
maybe was
slaves to
better.
another
Maybe he
person.
was better than
Yeah.
some like
They would
average
still be
fucking,
slaves.
southern fucking
He petitioned
kind of slave
for
owner.
the right to be able
It doesn't
to free
matter.
his slaves, which he was not legally allowed to do.
And he was
He
only
could
able to do that
sell
on his
slaves
deathbed.
and pay off his debt.
He was
but if
only
he
able to do that on his
sold them at a
deathbed.
specific
But if
profit,
ICE
he
had
wouldn't
come
be able to
knocking
free
at
other slaves.
Monticello, right? If ICE had come knocking at Monticello,
He'd have said, "Where's your fucking warrant?"
Okay, so I'm okay. Now that
He
we've
was a
established
liberal,
that,
right?
I'm gonna use the word authority here, not to trigger Scott. But now that we have the term, okay, officers have authority, that they're entrusted with authority in order to enforce some level of order within our society. Scott doesn't agree. Everybody else here does, especially Eucharist, who I was having really the contention with, I think, before, when it comes to the authorization of ICE agents to do the things that they do. Now, I guess we can just go a little bit Socratic method here. Do you think that that ICE had the authorization to order that woman out of her car?
I'm of mixed opinion. I lean toward no.
You lean towards no.
Yeah.
Under what
Yeah.
circumstance could ICE order a woman out of a car?
If she was actually stopping them from conducting their normal business.
And you feel comfortable with the evidence in front of you to know that she wasn't?
That's why I'm mixed, leaning toward no. I
Okay.
based on the video where cars are passing her, I don't feel comfortable saying she was keeping them from conducting their normal business.
When she is stopped perpendicular in a roadway like that, I understand she's waving cars by, and
Yeah.
that might be
Yeah.
a good a defense there. But do you agree that she is contributing to congestion along that road that ICE is operating on?
Sure.
Why was she perpendicular? Why didn't she turn and go about her way?
I don't know why she was perpendicular. I know, as you said, we have video now that shows that she was there for a couple of minutes. I think, as for why she didn't go about her way, I don't know. I don't know her intent. So I think what was happening prior to her being shot in the face was an officer recording her license plate to report her to local authorities so that they could cite her for a traffic infraction. And then they decided that it was sufficient enough to say,
Right. What
pull
did
her
they
out of her
say?
car.
What did the wife say in response to him taking a video of that license plate?
I don't remember her exact.
It's not going to change today or tomorrow.
Yeah. She insinuated that she was going to switch out the license.
No.
plate.
She said
No,
it's
no.
not.
The
No.
opposite.
Yes.
No,
not
she's
gonna
the
get-
opposite.
Yes.
She said
No,
no.
no.
No, listen.
She was sarcastically. She was sarcastically, obviously.
She
No.
was-
If you're gonna gaslight me, hold on. If you're gonna gaslight me
ahead.
about this, like we can
Make
watch
your
the whole
case and I'll
fucking-
make mine. Go ahead.
Yes. When you watch the video, he's going around taking a video of the license plate, and she says, "We're definitely not going to switch out the license plate. Don't worry, we're not going to do that." Now, if you think that's her honestly saying, "Yeah, they're not going to switch out the license plate," then I got a fucking bridge to sell you.
What I think she's referencing is the
Fucking
fact
white
that
Karen mom does
What
not
I
have
think-
access to fucking fake license plates. And
What I
shit,
think she's
right? Like,
referencing
she's
is
just
very
Regular on the road.
what I think she's referencing very obviously is the fact that ICE is using personal
I'm sure she
vehicles
knows a
and
chop
swapping
shop
license plates
personally.
on them to masquerade what vehicle it is. Their license plates change day to day because they are swapping them between personal vehicles that they are using for this enforcement. She is making a reference to the idea that ICE using their SUVs that are running around
Yes.
town are swapping license
Sure.
plates. She's clearly making a sarcastic reference to that. She's not saying we are going to swap the license plates. She's saying
Yes.
we, in
That's a-
contrast to you,
that's a hell of
are
a reason.
not going to swap
You
them.
didn't know she was
That
double.
doesn't. Okay, let me respond.
You didn't know she
That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. When
It
you
does
look at
make
the act-
sense. What do you mean it doesn't make
Stop
sense?
spurging,
Black
stop
Droid,
spurging,
Black
stop spurging,
Droid,
stop
Black
spurging,
Droid, hold
stop
on,
spurging.
hold on.
Stop
No,
spurging.
Black
Let me
Droid.
respond.
Okay.
You
Okay,
cut me off right when I said that doesn't make sense because. What do you mean? Calm down. So that doesn't make sense when you look at the totality of their actions, right? When you look at the fact that they're sitting in the road perpendicular for an extended period of time, despite the fact that they could have driven out and left at any moment. When you look at the fact that she is following the ICE officer around as the ICE officer is walking around taking a video of the license plate,
Right.
literally like before walking back over to where he was before, and then you see at the very end moment, right before the Renee Good takes off in her fucking Honda Pilot, you hear the wife say, like, drive. Like,
Right,
she
yeah,
yells
okay.
at the
She
driver
says
to drive.
She says drive. Yes.
Drive, baby, drive.
Was that sarcastic?
She's
No.
trying to get away, leave.
Well, there's a separate
She was
statement.
telling
What
her
are
to
you
run
talking
over the
about?
officer.
Yeah, guys.
Black
Yeah,
I
well,
don't
the
believe your
officer
comment,
was
and
in
all the rest
front
is
of the
sarcastic.
vehicle when she
He
yells
was
to
on the
drive.
side, and then she turned away.
Hold on, stop. Was the officer in front of the vehicle when she said to
He was
drive?
on the corner of the vehicle.
No.
Yes.
When she
does
said to
that-
drive,
that-
he was in front. He was directly in front of the
Why
vehicle
does
when
that
she said to
matter?
drive.
God,
What do you mean? What does that matter?
Sorry,
Prime.
Chris.
Okay, hold on. So she was turning. I don't know who disagrees that she was turning.
What was the intention of her driving?
The question
behind her saying drive
doesn't matter. Hold on. It doesn't. First of all, she's dead. We're not like the
No.
intentions of
Her
her.
partner is
the-
dead. Her partner who told her to drive.
Yeah,
What was the
yeah,
intention
yeah.
of telling her to drive?
Yeah,
To run over the
so-
officer to get away?
No, to escape. My
Okay,
whole
so why
argument.
are you using
My whole
it to say,
my
like,
whole
why
my
she
whole
did
argument.
drive? Because the
My
officer
whole
was in
argument.
front of the car.
My whole argument is that the intention was not I'm going to run over the ICE officer
Mhm.
because I want to run over the ICE officer. The argument is I
it
think
just
that
me, or
she
does
was
everybody
I'm
sound
going
like
to
the mouths
escape,
full
and
of
if I run
cotton?
over the ICE officer in the process, so be it.
No,
That
that's
is
no.
two
If it was
totally
she would
different.
have went straight.
If
it was
she
Soviet,
missed,
she would have went straight. Or
assuming she didn't hit the ICE officer, which she
turning away.
likely
The guy was on
did.
the corner of the car.
Assuming she didn't hit the ICE officer, which she likely did, she missed him by centimeters. If you're driving a vehicle
Well, she
at
didn't miss him,
somebody,
she bumped him.
so
because
she
she was
fucking
getting
hit the
away.
guy.
Not intentionally.
She fucking hit the
The
guy,
intention
and you're
isn't
gonna.
to hit the person. The intention is to get
The
away.
intention
He's in
was to
front of the
leave,
car.
and she was saying, "Oh, I'm gonna
Yeah,
fucking hit.
she- yeah,
if
she
I hit the
doesn't
guy,
want
hit the guy."
random
And she
strangers.
hit the guy.
Well, listen.
Bro, if I'm like, "Oh, I'm gonna back up out of my fucking driveway," and you're standing right there, I run you over. Are you gonna be like, "Well, Lactoid didn't intend to hit me. He just
I don't know.
intended to
You're
leave."
trying to
Can we-
yank me
You
out of my
were
car
there.
while-
Out
Are you
of the
trying to yank me
driveway?
out of
You
my
were
car
in
while
the
you're
path of the
unbadged,
vehicle.
unnamed? Are you trying to pull me out of my car while I'm unbadged, unnamed? Are you trying to detain me while you're?
He had a
unbadged,
badge.
unnamed?
They were ICE.
What badge?
They were like they were known to be ICE. They were acknowledged as ICE by the driver
wasn't?
and her
Who was
wife
he?
Clear,
right
she
before the
believed-
incident happened.
She
Who was
she
he? Who was
believed
the
they were
officer?
ICE. What,
She
wouldn't
believed they
be
were ICE.
recognizing
That's
them.
why
They
they
were
were
badge
insulting
number?
them.
What was
Yeah,
the
yeah.
badge
Everything
number?
up to that
What
point
was his
doesn't make
badge
any
number?
sense.
What was his badge number?
I don't know what his fucking badge
What
number
his
was.
name?
What does that do with
What's his
anything?
name? What's his name?
Bro,
What's his name?
what the fuck? Do you deny that he? First of all, do you deny
His
that he
name
was an ICE
Jonathan
officer?
Ross. We actually
Yeah.
know
No.
Do you
that.
do you
No, I
deny
don't
that he was an
deny
ICE officer?
No, I
Do you
don't
deny that they? Do you think that they didn't think he was an ICE officer?
No, they probably knew he was a nice officer. Still some
Okay,
random
so
stranger
yeah,
trying to get your-
yeah, okay.
A random
It's
stranger?
random-
You mean
it's
a
just a
random
random
federal
stranger
police
trying-
officer
with
giving you
no
lawful orders?
badge, no badge number,
Bro,
no
if
name.
it was a random stranger, it would
Yes,
be wrong to
he's
run them over. It's
When
not
you-
wrong
Oh
when
my
you're
God,
a
Scott!
random stranger trying to get my
Scott,
license
stop!
information,
Ah.
how come the random ICE
We
agent
get it.
with no name gets to have my license plate information and know where the fuck
We
I
got
live
it.
and know all my information as an American citizen? No, I'm gonna drive the fuck off, especially when they're
Oh.
trying to detain me.
We-
You're in front of my way. You're in front of my way. That sucks.
She
to keep you out of
obviously
the
knew they
inside
were
car.
That sucks
officers,
to be you.
though.
That was her mentality. Hold on. What was just articulated right there, that is exactly what I believe
Yeah, I have a right.
most
to
of the
freedom.
evidence
I'm getting the
demonstrates-
fuck out of here.
I think this is
We-
what it shows. I think Ollie's attitude is likely the attitude that Renee had. I'm getting out of here. This guy is standing in front of my
Yeah,
car.
fuck this guy.
Fuck him. Fuck this guy.
No.
That's-
fuck you.
that's what I
she's
think
like
was
Pete
going through her mind.
Hegseth when he was talking about Maduro. Fuck around and find out.
She should have
ICE
turned
fucked
into
around.
him, but she
And they
didn't.
found out.
And then Renee Good found out. Really didn't work out for her, huh?
Yeah,
so hon.
dude, I've said the whole time that if she's a commie, which she probably is,
No,
that like it's two.
but
criminals
that's
fighting each
crazy
other.
too.
They
I
both
also
fucked
don't
around
believe in
and
just
found
fucking
out.
killing people for being
Yeah.
communists. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so
didn't say kill people for being communists. I didn't say that was good. I'm just saying
So he doesn't feel
But I
bad
think-
about it. He just,
bad. I don't feel bad
I
when a
understand
commie
where
eats a
Scott's
bullet.
going. I just
Ah.
I just don't go
Okay,
there very
let's-
often.
Corey's been waiting.
ahead,
So
Corey.
let's the random. I gotta step away for a second. I just gotta go to the bathroom, but I'll be right back. Okay. But I am listening. Okay.
Okay, I'll hold back on the slurs while you're away.
Thank
but,
you.
So, Lactoid, I just
Mhm.
want to see where your legal intuitions are. I'm not asking for the perfect analysis, and just to see where your line is maybe. So let's say an officer is trying to detain someone, but this person, okay, they're up against a wall, but they're brandishing a knife. Okay, and the knife, they're just
Wait,
pointing the
hold
knife.
on. Who's brandishing the knife? The person up against the wall?
Yes, the person up against the wall.
Okay.
The person they're trying.
Okay.
The person.
Is
that
this in the
officer-
UK or America, right? Because a knife
Well,
is a whole
go ahead,
different
Corey.
meaning there.
I'm following. So you got somebody who's up against the wall and they have a knife. Okay.
Yes. And the knife is extended a little bit forward. If the officer just charges forward and runs into the knife, are they then justified to shoot the person?
And the person standing still.
Yeah, they're up. That's
No.
why I used the wall. Like, okay.
Yeah, no.
And then what would be your, again, just your intuitions, either legally or whatever morally, but why would they not be justified?
Because the person hasn't made like any affirmative, like aggressive act that puts the officer's life in danger. They're just standing there.
Yeah. But
Now,
like,
here's a more comparable scenario to make it more analogous to this. A guy standing up against the wall with a knife. An officer shows up and slowly is approaching him with like his gun out or taser out or something along those lines. When he gets within a certain feet, then the knife guy bolts forward with the knife. Then the cop shoots him. That would be justified. And if Renee Good was sitting in the car and it did not move forward, like there wasn't the rev in the car moving forward, then I would think that the officer would not be justified in shooting. The only question is, when you look at like the frame by frame slowdown, was the vehicle heading towards the officer at the time of the shooting? And thus did the officer have a reasonable fear for his life? Because the vehicle at that point was heading towards him, I think he had a reasonable justification for fear of his life. And this would be similar whether it be like the knife situation,
not fear of his
even
life.
if you can be pulled under a car and it can kill you. We're talking about like a multi-thousand-ton hunk of metal. It's a deadly weapon. And in other circumstances, like I just also feel like the benefit of hindsight, like even in hindsight, I think this is pretty reasonable. But the benefit of hindsight, like it seems like you guys are just incapable of putting yourselves in that situation. Like you pull out a gun, and we're talking about like 0.4 seconds.
I agree. I would not be in front of a car as an officer.
Yeah,
I agree.
Yeah.
If only he could have moved out of the way of the car in 0.4 seconds. Oh wait, he did. He did.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
He was moving out of the. Yeah, he's trying to move out of the way of the car. Yes, but apparently he already got hit. So clearly, despite trying to move out of the way of the car,
if he hadn't shot her, would he have survived?
he probably
Buttons,
would have survived in hindsight.
Probably like 90%. Yeah, 95.
Like a
90%.
99, like
liberals
100%.
Yeah.
Truly
So,
lying,
oh
changing
no! What would have
definitions of
happened if
life,
you? Oh no!
What
You
kind of
didn't get a
analysis is
second
that?
to react.
We detach
Hold on. What the fuck kind of
reality.
analysis is this?
It's-
Let's say I've got a
wait, what do you mean? What kind of analysis is this?
No,
It's a
let me
probability
follow
of
up. Let me
circumstances.
follow up. Yeah, let me follow up.
Absolutely.
Let's say I have a
Thank you very
gun with
much
one
for the
bullet in it.
feedback.
Stop. Yeah, of course it's ad hoc. I'm about to point. I know. I'm about to point it out. I'm about to point it out, right? If I pull out a gun that's got one bullet in the chamber and I shoot at you and it clips your ear, and then you shoot me and kill me,
Yeah,
you wouldn't
fine.
have died if you didn't shoot and kill
Fine.
me, right?
Very different
Why?
than the car that clips your
why different?
clips your hip driving the opposite direction. Yes, very different.
Not
No,
going
hold
the-
on. Did you know when you pulled the gun out and when you made the conscious decision to pull the trigger, when the car is heading directly at you, did you know that it was going to swerve to the right? Did you know that she wasn't going to swerve to the left? Or do you see
I'm
a
sorry.
vehicle coming in your general direction?
No, when he moved out of the way, it wasn't going in his direction anymore. He was driving away. That's why he got such a clean shot.
No, the first
You
shot
got
was
hit.
through the front windshield.
Okay,
I
first
know,
shot
and then
fine.
the second
First
you
shot
weren't.
fine.
And he
Okay.
was hit.
Sure, fine. And then she's past him, and then what does he do?
So I even said this. The question in my mind is only on the second two shots. The first
Okay,
shot,
great.
I think, is clearly. But here's the thing. I think the second two shots are also probably okay.
Fine,
and-
fine.
and-
You can
and-
say
and-
that, but you acknowledge they are clearly different. He's been clipped. She's
It's a
moving
little different.
away. Right,
It's a little
they're
different.
different. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
not a
it's
little different. It's
it's a little
it's
different.
wildly different because
I'll
he is
explain why it's
no
different.
longer at risk.
Oh yeah. So by the time of
At
the,
that moment,
and-
he's no longer at risk. You're
yes,
right. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Like,
Now the second and third shot, and you're right.
But that's post hoc as well.
That's post exactly.
What do you
it's
mean?
Post
But-
hoc.
what do you- I don't care if it's post hoc.
So
Can I-
It's
no,
the totality of the circumstances.
Wait.
I don't care if it's post hoc.
Jump in.
We review
So-
everything post hoc.
no,
We
this
review
is
all
literally-
use of force
stop,
situations
stop.
post hoc.
No,
Don't
no, no.
we?
So
If I-
so
if I-
this is
break
there's
into your
literally
house,
a
if I break into your
oh my
house
fucking
and I
God.
pull a gun on you, right?
Jesus.
I break into your house, I pull a gun on you,
Oh my God.
and then you shoot me once, and then we post hoc realize that first shot absolutely dismantled me, right? Like I dropped the gun and like my nerves were damaged in both my hands. The bullet somehow went through both arms. I would be incapable of grabbing a gun or doing anything. I'm bleeding out. And then you shoot me two more times. Is it not true that in that moment those two other
you
shots would be
might
justified?
actually be convicted for excessive use of force depending on the circumstances.
That's
but what I'm
retarded,
saying
because in that
okay.
moment you don't know if I'm a threat or not. In that
It
moment,
depends
all
on
you
the
know is you pulled
totality
a
of the
gun on me.
circumstances, right?
All you know is
This is
I pulled a gun on you.
all
and
of
you
these
shot me to defend
situations.
yourself, and then within within a second and a half, you put out 2 more rounds to ensure that the threat is taken care of.
Any self-defense situation depends on the totality of the circumstances. There have been cases, both private and cop, where first shots are justified, subsequent shots are not. That's just the way it works legally. And
depends
Lactoid,
if-
you know this.
it depends. It depends if there's a second. It depends if there
is not a moral one, but instead a legal positivist case.
It depends.
So you're trying to
I was
cope
going to go down
on
a
this
fucking
situation.
shit.
No, it's not a legal
this isn't going
positivist
down
case.
ACAB shit.
No,
This is
no,
literally
this
an
is
internal
not legal
critique.
positivist. This is moral. This is
No,
when
this
can
is not a moral case, because you know that if the first shot is justified, subsequent
then
shots
mag dumping
within 2
anytime
seconds,
afterward. Okay, fine.
Yes, absolutely. If
How many
your
seconds,
life
Scott?
is threatened-
Scott, how many
if
seconds?
your
How many
life is
seconds
threatened-
afterwards? Scott, how many seconds afterwards is my mag dump justified?
Until you are aware that this person is dead and
How
has no
how
control
can we
over the
determine
vehicle.
if you're aware? The totality of the circumstances,
to
which was what we
mag
rule
dump.
on in a court of
You
law
get to
when we
fucking
adjudicate these
mag
circumstances.
dump. You get to mag. I know that you're really angry and you're yelling and you're trying to cover up for the
Okay,
fact
hold on. I'm
that
sorry.
your
I just need to
entire
say really
position
quickly. I
is
just need
a
to say
legal
really
positivist
no.
position.
I just need to say really quickly. But Lactoid was yelling earlier, and people weren't telling him he was yelling. I'm just saying people yell.
Well, I
in
yelled when you started
circumstance.
yelling.
People, no. I muted myself the
Well,
whole
you
time you
started
were
it.
yelling at other people. You were yelling
I did
at
not
Corey.
start it.
You were yelling at Corey, and I was muted the entire time. I just want to say, sometimes
yell at
we
Corey.
yell in these circumstances. We're all very worked up. What I'm saying, Scott, it's not a legal positivist situation. What I'm saying is we have to rule, morally speaking, in these cases on, is there a reason you should have known that this person was incapacitated or not? Was there a period of time where you should have known that they could not pose a threat to you or not? And
So
these
let's
are
take a
relevant
hypothetical. All right,
questions.
let's calm down. Take a hypothetical.
Oh,
Let's
calm
assume
down,
for
calm
the
down,
sake of
Scott.
argument-
Calm down, you enemy of the state, Scott. It's okay. Calm down, Scott. Jeez.
Okay.
I'm perfectly calm.
Go ahead.
Scott,
Have your
So
hypothetical, please.
take a hypothetical. Let's assume, just for the sake of all argument, that the first shot is justified. Right?
Okay.
Now, why would it be that if we're assuming that the first shot is justified because the officer, actually, let me clean this up. The first shot is justified because the officer is in genuine danger from a person that they believe or they have knowledge of, whatever, is attempting to run them over and attack them with the vehicle.
Sure.
Why would the subsequent shots that happened immediately after, where the cop does not have time to understand whether or not they have stopped the threat, why would
You don't
those
think-
be not justified?
Because he has time to understand he's clear of the vehicle that was threatening his life.
because
the answer.
because modern
So-
vehicles
so
can't
what if
move
they turn the
sideways. You can't move
Well,
sideways.
then-
right?
then
Like,
you
he's-
can shoot.
he's past.
Then you can
You,
shoot.
you can't.
Okay, but
You
does
can't-
he,
you
is he
literally cannot do
required
that.
to know? Okay,
Sorry.
when we're talking about she was turning her wheel to back up, then she was revving right to go straight to hit the officer, right? Then she slightly turns to the right as the first shot is occurring simultaneously, right? And so the question is like, is she trying to escape? Right? We're looking.
So that's the
post,
first shot.
but-
No,
but the
I'm looking at the
standard
first
here,
shot,
if we're
the
doing an
second-
internal critique, the standard
Less than a
here
second
is
passes
about
between the first,
the standard
second,
here
and third
It was
is
shot.
like
not-
0.2
was
splits.
Yes,
hold
it
on,
does.
hold on.
0.6
The
seconds.
standard here, if I'm attempting to do an internal critique of your positions, because obviously we all know my ANCAP one at this point, right? The standard here is, does
not
the
quite sure.
officer
Tell me again.
believe, and is he reasonable in believing that his life is under threat from this person? So it doesn't matter whether or not the wheel is turned to the right slightly. What matters is whether or not from his field
That's
of
not-
perspective,
I know.
as he's
I-
getting
I
hit
am-
by a car,
I am
whether or
going
not
on
he believes that
your-
this person
I
is
am
attacking
going
with
on
a-
your
Oh,
your
why
logic.
are you
I'm
interrupting me
working
right
with
now? What's going on?
Sorry, no, I'm with you. I'm responding.
Right. So this is, I mean, presumably to you as well, right? So if
Yeah.
he shoots, right, like why is it in your opinion, right,
I'll tell you.
that presuming the first shot is justified,
Mm-hmm.
that the second and third shots that happen immediately subsequently after that are designed to do the same thing as the first shot, which is to neutralize the threat to him as he's being hit in a very quick time. Why are
Understand.
Why does
I
he
hear
have a
you.
duty to do one shot and then stop and see if they're going to turn or can't the vehicle and slide and hit
Well,
him some more and run him
First
over
of all,
and kill his friends or something?
the more shots, more likely you are to actually kill the individual, right? That's why we need to be assessing, right? When we were
But if the
thinking,
first shot is justified, then we're
I
okay
no, no,
with
no,
him killing the
I hear
individual.
you here. I'm not pushing back against the hypothetical, not at all.
Mhm.
Okay. So we put a lot of authority in these officers' hands, right? And so every use of force, individually, actually, yes, you have to put some thought into that. So understanding, according to this hypothetical, first shot justified. When the second and third shots happen, she is he is completely clear of the car, or she's completely clear from whatever, right? Because he fires into to the side window. He clearly fires in the last two shots into the side window.
Yes.
And modern cars cannot move sideways. They can't move sideways. There is impossible.
There's a really cool movie called Tokyo Drift. It is absolutely possible, especially on ice.
Oh,
But
you mean if it drifts? Oh,
if she cants and guns it like she was before, she absolutely could still hit him in that position. But setting that aside, what I'm saying is the problem is that the officer in question, the agent in question, is under the assumption, assuming that it's justified. I don't believe it's justified. Assuming it's justified, is under the question that there's a person trying to hit him with a car. There's no reason to believe that if he stops while they're still behind the point of a vehicle and having attacked him, right, that they're not simply going to just whip the car to the left and gun it and try and continue hitting him.
Okay, then I'll respond one other thing, and then anyone else can jump in. Also, we do have to get to Corey. Corey had his hand up for quite a bit here.
Are you mirrored on the stream, or is it just for me?
I think
he just is all white people the same. That's all.
No, I think he's mirrored.
Am I
like you're pointing at?
Yeah,
I feel like you're pointing to him.
I'm pointing at Corey.
You're pointing to
right now. You're pointing to me.
Right
yeah.
now.
Oh no! On my screen, I'm pointing at Corey. Oh, okay. Why this has happened is because of I started using the OBS virtual cam. I never used that before, and I mirrored it, and I thought it mirrored it on the way out. Oh my God, you guys have been confused the entire time.
Yeah, no, it does it with my virtual cam
We're not
too.
confused because you always name it when you point as well, and we can kind of figure out what you mean.
It does that on my virtual cam too.
I've seen a confused look in your eyes before. I'm like, why is he confused? I'm putting right at him. So like,
Prime, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can Grid explain why he's displaying this on the screen right now?
Oh, for Scott. For Scott.
Okay. All right. Do you agree with it?
Yeah.
Do I agree with it? No, I think it's an interesting observation.
With the application to the situation, do you think this woman was not a human life? That she was a communist and deserved to be killed?
I'm literally just giving this for Scott.
I'm just curious. I was just curious. I was just wondering why you decided to display it.
Okay.
So.
Okay. I got to take care of that.
Communists are humans, right? They're just humans that have rejected the non-aggression principle. And that's
so this is Corey, right?
That is me. That is now.
Now you're pointing to Corey.
In my screen, I'm pointing to Lactoid. So, okay. I am so sorry. Thank you, Scott, for telling me that, because I wouldn't have known otherwise.
Fair enough.
But, yeah. Okay. So, sorry. I apologize, Scott. You asked me a question, and I had a response. Or I was going to say something.
Second and third shot, assuming that it's justified, and assuming the officer is shooting because he believes someone is using a deadly weapon to try and harm or kill him, or the other people outside of the vehicle. Why is it that the subsequent shots, which are also designed to neutralize the target, are unjustified? Are you saying that cops have a duty to shoot once, and then after they shoot once, they have to then reassess the situation, and then they can shoot again, and then they have to stop and assess the situation? I think
cops should absolutely.
Because I don't think that's the legal position. From legal position.
Not the legal position. Oh, I'm sure there's not a legal position, but no, actually, you should be assessing constantly your use of force, right? Like if a person is down, right? There's no reason.
I feel like you can have a lot more dead cops if you do that, which I'm cool with, but I don't feel
no. Cops should go. It shouldn't be the fact that cops are concerned about their own lives more than the lives of the public. So in these cases,
why is that?
Like,
shouldn't their life take priority over anyone else's life? Shouldn't any human's life?
This is every
take priority
self-defense
over other
situation.
people's life?
Fuck no, not when you're have the badge when you're supposed to protect and serve. Sorry, let's not go down this route because it's going to be a complete distraction. The thing I was going to say before was that like there's a reason why that the the manuals, police manuals, tell you not to shoot at cars, right? Because cars, like we saw in the video, keep going after you shoot into them. So you can shoot and kill the driver, right? So like even if he follows his intentions, you shoot to kill the driver, but the foot goes down in the accelerator, as we saw.
Always.
She was but it did. In this
in this situation, it did.
Yes, and that's the reason why you don't want to do this. This is they literally don't. We during this week we've had many examples brought up of like in terms of police standards. Do not shoot at moving cars, right? Like within police standards, that is in their standards.
Nope.
What standard are you talking about? There's different.
Find me any standard, especially DHS or anything comparable. In fact, give me a single policy which says that you cannot shoot at a vehicle if you believe your life is in danger.
No,
right? That is required.
I'm talking about a moving car. That's what I'm talking about.
Not
necessarily if it's in your life is in danger. I'm saying a moving. Sorry. Well.
There are general it generally states not to shoot at a moving car unless. And if his life wasn't in danger, then everyone would agree that it's not a good shoot. The question is,
his life wasn't in danger.
No one here agrees with you that his life was in danger.
He had a reasonable belief that his life was in danger.
He had a reasonable
belief that his life was in danger.
We'll see what court decides. Oh wait, they're not cooperating. He'll never see a court. We will never know.
And his life was in danger.
No, it wasn't, and we'll never know because it will never end up in front of a court because he's being protected by the feds that you claim to hate. You're a libertarian. You don't like these feds, but they're protecting him. This will never appear in front of a court, Lactoid.
Lactoid isn't a libertarian.
So I understand it's probably not going to. It's probably no. Yeah, I would. So Jesus fucking Christ.
He's called himself a libertarian. That's why I'm accusing him of it.
I would continue to call myself a libertarian, okay? I think that it's okay to be a libertarian and believe
you're a bootlicking libertarian. Yes, it's fine. I think it's okay to be a bootlicking libertarian. That's fine.
Relax. Hey, you believe in police. Eucharist. You believe in police, right? Scott would call you a bootlicking libertarian.
That's fine. I'm not a libertarian. I've never called myself a libertarian.
Yeah, well, you're a bootlicker, though.
I'm not hypocritical.
Are you a bootlicker?
Yeah.
Are you a bootlicker?
Fine. Call me a bootlicker.
Are you
a... Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, now here's where we are. Where you want to go after like certain political identifiers as if that matters here.
I don't actually.
We're talking for who's more.
Can I stop yelling? I'm sorry. I know.
It's fine.
I don't care about the political identifier. What I'm suggesting is that in normal circumstances, you would be opposed to federal agents doing things and then being protected without court oversight or without any sort of review of their actions, right? But what's happening right now is that they're never going to end up in front of a court. This will never get adjudicated, right? We will never know if he had a reasonable fear for his life because those facts will never appear before a jury. It just won't, because Trump has said, Vice President Vance has said he has absolute immunity. The government is protecting him. The FBI is refusing to cooperate with state officials. So there will never be an investigation into this shooting on the state level. The feds certainly will never prosecute it. It will never appear before a jury. We will never have these questions adjudicated in a court of law. And so we'll just have to argue about it on debate panels. And that sucks. I would much rather this appear before a court. Like Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm glad that went before a court because I think he was justified in defending himself. I would much rather this agent defend himself with representation in a court of law and be able to articulate why he feared for his life. And I would like that on the record, but we'll never get it because the feds are protecting him.
This is hold on.
And you would object to that in any other circumstance.
No.
That's why I'm bringing up bootlicker. It's not because bootlicking is bad. I bootlick. I'm saying it's because you would object to it in any other circumstance.
No, yeah. I was also a huge fan. I also was a huge fan and defender of Kyle Rittenhouse. Okay, I don't think he ever should have. I don't think he ever should have gone to court because that is a punishment in of itself. When you force somebody to undergo a litigation process in which now you have to hire a shit ton of expensive lawyers, in which your fucking life is put on hold for a long period of time, if the evidence is clear, as is the case with any crime, that what you did was justified, which I think is the case with Kyle Rittenhouse, especially. No, I think that those charges should have never been brought.
Agents of the state don't have to hire lawyers, and they have extra protections that we don't have.
You don't have to, when it comes to, especially with Kyle Rittenhouse, or any time that you use defensive shooting, perhaps. I don't think that just because you shot somebody in self-defense, that you have to go in front, like that they have to charge you, and that you have to go in front of a whole fucking trial, and that you have to go in front of a jury.
I didn't say any case. I didn't say any case. I said this case.
No, okay, hold on. No, you also
'Cause
brought
it's
up Kyle Rittenhouse. You also brought up Kyle Rittenhouse, which any fucking monkey who was to watch the footage of that case would know that he was unequivocally that he was unequivocally that he was circus monkey. Circus.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to make it
piggy.
racial.
It's
Circus
okay,
monkey.
little piggy.
Any fucking
Little
fucking
piggy.
dancing
No, I'm
monkey
joking.
who
That's
was to
too late.
watch
I'm
all the
already
evidence.
offended.
Oh my
Dancing,
fucking god!
shucking and jiving.
Stop.
Loser.
Oh,
That
fuck.
kid was a
What-
fucking loser.
That's
No,
not
you know what? I'm gonna
Like
keep
a
on using it. I'm gonna
bitch.
keep on using it. Fuck you guys.
Like a little
So
bitch.
any
Kyle
fucking
Rittenhouse is a little
troglodyte, any fucking
Troglodyte.
troglodyte who
I like that.
Kyle Rittenhouse is a
goes
little
over
bitch.
all the evidence of that Kyle Rittenhouse, all
Any
the evidence,
monkey
right?
can see that
Which
Kyle Rittenhouse
which
is a
the
little bitch.
plaintiffs, which the
Lactoid.
district attorney did prior to bringing charges.
Little piggy.
Stop, please. Which the district
No,
attorney
fuck that.
did.
Anytime I hear praising of that kid,
which
fuck that kid.
the district attorney did prior to bringing those charges and making that kid's life hell for
The little
no
piggy got
reason
to go home.
for
It's
an
okay.
extended
The little
period of
piggy got
time
to go home.
is, I think that in of itself was a tragedy of justice. The fact that currently, right now, you have like I don't know if it's still
Yeah, I
most,
agree.
but immediately afterwards, you still had like 3/4 of Democrats thinking, yeah, he should have gone to prison.
The little
It
piggy
is
should have went to
crazy
court.
the
I'm
amount
glad
of
the little piggy went to court.
reputational assault and fucking the time out of his life and the money that he had to
Reputation doesn't
spend
matter.
defending himself was absurd. I hold that standard for Kyle Rittenhouse. I would also say that in this case, based on everything that I see, I am convinced that it was self-defense. If I thought it was like, I really don't know, I would want this to be in front of a jury, then I may have like a bit more of a gripe of the fact that it might not go in front of a jury. I do think this might go in front of a grand jury, by the way. We don't know at
the
this
standard
point.
should be we checking with Lacto before you charge people. So thank you.
I'm on
for
a
that.
panel giving my opinion as to what I think.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're on a panel giving your opinion that no one else should
Right.
give their opinion in the legal context. So yeah, fine, we're gonna criticize you. Oh,
You
my
can give
goodness.
your opinion. What have I said that nobody else should be able to give their opinion?
No,
It's okay.
you just said that we should not present this to a court system to give their
Yeah.
opinion, and so we're
I'm-
objecting to
yeah,
that,
I'm-
right? And you
No,
seem
it's not weird at
offended.
all.
You seem offended by that.
Yeah.
It's not weird at all to say this
It
extended
is a
legal
little weird that a
process
lawyer-
might not be appropriate in this particular case. Do you think that anytime you shoot somebody, you should have to go in front of a jury?
Yes.
Do you
should
think this?
You should have to explain yourself to somebody. There should be an investigation,
Yes,
and
the
we should
jury.
have some knowledge of why.
So you don't think a
Right?
jury should have an opinion on that?
It depends on the context.
It depends on the context. So
Depends
there
on
are
the
certain
context,
circumstances in which you believe that a jury should not be able to have an
Lactoid, stop
opinion.
yelling.
because
Lactoid,
you
stop
believe-
spurging. Lactoid, stop yelling. Lactoid, stop spurging. Please.
No, I'm not
Please,
cutting you
Lactoid.
off with it. I'm not cutting
Please
you off
stop.
with
You know
it.
you're spurging. You're spurging. Please calm down.
I'm spurging a little bit because you're being
Calm
a
down.
dummy. You're being a
Calm
big
down.
dummy.
Okay,
I gotta
okay,
respond to you being a
okay,
big dummy a
okay,
little
okay,
bit.
Rhetoric here.
Okay.
Whoa.
Did
Okay.
dummy offend him that much?
No,
I
I
really.
I'm pretty sure it was this
I
one.
don't think that was the case.
Okay, all right.
I don't, well, we'll wait for him. All right, so we're gonna go to Corey. And am I pointing at Corey now?
Yes.
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Okay. So you know what's funny, right? Is that like it's not I thought that was OBS I made that change in. It's in StreamYard I made that change.
Yeah.
Like
StreamYard mirror
there's a
can
thing
mirror
in
that as well.
StreamYard to mirror the thing, but still it doesn't show you mirrored. That's crazy. Whatever.
No,
Right.
now I look like a big dummy because I tried to mute myself and I left. I look like I rage quit. I'm sorry.
We understood. We understood.
I was worried that I offended you with me calling
No,
you a
I
dummy.
was trying to mute
I-
myself and I left. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
all
defended
right.
Your Honor. I said that was a slip.
All right.
Can't use
Corey.
StreamYards.
It is
I
funny
would
that
never
the
insult
lawyer
you with
doesn't wanna
anything that
go
would
to
actually.
court, though.
Let's go to our
That's
friend
funny.
Corey.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Lactoid. Same scenario that I brought up before. Okay, but
Okay,
the
I'm
person,
ready.
The person, okay, in a sort of a semi-comedic
With the
way.
knife,
Yeah, exactly. They're just they're making a stabbing motion consistently all the time. Okay, just like that.
Okay.
And the officer just slowly approaches. Okay, and they get stabbed. Are they now justified to shoot the person?
Probably not.
Why not? They've expressed an intent, right?
Because the officer, if the person is standing there stabbing the air, the question is like, who is making like the last action that like makes the danger happen? And so if
They
the
have
guy
a
is
reasonable belief that their life is in danger.
no, but it's not reasonable at that point because the person just walked right into the person stabbing with the fork knife
But
right
they
in
do
front
have
of
a
them.
genuine belief, right, that their life.
No, hold on.
Okay.
They might have a genuine belief, but
That's
here's
not
the thing.
standard. It's
So
reasonable.
for self-defense, it's about whether they had a belief and whether or not it's reasonable for them to have that belief, right? Whether when I look at that, do I think that somebody just standing up against a wall, poking the air, and a cop just like wanders in? No, that's not reasonable.
Well,
But if the guy starts running after the person with a knife, then it's reasonable.
Yeah, that's why I am trying to sort of isolate the. That's why I'm bringing up sort of ridiculous scenarios. Now let's say same scenario, and the person says, okay, you come towards me, I'm going to stab you, and the officer walks towards them. Are they then now justified?
It doesn't change my answer. In fact,
Okay.
that would make the cop even less reasonable.
Okay.
I think because at that point the officer should be like, pull out maybe their gun, taser, be like.
Casimir wanted to tell you that he thought it was unusually manly when you raised your voice, and you should not have apologized. Never surrender to femoid energy.
I'm gonna I like Casimir's.
I think we should bring up a stream maybe about a month ago, and let's see some femoid energy.
Uh-oh.
I got broad shoulders. I'm just saying.
Okay.
Broader than mine?
I think probably
Where's
broader
motorcycle?
biologically. You're in better shape than I am. This is true.
Okay. So any more, Corey? Any more of that?
Nope. That's it.
Okay. I'd like to bring some
Tell us
stuff
again
up.
how hot you are, Corey. Shoulders, baby.
He's been bringing it up more and more often, and I like it. All right.
So do I. For different
talk your
reasons,
shit,
maybe.
man. Like this is the time. There's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, which way? So okay.
I'm trying to get him to take his shirt off. I don't know where you're at.
That's a $50 super chat.
Just join my OnlyFans.
That's a $50 super chat. Okay. So we spent. This is why I'm glad we started earlier than we usually do. Because I knew we were going to take up all the time. In fact, we only have like a half hour left in our regular discussion. But great. It was a good conversation so far. So shout out to all the rest of you. But I wanted to bring some other things, right, in terms of the Trump administration and how they are acting and responding. I want to ask a few questions. Hopefully we can knock this out. So first of all, the Trump administration has decided, right? They made the active choice to stop working with Minnesota law enforcement, right? The FBI was working with them, right? They were, of course we're going to work with you. We will work with you to investigate this. And then they specifically stopped working with them. It was an active choice that the Trump administration did. So keep that in mind. J.D. Vance, right, says the officer has, quote unquote, absolute immunity. Legal observers, I can't speak for our friend Lactoid here, but other legal analyzers have said this is complete bullshit. This idea of some sort of absolute immunity in this case, right? So a lie from J.D. Vance. Here's something else that J.D. Vance says. J.D. Vance says that the last two shots did not go into the side mirror or side window, right? He says they all went into the front. This is, and I can pull you up the quote, and I can do that in a second, right? But on Twitter, he puts out a statement saying that he's arguing with another reporter, Ryan Grimm, and he says, no, they're coming into the side. In fact, I can pull up like super quickly. It's under immigration. One second, guys.
Sure looks like they go on the side. Yeah.
Yeah. He says, J.D. Vance, quote, these people are incapable of not lying about this. Side window, he's quoting someone, side window in quotes, question mark. You can see the photos of the car with bullet holes. The shots came from the front of the car because that's where the officer was standing when he was hit by the car. He is allowed to discharge his weapon in self-defense. J.D. Vance lied about this. This is like I think I believe it's 2 days after. So if I'm wrong, I apologize. But like the video was out there. J.D. Vance straight up lies about this. Okay, great.
Don't forget Kristi Noem also, I think, said quite a few.
And Kristi Noem, hours after this, lies about what happened. That she paints an entire scenario that's just completely incorrect. as to what's happening, and then accusing this person of being a domestic terrorist as well, as if she like approached these individuals and then to ram them rather than them approaching her and all that. Complete like fabrication, kissing them. And she's been tripling down on her story. Tripling down.
Okay, so what's the question?
I haven't gotten to it. I'm like putting things out now, and don't worry, I'll get to it. I'm just like
All right.
putting stuff out in the open. I do have a question for Lactoid on the JD Vance thing. So we'll get to that later on. Trump thought that the officer had been run over. Trump thought the officer had been run over. He was doing a New York Times interview, and having a back and forth with the reporter. He says, "Hey, the officer got run over by the car." The New York Times reporter disputes this. He doubles down. No, he got run over by a car. No, this didn't happen. The New York Times reporter says, "Yes, he did." And then he gets an aide to bring a laptop over, right, and show the video. Show the video, right? Trump is sure he's correct. They show the video. Obviously, he doesn't get run over. And Trump tries to avoid it. It's like, oh, well, I really don't like what I see here. Was that an example of Trump being senile? If that happened to Joe Biden, the conservatives would be right to point out that's a moment of senility, right? But what Trump did, where he clearly in his mind thought that this guy got run over, apparently that's fine. No one makes comments about it. So putting that out there. And right wingers have been like cheering the death of this victim. Not all of them, okay? Not talking about the people here, right? But right wingers online, like people with commentary platforms, right? Talk about the lesbian victim, right? Focusing in on that this hateful messaging immediately that somehow means she deserved it. So it's just another thing. And I've got more, but I'm going to leave it there for now. So I'm going to ask Lactoid a question, going back to JD Vance, right? Mm-hmm. JD Vance, he lied about this moment, just like he lied about the cats and dogs moment. Yeah. When he was using it as a parable, right? Oh, afterwards, I was using it as a parable to talk about a specific truth out in the world, right? JD Vance is a goddamn liar, lying to sow division. Within the public. Once again, caught in another lie. A strange lie, but another lie once again, right? And so my question to you, Lactoid, you defended JD Vance last time, so we'll see if you'll defend him again. Do you find this lie disqualifying for JD Vance in the future? Like in terms of voting?
No. I'll repeat what I said about the last time as well, which is I think that JD, as is the case with many politicians, but clearly he does it. He will, without sufficient research, just say shit about like some event that's currently in the news. Like he'll take a position without doing the proper background research. I think that's. I think that clearly when it comes to the cats and dogs, he was simply regurgitating something that he saw. I think with this, he was also likely regurgitating some narratives that he was told without properly vetting it. Yeah, I don't like it. I am somebody who like tries to avoid doing that, and I will, if I'm going to give like what my intuition is, or like I kind of feel this way, I'll add those qualifiers. But I mean, yeah, I don't think that.
Maybe the VP should be a little
agree.
bit more strenuous than
Lactoid,
the streamer, on being like, oh, I don't know, like,
sure.
Let me look into it.
Well, I mean, look, I agree, but I mean, if we're going to compare anyone in this panel to American politicians, I mean, I'm sorry. Like I don't know what you want me to say. Like,
so
do these politicians repeat the shit that's told to them? Yeah. Do I think that this guy was run over?
The video
no, he was hit by a car, but he wasn't run over. It's kind of excessive.
And sorry, I don't this. So I had the JD Vance tweet ready. I screenshotted that one. But I believe, and if I'm wrong, I do apologize. I'm not trying to put false information out. But I believe
doing better than JD Vance.
Oh no!
Yeah. Exactly.
Did you say something that wasn't true?
Wrong, let me know.
Yeah. No. So no, the screenshot is correct. The screenshot's correct. What I just read you, that's absolutely correct. I didn't make that up.
Okay.
No. What I'm about to say is that I'm unsure of, right? I believe what he also did was retweet a video the situation. That like it seems like he has like it's not like he this was something new to him, right? Like this wasn't immediately afterwards. He didn't not have time. He was like looking for information on this, and I believe he retweeted a video. If I'm incorrect about that, then I do apologize, right? So like that, I think that goes to show that he's doing this intentionally. I think, and maybe he does this all the time.
And Grok gave him the wrong
possibly,
answer.
right?
You know what I mean? You never know.
That's a possibility. I can't put that out there.
Or the accounts that he follows gave him whatever he reposted that you're about to say.
I think I think that he signs political advantage. So I'm going to put this out there. You don't have to agree with this, Lactoid. I think he finds political advantage in doing exactly this, right? And that he thinks this is a political winner for the Trump administration to show this level of division, right? To make this into a culture war issue, right? And so lying about the actual facts, right, just to get a W, is just works for him. And if it was the case that, you know, looking at polling, that it was the opposite, like if polling comes out after this moment, and the opposite becomes true, right? That it's clear that this is a disadvantage, a detriment, he'll just reverse course. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. I actually didn't mean that, or I've changed my mind, or whatever. I think that's the type of person he is. He's a completely untrustworthy individual, and this is the type of behavior he gets into. But you don't have to agree with that.
I think you said something that maybe was a slip up, right?
Okay.
But I think the exact opposite is obviously true. So if we assume that JD Vance is lying, right? You said that he is lying about it to sow cultural division. I think if he's lying, it's almost certainly the exact opposite. If he is lying, it's not to, like, he's not trying to start a culture war on the Renee Good situation. If he's lying, he's trying to stamp down what the left is attempting to use as a martyr, as a means of protesting against ICE. So he's actually if he is lying, right, which I assume he probably is, he's probably almost certainly lying for the exact opposite reason, to stop cultural division and just say, let's get over it. This is obviously like a justified
Move along, nothing to
what
see
ICE
here.
is doing, like move along, right? Like I think it's kind of absurd to assume that if he's lying, the reason he's doing it is to start a culture war issue.
Yeah.
I actually
especially
agree with
over
Scott.
ICE.
No,
Especially
no,
over
especially
ICE.
over- Hold on.
yeah, no,
But
like,
we have
over
we
Renee
have a
Good
culture war. Sorry.
being a
In
martyr.
case you guys aren't aware, we have a culture war over ICE. We've been having it for a long time. We've been having
That's what we're
at
saying.
least a year,
I agree.
but much
That's what
longer
I'm
than
saying.
that. Yeah,
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. I agree.
Yeah, but I disagree with your reasoning. I don't see how you see this.
How do you come to the conclusion that him lying about this specific shooting, in which, and I know this is like adding a lot of things, but I'm
Sure.
trying to be clear of my position, right? And I want to
Sure.
hear yours.
Mhm.
In which the left and the media are currently rallying behind this kind of like cultural moment. You know, you have the mayor of Minneapolis, you have Tim Walz, you have the media all coming out like, this is the last straw. You know,
Yeah.
the National Guard is ready to fight the ICE agents, and you stand by, right? Tim Walz
Yep.
and Minneapolis mayor says, you know, to ICE, I have a message: get the fuck out of here, right?
Yeah.
Like, so this is their, you know, their, you can call her a martyr, you can call her the victim. This is their like flashpoint to like finally change public opinion in the culture war on their side. How do you then get to the point where JD Vance lying about this and just saying, you know, this is justified, this is, you know, like this person was a crazy protester, we're trying to do like the mission of deporting a bunch of people, blah 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 blah. How do you get to the point where that is him lying for the purposes of creating a culture war?
Sure. So one thing, I disagree. I agree to most of what you just said until you said this is a flashpoint to change it in like the Democrats' direction. No, like the opinion
Maybe not the
poster.
Democrats' position, but the anti-ICE people. I absolutely
Okay, sure.
Absolutely believe that this is like, because like I've seen a lot of people saying like, hey, like Marty Made, for example, was one I saw, and he was like, you guys have no idea how much this has been a moment where a lot of triple Trump voters are now moving away from Trump, right? Like this is their moment to say ICE is bad, this is bad.
Yeah,
Trump
yeah, no,
bad.
I hear you. But so what I'm saying is that the polls have been saying previously to this is that like Trump is losing on immigration. That like
For
he was
sure.
strong with it previously, right?
For sure.
But now because of the ICE raids and all that, so that's why I'm saying I don't think this is necessarily the flashpoint. I think this is a major step, right? But this isn't the moment where like it tips over. That was all I was pushing back.
I mean, maybe, but like I feel like a lot of people in the media and a lot of pundits do think that this is the moment to like capitalize on.
I think
maybe
yeah,
for one way or the other
would be different than it's just a matter. I'm just
sure. I can set that aside. I'm not married to that. What I'm saying is you made the claim that he's lying specifically to sow cultural division, and I'm claiming if he's lying, which I think he is, right? It seems more like what he's trying to do is make this go away by excusing the officer's positions.
So I don't think. Sure. So my response to you is that I don't think in any universe. And maybe we just see it differently here. I don't think in any universe, the vice president, especially if he's lying, right? Lying about a clearly a politically explosive issue, would where the lines are drawn with him on one side and the other, and the in the opposition on the other side, from the other party, right? I don't think in any way that would calm things down, right? As opposed, let's say it was the situation was reversed, and that like what JD Vance was saying was that the Democrats / the anti-ICE people are correct, right? And I'm trying to tamp down my own side. He would have cultural cachet within the Republican conservative space to do that. Hey guys, sorry, we just happen to be wrong here, right? The facts are the facts.
I think I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Maybe, and I think that you are wrong, but not like, but not for the reasons you may think, right? Like, I think that you misunderstand maybe the mind of JD Vance and the mind of like the populist right as they've risen, right? Trump and people like that. I think that for the standard American president, you're almost certainly right. That the tactic of stopping culture wars has been to capitulate to some degree on your position to the other side, whether that be left to the right to the left, etc., and be like, yeah, you guys are right about this incident. Hopefully this go away. I think JD Vance and other people in like, are you good? Oh, sorry, you like froze for a second.
No.
I think JD Vance and other people in power in this kind of like MAGA movement view that this capitulation would only be a means by which the left would further increase the culture war. Now, this isn't me saying right or wrong. I'm saying from a perspective of JD Vance, I think that his position is very much what a lot of people believe on the right, which is ignore it, deny it, and a new story will come up 2 weeks. Capitulate, and they will use this as a means of attacking you forever. That if we just sit here on the stage and go, this was a justified shooting, you people are crazy, like this lady tried to run someone over, like ICE are trying to do their job. This is the job we were elected to do. I'm just going to repeat this, that in like a week or two, there'll be a new thing people are mad about. But if I capitulate right now and say, you know what, this shooting was fucked up, it'll be a CNN chyron for the next 6 months to a year, tracking every bit of the incoming trial, and it'll be used to stop our ability to do the job we were elected to do. That is my opinion of his position. I think I'm probably more accurate in this.
I see what you're saying, and I won't harp on this anymore. We can move past this, but like I see what you're saying, and I follow your logic here. I disagree, especially like watching JD Vance and the type of individual he is. I think he's an extremely dishonest person, and I think that this is like par for the course, especially looking back at the cats and dogs incident. Right? I think this is a pattern with him. But
no, that one is different. That one is definitely a cultural war thing. Like that is definitely him attempting to like further the flames of getting his base out, to be like, look at how these people's immigration policies have fucked over Ohio. You got random Haitians eating cats and dogs. Like that's for sure him fanning the flames. In this specific issue, I think it's the opposite. I think it's like very much like, don't give in, or this will be a thing for a year that like fans the flames of this culture war instead of us doing our job.
I don't. Okay, so I'll leave it alone. We're just gonna disagree with this, but like it's fine. It's fine. Okay. And then so I just want to get a because someone else put it out here, whether it was Corey or I don't know, you, Chris, I forget which one, right? But
You better get this right, or Corey's gonna be mad.
True. I get very mad.
You don't even remember what happened a half hour ago, you piece of shit.
2 years ago and 33 days and 5 minutes.
Yes, it's all in my database.
So okay, then I just want to get from my conservative friends. I think I know where you, Chris, stands on this, but he can answer as well. Like just a solid answer, like on Ashley Babbitt, right? You would think her not following the officer's
You talk about
orders, right?
Intro.
Who was it?
He literally mentioned it in his intro. Go ahead. Just ask the question.
Mentioned it? Okay, sorry.
You, Chris, did.
Anyway,
you
Chris,
didn't mention her by name.
That's what I thought. Yeah,
and I didn't get answers. So
yeah, so yeah, that's what I'm asking. I'm asking everyone else then. Yeah. So thank you, you, Chris. Yeah. So I want to answer on this. Was Ashley Babbitt either? Well, you can call her a domestic terrorist, like Christy Nome. If you don't want to use that term, fine, right? But was it justified shooting her as she was crawling through a window when an officer was right in front of her, issuing her a lawful command to not crawl through the window, right? And then shot her dead. Was that a justified shooting? So I just want to hear from each of you. Lactoid?
Yeah, probably. I think it does cross a threshold into justified. Keep in mind, I mean, she didn't have a weapon, but I mean that's not necessarily needed for it to be a valid self-defense scenario. I don't know what fucking clown world you have to be in though, to where you think Ashley Babbitt's shooting was justified, but that this ICE shooting is not. That doesn't make any sense. But I think both are probably justified.
Okay, sorry, it's fine.
Because I'm consistent.
Because you're consistent. Okay, but I appreciate you, Lactoid. Scott, please.
Well, I don't think any agent in the state is justified in killing anybody because they don't have a right to self-defense, and I think this is one of the greatest failures of the right.
Unless they have a track record on Twitter about their libertarianism.
Right? True. Sure. Close enough. That being said, I actually think this is one of the greatest failures of the right, is that they attempted to play the innocent victim of police shooting card like the left, but they don't have the political or NGO structure to be able to like actually utilize that in a meaningful way, as opposed to utilizing her as a martyr and actually sticking behind the convictions that led towards January 6th. They should have treated her like a martyr, that she was killed in the cause of, the fact that, there was all kinds of fucked up shit going on with the election, that there was, states changing all of their rules, and that, and that the Supreme Court violated, when Texas sued for additional information, the Supreme Court, much like it did with, Bush, was just like, actually, no more, no mas. We're just going to say this is fine, right? And because, and violated the rights of Texans, and that there was no additional legal recourse to deal with them as they were bragging about electioneering and changing the results of the election by pulling levers to get Joe Biden elected. They should have treated her like a martyr for the cause.
Let's go to our friend Grid then. Honestly, like this question was for Gibbs. When I wrote this down previously, right? This question was for Gibbs. But he ran from me. Let's never forget that he ran from me. But Grid, please.
I don't think he ran.
Gibbs is not running anywhere. Come on, man.
Yeah.
No. This is actually this is what I'm going. He shit his pants. It's fine. It's okay.
He was running to the bathroom.
Yeah,
he's running to the bathroom.
That wasn't because of you. That's Coke, man. Come on.
Come on. I'm obviously joking, dude. I was joking.
I am too. I just called.
We're all joking. It's fine. Okay. So, my position on Babbitt is along the lines of Lactoid, with the exception of I'm not sure that there was a measure of force or threat to use to justify deadly force. It was one girl coming through a doorway or crawling through a window.
Wait.
What?
Now, hold on. Seriously?
Go ahead.
You can let me finish?
I don't know why you're laughing when you guys don't see a car as a
let
threat.
him finish.
Okay.
What I said was way crazier than what he's saying in terms of the American
No,
viewpoint.
you can finish.
Let
I
him
mean,
finish.
there was
Go
all
ahead.
right. So we've got differences. A vehicle is a weapon. We know that. Ashley Babbitt had empty hands. Empty hands. She didn't even have a stick. Okay.
Jazz fingers can be a deadly weapon.
Right.
okay?
Well, I mean, I have
Do
to
you know
assume
about
that
the
she's a
power
kung
of
fu master.
dance
Okay.
change
I mean, to
politics?
make this fucking Michael Phelps reach work, I have to assume that she's a kung fu master. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a borderline case for me because I don't know what. Honestly, I don't know why the officer felt like he was in such fear of his life that he had to use deadly force. Now,
Okay, so I'm
had
gonna
all
read
of
the
those
riot
people
and
broken
the
through,
invasion of
sure,
the
I can
Capitol
see that.
building.
Sure,
You know
hold
what I
on.
mean? Like,
So okay, so
context
apparently
matters a little bit.
apparently we're having the regular amnesia that MAGA has around Jan 6, right? That's okay. We can deal with this. So we can remember the video, right? It wasn't just Ashley Babbitt.
We
It was
replaying
her-
our greatest hits going to
it
going
was
to
her
January
and
6th.
literally
Typical
an
left
entire
winger.
crowd-
Got to bring up January 6th and
Well,
everything.
hold on, but hold on, okay, whatever. There's an entire crowd of individuals.
I've got
behind
Enrique's
her.
phone number. I can call him up,
it
maybe get him
wasn't-
on panel.
It wasn't just Ashley Babbitt. It was her and an entire a mob of individuals, and he was giving a lawful.
Okay, did he shoot anybody else?
No, he had to shoot the one, and that worked. He gave a lawful order.
So he couldn't have
then
fired a
she
warning shot.
Wait, what was his badge number?
Hold on, wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, well, that wasn't my thing. But no, hold on. Yes,
I probably
so
have
then
his
we
badge
could-
number, actually.
So then once again, in terms of this situation, right?
Where was the deadly weapon?
Officer gonna find
Where? Hold on. Seriously, where was the deadly weapon?
No, you didn't. We don't need a deadly weapon. In
We
this
do need a
situation,
deadly
right?
weapon.
Yes, we do. Hold on.
We
Of
do
course,
need a deadly weapon.
You're a bullshit. You're a bullshitter, Grid. You're
No.
a bullshitter because she was breaking and entering. She was told, like, hey, like, you cannot enter this premises. You cannot come past this point, right? And she broke the law. She didn't follow the orders of the officer. And now all of a sudden,
You're
right,
literally
in terms of
punching
MAGA,
holes in your
and
case that
now
I
in terms
can't
of
punch.
MAGA,
Like
and now in
you
terms
are
of
literally
MAGA,
making your case worse.
And now, not in terms of MAGA, right? Now all of a sudden we don't have to follow the law, the officers' orders, right? Now it doesn't matter
Or
at all.
ICE
Okay, great.
agents' orders
Or-
to get out of the
or-
vehicle? Like, what are you
Hold on.
talking about,
hold on.
dude?
Oh, don't worry. I can clean
Get
this
away
up.
from
But
the
anyway,
deadly weapon, which is a car that you're revving
no,
right now.
but it does. There was clearly a threat. We had a mob that broke into the Capitol, right? That assaulted officers all the way through, right? Who was yelling, "Hey, kill them!" Right? Beat them down, kill them. We have all the videos showing them, right? Like,
well, do we know what
encouraging-
that cop saw or didn't see? Right? The only like
Yeah,
He's never been to
isn't that
trial.
what matters?
Yeah,
He's never been to trial.
Was he? Hold on. Was he in front of a jury?
He's never
No,
been to
never
trial.
went
We
to
don't know
trial.
what that fucking cop saw. We don't know shit.
Oh yeah. Okay, great. Oh no. Oh yes, sure. So
We know what the cop who almost got run over saw. We know that for damn sure.
Yeah. All of a sudden, mobs aren't threats anymore, right? Mobs aren't threats. The right talking about
Police
mobs
can't fire into
avoid-
mobs
avoid the
randomly,
individuals
indiscriminately.
coming across
You guys
the
just
border,
said that in
right?
LA.
Always being
You
afraid.
literally
You're
just said in
bullshit.
LA that they
You're
can't fire
bullshit.
indiscriminately
You're
into a
bullshit.
mob.
You're
You guys
bullshit.
said that. I didn't say that. You guys
You're-
said that. I was like, hey,
You-
I could kind of understand
No,
that.
no,
But
you
you
can't.
guys
Hold
said
on,
that
hold
you
on,
can't
hold on.
fire indiscriminately
No,
into a mob.
You're incorrect. No, you didn't. No, you didn't hear me.
You did say that.
You did not hear. No, you didn't hear me say
In
that.
the LA mob.
No, you
Hold
didn't.
on. When they were
No,
burning
you
LA,
did not hear.
when they
Yeah,
were burning
I know,
LA,
because
you
you're
didn't
making it up.
say,
You're
okay,
making
all
up in
right.
your head. You didn't hear me say that, right? Especially because all of
Bro,
them
you
were
gotta
perpetrators.
be more
Literally-
specific. Which time
literally-
they were burning down?
Literally, hold on. Once again, no.
It's happened a lot.
Again,
That's
you have
true.
to-
That's true. He's
you
got
have to
me. He's
distract.
got me.
You have to distract. I get it because you.
I'm not
because
distracting from anything. It's a
completely
simple
indefensible,
fact.
right? Now a mob like entering a premises where they don't have permission, right? Let's say it was your home, right? Let's say it was
I
your
was
home.
meaning
and a
about
whole
the
mob,
January
but they
6th
don't
thing,
have
but
a
you're really
weapon,
harping on this.
But they don't have a weapon. Right? And a mob is trying to break into your home, and you've told them multiple times, hey, because you have the right to do so, you cannot enter this premises, right? But they're climbing in, right? And you'd say, well, I guess
Well, hold on. A police officer in a public building doesn't have the same castle doctrine I do in my
Can I ask
home.
you a question? Corey, can I ask you a question?
They have the right.
Corey,
Trying to listen, yeah.
No.
No, they don't fucking do that. They don't, Prime. That's a fucking lie. A police officer in a building says, "Hey, stop," and you walk peacefully towards them, they can't shoot you. They literally can't do that. You've made sure of that.
Guys, stop spurging.
No, Corey.
Stop spurging, Grid. Grid, stop spurging. Grid, stop spurging.
Yeah.
I'm having a good time with this.
There's obviously
I feel like the
other
moderators
legal
are
doctrine. It doesn't have to be the
spurting right now.
castle doctrine. Obviously, you can have the same rights, right, under different legal precedents, right, or legal case law, or whatever, or like that doesn't matter, right? So yes, it's not the castle law, and I didn't quote castle doctrine, did I? Not at all.
You said in my house, if
You
people
have
are
the
coming
authority.
in, I have the right to
Because you
defend
have
myself.
the
Yes, I do,
authority.
because
Yes,
I have
know.
castle
Yeah,
doctrine.
Grid, it's amazing. I don't know why you're having so much trouble following this. You have the
Because you're not
authority.
making
He's not having
sense.
trouble.
You have, I know, because you can't follow this. You have the
Because you're not
authority in your
making
house to say
sense.
that any other people cannot enter your house, and they're breaking.
Yes, because I have the
in, you
castle
can shoot
doctrine.
them. Yes, but you don't need the castle doctrine.
Not every state says that. No. In California, if I break into your house, you can't shoot me.
It's a
In
different
California, if I break
It's a
into your
different
house and I do not
authority.
directly
It's a
threaten you, you
different
can't
authority.
shoot me.
It's a different authority. I can keep saying it, right? And you can just pretend like
And
you don't
you're
understand.
using very
I know
bad
you
examples.
understand. I know you don't understand. I know you
I absolutely understand. I don't
I
think you
know you.
understand.
I said that.
He was-
No, I said that.
He was
I know you
obviously
do
following,
understand.
and that's
I know
why
you
he
do
brought up
understand.
castle doctrine.
You're pretending. You're pretending like you
you're-
can't.
I'm
survive
on topic.
otherwise.
You are
I know
spurting
you-
out and
I
are
know-
completely fucking
Hold on.
deranged right now. You're completely deranged.
Yes.
I'm the
yeah,
only
whatever.
one of
Okay.
this in this
I know.
conversation,
Stop
other than
crying.
Lactoid, that's been
Stop
on point.
Crying. Stop crying. Because
I'm not
I put
crying.
you in a corner.
You're crying.
You can't handle this anymore. Okay. So then, right? Like, answer the question.
He could
right?
handle it.
So
That's why he brought up
in
castle
one
doctrine.
case,
Like,
you,
what are you
the
talking about,
individual
Brian?
has an authority based on some case law and based on some like a policy that.
But we'll never know that because
they
that
can
guy
tell
never
an
went to
individual
trial
not
over
to
Ashley
enter.
Babbitt.
You have the authority not to enter a domicile, or sorry, any building, right?
A public
Once you have
building
that
is not a
authority,
domicile.
and I know. And then I corrected myself. I said any building. Okay, great. Authority. Period. Security guards have that authority, or police. He's probably a police officer.
Bro, I wish
has
security
that
guards
authority.
did. That'd be dope, dude. We'd have more privatized police.
But
if
he
they had
has that.
authority.
He has that authority.
Unfortunately, Prime,
He's
they
a,
do
he's
not.
a police officer. He's a police officer, and he has that authority. And so she broke that. She ignored that, and then she got shot. So if
Prime.
one is
Prime,
so
you
you're
punched
saying-
a bunch of holes. You had a solid case, but
Can I
you
help?
totally bodied yourself.
Can I short circuit this? I mean, this is really what's happening, Prime. Like, okay, so you're saying the cop issued an order to Ashley Babbitt to not do what she did. She refused to follow the order. You believe this like caused a certain threat profile that was sufficiently high for the officer to discharge his firearm. That's your read on the scenario. I don't think it's like a subjective analysis to some extent, right?
There's a mob
Do
coming
you-
through, a dangerous
Sure.
mob. that's
Yeah, a
coming
dangerous
through?
mob. Well, right, but
Okay.
you would agree that there is a question, Prime. Do you think that there is any question at all? Like, do you think two reasonable people could come to different determinations on which poses more threat, like the mob or a car?
Sorry, hold on. To be clear, I don't think I have, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I've said that the shooting was unjustified because you, Lactoid, have been not justified, legal.
Okay.
Because justified, I don't think it's justified in terms of morally or whatever, right? But legally, I think you've convinced me that like
thing.
Sure.
it's not the same thing.
Well,
I think
it's
you've
not the
convinced
same
me. So
thing.
I don't think I have. So, but
Contradiction
so
to say
be clear,
something is
I
unjustified.
think
but
it was
legal.
from what you've told me. So don't give me more information, but what you've told me, it seems more legal. He was in the legal right to
More
do
likely,
so.
yeah.
But was this actually morally justified? No. I mean, it was clear.
Well, but again, so like leaving the legal aside for a second, that's fair enough. Looking at this purely ethically, I still think that two reasonable people could disagree as to, well, what is the threat posed by the Honda Pilot compared to like Ashley Babbitt and the mob that she was with, right? And what it seems like to me, and just again, I'm trying to short circuit this a little bit because yelling is it is what it is. But you guys have been at it for a little bit. I think what it simply is that Grid is everyone here agrees there needs to be a certain level of threat assessment, and Grid is simply putting like the Ashley Babbitt situation is he's kind of on the line of he doesn't quite know if it really reached that threshold that justified the officer shooting, but he thinks the Honda Pilot does, right? He thinks the vehicle does, and you're saying that you're not sure about the Honda Pilot situation, ethically speaking, perhaps, or maybe you're very firmly think it's unjustified ethically, but you are pretty convinced when it comes to Ashley Babbitt. Is that more or less accurate?
Yeah, I'm extremely convinced. Yes, Ashley
Okay.
Babbitt.
Sure. So that's it. I mean, it's just like a difference in threat assessment. Like, what's more dangerous, a Honda Pilot or a mob? I mean, it's an open question.
Well,
I think both are dangerous.
No. So it's not what's, again, because the reason why I don't think it was morally justified is because he was clear of the car. That he was clearly clear of the car. Now you feel differently about
clear
this.
of the mob.
He wasn't.
There was no mob in that.
And he could have. And he could have moved back. He could have retreated.
He could have moved away. He could have ran away.
Yeah, he could have literally moved back.
No, they couldn't. At some point, they couldn't fall back.
Yes, they could. They could. Literally, the congressmen that literally moved out of the building were gone by the time that. Hold on. No, the entire reason that they said that cop shot her is because he believed there were still congressmen in the building, and yet when he actually shot her, they're unsure as to whether or not there was still any congressional staff in the building because they have been evacuated. And he could have moved back to where they were evacuating, and he chose to stay there, and he chose to shoot that woman, and that is not a good threat assessment. I'm not sure because I honestly, I don't know how big the mob was. I don't know. There's a couple of things I don't know. So I'm like, hey, you know what? An unarmed woman coming through a window, an officer could have backed up a few steps and said stop and controlled that.
And
the officer didn't think he had the time to get out of danger when it came to the mob.
And that's it's entirely possible. We'll never know because the ICE officer over it.
Sure, just like the ICE officer didn't think that he had the time to get out of the vehicle.
But he was literally out of the way, though. But he was.
He got hit.
Yeah, he literally got hit.
I don't agree with you that he got hit. I don't agree that he got hit.
I
think it's
assuming he didn't get hit. How close do you think the car was to him?
I think it was extremely close.
Like centimeters, perhaps? Like within. Yeah. So it's like within the distance. Sure. Hold on. It is within the distance for a reasonable actor to believe the car might hit him. We're talking centimeters.
The car literally goes past him, right? So maybe the first shot
knocked him out of the way. That's for sure.
Maybe the first shot is justified, right? But the car literally goes past him and then he shoots into the side.
Well, hold on. I wanted to address this back when it was said.
It's very
hold on. I wanted to address this back when it was said, but then this happened.
The car can
and yes,
both of these things are true.
Well, yes, when it comes to the second and third shot, just so we're clear, like there is precedent on this when it comes to like. And also, leaving aside just the fucking precedent for a second, we can just think about this logically speaking. Like, perception reaction gap, there's going to be a delay. If you fire once and you fire two more times within 1 second.
For the amount of force you're using.
No, within 1 second. Like the standard is, has there been a significant chance for the officer to like reassess and come to a second determination?
I agree with you legally.
No, but also ethically. But also ethically.
No, not ethically.
Yes.
No, not ethically.
Have you hold on. Have you been
ethically then?
So,
no. Well then hold on.
I've never been in any of these scenarios before.
Grid can make Grid can make a subjective a determination where he's not sure that a violent mob is enough, right?
I don't know. Okay, hold on. How many people? Hold on.
A violent mob.
It was a violent mob.
I'm gonna finish my point.
Okay.
It was extremely violent mob. They beat up officers. We saw that, right?
Video.
They threatened the officers, right? Like when I'm not going to play that game to pretend that it wasn't happening. Okay,
if that's an
it
extremely
was a violent mob, right?
Then
So
most of the Summer of
we can make that
Love is
subjective
far more
determination,
violent.
right? And then I
Right?
can't make the subjective determination that hey, like when you're using deadly force, right? That each time you're using it needs to be measured. Right, especially if you're if you're a trained officer of the law. Yes, you have to have that.
This is like a Joe Biden shoot him in the kneecap moment, and you don't.
It is a little bit. It feels a little bit like it's one step behind. Well, he should have just shot her hands off the steering wheel. Like when you initiate initial force, like yeah, if there's a length of time now where if you fire 3 shots in quick succession within 1 second, within 1 second, which is I hear you, within 1 second, which is what we're talking about here. Like we have the same state of mind. We have the threat that's already been determined to require lethal force, according to the officer. I believe reasonably, and then we have 3 shots that are all happening within that same judgment. Right, literally, like you're asking somebody to stop
you are
within 1 second. Within 1 second to stop, reevaluate. Have the mental capacity while you believe you're being attacked by a car to reevaluate within 1 second, and then reevaluate, and then not shoot again.
No, what I'm asking is an assessment of the totality of the circumstances as the Supreme Court has held. So we don't just need to look at the moment when the officer felt in threat of his life. We have to look at the totality of the circumstances. It's not just that moment where he decided to pull the trigger the first time. It's not just the second and third shots, which we can argue about. It's the whole thing. So is this a reasonable stop? Do they have the authority to be doing what they're doing? Do they have the authority to pull them out of the car? Is he making the right decision and putting himself in front of a car that could pull towards him? And then when he pulls his gun while making his TikTok video, is that reasonable? And then are the subsequent shots reasonable? All of these things have to be taken into account. You're acting like it's just the moment where he's like, oh no, the car's coming right toward me. No, hold on. You're making hold on. Let me finish my point. Hold on. I'm still talking. Okay. You're telling me to calm down and I'm still talking and you're interrupting me.
So the middle of your sentence is interrupting the beginning of his.
Hold on, Grid. Don't tell me to calm down while I'm in the middle of the sentence. You are interrupting. So you are doing, Lactoid, the South Park analysis of, oh no, it's coming right for me. And now I can do whatever I want. And we don't accept that. And I don't think the law accepts it either.
Okay.
Now you can talk, Grid. Now you can talk.
Wait, hold on. I get to respond to that, I think.
So Grid, hold on.
And then he gets to respond, and then you get to respond.
Yeah, okay. No, whatever. I'm sorry. Barnes versus Felix.
Yes,
which you Barnes versus Felix, which you brought up.
Special rights.
Oh my God. Barnes versus Felix, which you brought up, right? That is not measuring about whether or not you have to analyze the totality of the circumstances when it comes to the multiple shots in succession. There's actually a different case in this, Plumhoff versus Rickard, which is that multiple shots within the same decision to use lethal force, multiple shots within that are determined to be part of the initial lethal use of force.
But what led up to that?
Wait. Yes, what led up to the initial use of force is the question, which is why I was so focused on the first shot and why I kept pointing out that the second and third shots were within 1 second of the first shot. And then Prime, and I believe maybe you did, but maybe you didn't. I know for a fact Prime did, said, okay, grant. We'll just grant that the first shot is justified for the purposes of this argument. Then let's talk about the second and third shot. And you guys really stuck onto that argument. What I'm telling you is that when it comes to the decision, hold on, maybe you did.
Because when it comes to argue that the second and third shots were different.
Sure. Yes, I know you fought with them back and forth on this. Scott, you're right on this.
Wrong.
Yes, you're correct on this. When we're talking about a quick order of shots in succession, all behind a single action, all behind a single, I am using lethal intent now, I am initiating lethal force. You don't have to stop between every single shot and reassess. Did I hit them? Did I hit them in the head? Are they no longer a threat anymore? Do they need medical attention after every single shot? That is not the standard required by police officers. That has never been the standard required by police officers.
One question.
And there is a Supreme Court case, Plumhoff versus Rickard, that proves this.
To be clear, I wasn't talking about the standard of police officers, to be clear, right? So I wasn't doing that.
I really want to ask this clarifying question. You, Chris, you keep harping on his position when he was walking in front of the vehicle, which may or may not put him in harm. I'm not a legal scholar, right? I am compared to all of the rest of you in terms of actual law, right? But in the fake funny money law, right? I am not a legal scholar in the fake funny money law, right? And you guys know so much more about the fake funny money law. So in fake funny money law land, right? Just being silly, right?
Just being silly.
You keep silly guy. Is this actually the standard that if you're detained? Hold on, you're saying it. Right, hold on. That if you're detaining someone, assuming that they have the legal justification to detain them, right? Because you keep harping on this next thing after that, right? The totality, as you say, according to the Supreme Court. Is it the standard that if you're detaining someone, you're causing a problem that allows you to not be able to use lethal force if someone tries to run you over because you stood in front of the vehicle. If you're detaining them, don't you have the right to place yourself or a vehicle in front of the other vehicle and means to stop them? Or are you supposed to leave egress for someone to escape if you're detaining them? Is that genuinely the standard?
The case that I'm referencing, Barnes versus Felix, had to do with an officer who was approaching a vehicle, ordered them out, I think opened the door. Lactoid knows the facts. I mentioned it earlier. Opened the door. The person started driving off and they began shooting. The standard training that Prime has been referencing for many police officers and for DHS and for other people is you do not ever position yourself in front of a vehicle, because you don't ever use yourself or even your vehicle as, except in qualified asterisk as a, like, we're going to stop you from leaving, because then that creates a situation where they might be using deadly force against you. So I don't know how to answer your question fully.
Detain people to escape.
So what I'm saying is the standard procedure for officers. Hold on. What I'm saying is the standard procedure for officers who are trained to make traffic stops, for example, is never to step in front of a car. Is to approach it from behind. Is to order them out of the vehicle. Maybe approach it from the side. Maybe draw your firearm. Look, like there's a procedure for this, and ICE does not follow it. And ICE in this situation introduced danger that should not have existed. So
okay, but here's okay.
Wait, can I specify the facts right here, real quick, Barnes?
Please do, yeah.
So the actual facts were the car started driving off. The cop jumped on the door, like in the door, as the car was driving, and shot the guy 2 times while on the side of the car. So he jumped on the moving car. The car left. He shot the guy twice. That was determined to not be excessive.
Right. So potentially disanalogous, but what I'm saying is the training that these people should get is you don't create danger that shouldn't exist. And that's what he did. Okay. By stepping in front of the car.
So, right, but the problem here is like, as he's walking, right, they're detaining the person. He's walking across the.
You
front
still
of the
shouldn't do
vehicle.
it. You still shouldn't cross in front of the vehicle.
Okay,
like, if you're trying to stop
why?
someone,
Because
you're creating danger that shouldn't exist.
You're creating. Hold on, relax. Stop spurging, as you said, right? Stop spurging.
I'm sorry. People accuse me of it, so now I'm accusing other people of it. So it's accusations.
It's a all fun game.
Creating danger is not necessarily part of the circumstances, though. Barnes found that.
You're right. You're right. Not necessarily. You're right. I agree.
So my issue then is, by this standard, you're saying that it is the officer's fault for creating danger if they don't leave room for someone they're detaining to be able to escape.
Basically,
they're
yes.
supposed to allow a path of escape.
Yeah,
for criminals.
That it would be better for that person to drive away than to drive over a federal agent.
That's not what it says.
Wait, hold on.
That's not what it says.
Is that department? Is that like a policy?
No, actually, that's not a fucking policy.
In the hopes that officers won't be in danger. I get that.
No, it actually is a policy. It actually, hold on. It actually is a policy in many police forces to not cause excessive danger. So there are many police forces that no longer do pursuits, and in general, it is a policy that you don't put yourself in front of the vehicle to create excessive danger. Yes, it is a policy, Grid. You can say whatever you want, but you've made clear the entire time you don't know what you're talking about. So it's fine.
I
But Grid keeps saying things that are wrong.
But I'm not wrong on this. It is a law. There is a law. Hold on.
It is obvious that there is. Well, no, I was speaking. Then he started interrupting and spurging out.
I know.
And you started interrupting him.
I'm interrupting all the time.
Yeah.
Do it.
So obviously, it's true that when, and again, this is not the legal scholar perspective. I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to make some sense of this nonsense, right? Obviously, it's true that many departments have created a policy to no longer engage in pursuits because it puts the public at risk. Okay, now you're like, I understand the rationale behind department policies or federal agencies' policies to say, hey, don't do this because you might get hurt, and we would prefer that you not get hurt. But you keep harping on it as if it's somehow detaining someone and not giving them the ability to escape is actually what caused him to be in danger, and therefore it's his fault that the shooting occurred because of this situation. And I'm trying to figure out where you're drawing that specific line from, as opposed to just saying, hey, there's a policy not to do that. And then it seems like you're connecting that policy to this concept that it's actually somehow his fault that she tried to run him over because he didn't let her escape. That seems absurd to me.
Wait, hold on. That last line is the problem I'm taking with this, right? Because he didn't let her escape. No, he could have, as the other officers were doing, approached her vehicle from the side, attempted to open her door. He could have done everything safely according to policy and tried to detain her and not let her escape within the bounds of policy and law, but he didn't.
Right, so he's coming across.
He comes across.
The car
hold
is
on,
pointed not at him, then backs up as he's walking across.
No, he moves. He moves in front of the car multiple times. So he moves to the back of the car.
She's moving.
No. He moves to the back of the car. I'll have to look at the video again. No. Before she moves.
She's doing.
Before she moves.
Yeah, before. Hold on. Before
she moves at all. He crosses behind her. Before he crosses behind her to video the license plate, because what they're actually planning to do is call this into local law enforcement and cite her for obstructing traffic, which is what should have happened. Then he moves in front of her. Then he goes back to his car. Then he comes back, and then he moves in front of her again, and that's when the shot happens. And so he's moved himself in front of her in a danger zone multiple times. Right. So what I'm saying is, I'm not saying he had to let her go in every possible conceivable way. Oh no, I can't stop her. No, he could do what normal law enforcement that's trained in traffic stops could have done, but he's not, and he's not supposed to do that, which is why this happened.
So to respond to that, so walking in front of the officer,
shooting. Because you're harping on it like that's.
If she had tried to,
if he had not done the dumb thing, the shooting would not have happened.
Yes. There's no legal evidence, or I even think ethical evidence, or I guess disagree with it ethically, but there's no legal evidence that him walking in front of the vehicle to begin with, that him walking in front of the vehicle in the first place has anything to do with, again, whether or not he was in danger, right? The totality of the circumstances doesn't necessarily hinge on that point.
He shouldn't have done it.
Yeah, you can say that he shouldn't have done it. And you can make. You can even make an argument. You can even make an argument that maybe he should get warned. Hey, it is unsafe to walk in front of vehicles. Here's a write up on your file. But there's nothing legally.
Yeah, and she should have been given a citation for obstructing traffic and not been shot in the head. That's what should have happened. He should have been given a warning for unprofessional behavior, and she should have been given a traffic citation, right?
If he didn't reasonably believe that his life was in danger,
then let him salivate over women being shot.
Hold on. I've been very patient.
Stop being fucked. Don't morally. Come on.
Give me a minute.
I literally start off by saying I'm fine with scaling back ice.
Yeah, but Grid is not that, right? Grid is coming out here being like, no, it's fine. It's totally cool.
But using your law, if I just use your rhetoric for a second, you salivated the idea of ice being run over by crazy women. You love the idea of the wheels rolling over their heads. You love it. Oh my god!
I want ice to be
that would be ridiculous.
They're never in that situation. I want ice to be trained well enough that they're never in that situation.
Wouldn't that be ridiculous of me to frame this that way? I don't think that you want ice. I don't think you want ice to be run over.
If you made that accusation, I could respond to it with a well-articulated argument. But when I say, "Oh, she shouldn't have been shot in the head," Greg goes, "No, absolutely."
I'm trying to give you the reason why. No, because
ideally, she wouldn't have driven at the officer, and then she wouldn't have been shot in the head. Ideally,
yeah, she should have gotten out of the vehicle, and she
wouldn't be in the front of the car.
It's irrelevant that he was in front of the car.
And ideally, the woman, the little girl, wouldn't have gone to the house party. But who made the decision to drive the vehicle at the person?
She
saw him there.
She drove it away from the person.
She did.
The wheel was turning away. He was in front of her. When she hit the gas, the officer was in front of the car.
You're lying. Listen, fuck ice. All right, I don't give a fuck if he dies. But you're lying right now. Everyone here has seen the video and watched the wheels spin out, pointed directly at the fucking officer. Everyone has seen.
She made the last aggressive act. She made the last act, the last reckless act
when he shot her.
That was the self-defense. That was the self-defense, right? Yes, he shot in self-defense. But what led up to that was her driving at him. And did he walk in front of the car because he saw his fellow officer order her out and go over to the car, and he was going to go around to help him?
Okay.
Yes, he did.
Go ahead, so the officer gets to be panicked, but the girl who isn't an officer, who isn't a trained Indian, gets faced by guns. Who, by the way, gets in the car. Now, what you're saying is she drove at the officer. She was driving straight. No, she wasn't driving straight. What you expect
is said she clipped him.
No. What you expect is that the person is parked, calm, gets in their car, turns their wheel all the way, then drives off. Yeah, that's not what's happened. She was in a panic. She got in the car. She has her partner in the car screaming to drive at her.
And she was willing to hit the officer.
The car goes straight. for less than a fucking second, and then she's turning away. What's happening
No.
is she's panicking. She hits the gas and she's trying to get away.
Was she
Now, this
willing
guy
to hit
was in
the
front of-
officer?
This guy
During-
was,
Okay,
no,
but that's
no,
not-
she
okay.
wasn't trying
We
to.
don't-
Ali, that's
Was she?
not what
I
I'm
didn't ask what she.
saying.
I
This
said
is a good
was she willing? Was she willing to hit the officer on her escape?
No,
she
I would
wasn't
say
willing.
no.
She
I
wasn't
would say
willing.
no. Hold on.
You
She
think she was
bumped into-
unwilling
she
to risk
bumped
hitting the officer?
She
Yeah,
bumped
wait a
the
minute.
officer
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah.
side
obvious.
of
I'll give
his
a reason
hip.
to believe.
On
No,
the
I'll make
side
it-
of his body, and he
Bro.
was able to bounce off. You want to call that? You want to call that fear for her, for fear for his life? But when it comes to her,
Yeah.
there is no fear for her life. There's no,
No
fear
fear.
of detainment. There's no
No,
fear
no,
of
this
being
is a
thrown
lie.
cheat.
This
There's
is a
no
lie.
fear of
This is a
of
lie.
abuse
Yeah,
of
that's-
police.
that's
There's
wrong,
no-
Ollie. Come
This
on.
is a
That's
lie.
just all
This
it
is a lie.
You
This
wanna
is
give-
an
you wanna give
absolute
all
lie.
the
She had
fear
no
to the
reasonable
officer.
fear for her
None of the
life.
This is
fear
a
to the
lie.
woman.
This is
Beforehand,
an
no.
absolute
Look, get
this
the
is
fuck
an,
outta here.
This
What
is
was
an
her- what-
absolute
what was the
lie.
reasonable
Listen,
fear
hold
to
on,
her life?
Hold on. This is no. Listen. This is an absolute lie. Okay,
It's not a
you're
lie.
trying. No, you're absolutely lying right now.
I'm not
You're
lying.
trying to. You're trying
not
to.
lying.
Vo-
I'm not
stop
lying.
talking. Stop.
I'm not lying. No, you
You're
do this
lying
when someone
by
calls you a
saying you're
liar. I'm
not
not
lying.
lying. I'm not lying.
Okay,
You
well,
are lying.
let
And I
him
will
make the
prove that you are
accusation.
lying.
My beliefs aren't a
Let him
lie.
explain, and then you can say otherwise.
You are trying to create hypocrisy to cloud what are the actual circumstances. The claim that you originally made is that she was not driving at the officer, that she was not
Yeah.
driving at him. Now, just because her intention in that moment was to continue turning to escape, and as you admit she's panicked, that is different. That is about mens rea. That is a difference between actus reus, okay? The guilty action here, presumably under an internal critique, because again, I have a difference of
He doesn't
opinion
believe in
on
law.
whether,
Yeah, go ahead.
etc. Right? I believe in real law,
Oh, he
not,
believes in
not
real law.
funny money law.
Okay,
No,
okay,
right?
okay,
Actual
okay.
law,
Go
not
ahead.
funny money law.
There
Make
we
the
go.
point. Come on.
Is
You're losing
that regardless of her intentions, which is a separate act from her action, her wheels were spinning out, pointed directly at the officer. That is a
Wait.
fact.
Yes.
When I say she's not driving,
If she had
at
not
the
slipped
officer,
on, if
Wait,
that
no.
vehicle had snow tires on, she would have plowed over the officer and ran him over.
No,
It
she
is the
wouldn't have.
fact that the wheels were spinning as she was, as you say, as she was turning. They stay there for just a second, and then she goes to turn. I completely concede mens rea. I completely concede that she was just trying to escape. Right?
If you're saying
The issue is that in reality, the vehicle was revved, the wheels were spinning out, they were pointed directly at the officer. They do not gain traction until later, and then right as they gain traction, which is usually the case in snow, which is when it cants a little bit from the vehicle, because it is often true that when the wheels are straight, they'll spin out, but when they're off to the side, they get better traction because there's more surface area. As she starts to turn just a little bit is when the vehicle actually moves, and it either clips him, brushes him, hits him by a few centimeters, but from his perspective is a totally different thing. When what I am saying and what I am claiming that you said is not true, which is an absolute lie if you simply watch the video, is that it is absolutely true that her foot was on the gas and that the vehicle and the tires were pointed directly at the officer.
okay, so my lie is that I'm speaking of intention when you say she was driving at the officer. I'm not speaking literally.
It could be an accidental lie. I'll give you that.
She was
Right? Like, that's
driving
not
in
what
the
you mean,
direction.
right?
Obviously, she was driving in the direction of the officer. He got in front of her car, so she was going to have to drive in that general vicinity. And the reason she clipped him, is because he was in the side. But the reason she didn't run him over, the reason he wasn't under the car, the reason he didn't get knocked over, is because he was on the
because her wheels
side.
spun out.
He could get out of the way.
That's why.
And she was also turning
If she
away.
had traction, she would have ran him right over.
So
If
this
she had
is-
gotten traction immediately
this
and
is the
gone straight,
problem.
she absolutely would have ran him
This
right
is
over.
the problem with walking in front of the car in the first place, right? Like whether it's intentionally or accidentally, like a person is in the car.
Agreed.
right?
Agreed. ICE
Yeah, yeah.
agents play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Fuck
Agreed.
'em.
Right.
They're kidnappers and traffickers.
Agreed, right? But so this is not to you, Scott. This is to the other two. And Grid has been wanting to respond, so I want to give him some space. But like whether purposefully, like she really wanted to run down an officer, right? Like Christy
Right.
Nome said, the goddamn liar, right?
Yeah,
Or
guilty mind, guilty action, two different things.
yeah, or like her foot slips, right? She's like for whatever reason, her foot lands on the accelerator and it hits the other person. When maybe she's even having a friendly conversation with the officers, right? And that can still happen. Which again, why you don't get in front of the car. Why that's against policy for doing that. So that's it. He put himself in danger. And today, right, he gets to hold his family. He gets to be home, and she's dead. right? So
and if
that's
she had
the
gained
issue.
traction, it'd be the other way around.
Well, I'm pretty sure they've been.
She-
I've
well,
seen
actually,
that
I
they've gone
take
into
that back, 'cause
hiding.
She didn't have custody of 2 of her kids, but the one that she did have custody of, she might be able to go home and hold. But that's because the dad died.
Sure.
Because she abandoned all of her children.
I don't know what it has to do with anything, but okay, right? Like,
I'm just saying, if she gained traction,
Wait,
he'd be
I
going
have
dead.
a quick question. I have a quick question to the lefties, if I
But-
could.
But Grid
very-
hasn't talked.
Oh, that's right.
I mean, so
That's
I just
super true.
And
yeah.
another
there's a
thing,
couple of
Black,
things, and I brought this up earlier, and
My
I
bad.
mentioned that Tennessee versus Garner removes that a direct threat is needed for an officer to stop or shoot at a fleeing criminal, someone that they know has committed a crime, even in this case. So even if we take all of this spinning tires, all of that, the fact that when his partner was trying to get her out of the car and she started to drive away, he has enough right there to shoot it. Now, most cops wouldn't, I don't think. I think they have better judgment, but
Is that
he
law
had,
of land or
and,
just
and obviously in this case, he was in fear for his life. But Tennessee versus Gardner says you can shoot a fleeing
It depends. It depends. It's not universal. You can't.
It is
always
not
shoot.
universal. You have to have knowledge that they've committed a crime, which he did, and and they
You
have
need
to be
pose some level
fleeing.
of threat.
They have
I
to
think-
be
I'm pretty
fleeing.
sure-
They don't have to be a threat. Garner says they don't
Is
have to be a threat.
Hold on.
You're
misreading
any
this.
crime whatsoever.
The court-
Like,
Wait,
sorry.
hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. I gotta reread this. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, reread that.
Oh, okay, well, yeah.
Where
so
there was an
it's
unarmed
It
kid.
seems. I mean, like, I can believe you if you're saying crazy case law was created, right? But like any crime, like
does
if you
sound
think if there's a
wild.
violent crime, yeah.
Yeah.
If
Can I
there's a
read
little
it?
Go ahead.
Like this is the first. This is like right. The primary holding.
Sounds like funny
just,
money law to me.
It's Justia, which is it's kind of like a easy site to read or whatever. But like I'm going to read right here. Under the Fourth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, a police officer may use deadly force to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect only if the officer has a good faith belief that the suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious physical injury to the officer or others. Which I would agree with, but I don't think that's just like
Yeah, you're reading this
any-
exactly wrong. The holding of this is the exact opposite of what you've been saying the entire time, Grid. I'm sorry. They found against the state of Tennessee and its statute in this case and remanded
Another
it
big
back.
surprise.
Yeah,
There
so
would
you've been
need
reading it-
there would need to be some level of threat, I think, right?
You've been
'Cause-
reading it
'cause-
exactly backwards, backwards of the facts you've described. So I'm sorry. That's crazy. to
Well,
me.
I'll
So
reread it, but I don't
annoying.
think I think you're rereading it wrong.
You did. Law enforcement
Well,
officers
Lacho
pursuing an
didn't
unarmed
correct that.
suspect may
Wait,
use deadly force to prevent escape only if the officer has probable cause to believe that the suspect poses a significant threat of death or serious physical injury to the officer or others. So they found against the state of Tennessee and the officer in this case is what the court found. You are just wrong. It's crazy. It's crazy. I should have read that before. My goodness. We've been going this whole time assuming you were right. Oh, goodness.
Eucharist, all my cases were good. Come on.
No,
all my
you're
cases
no,
are-
Waxwood, I believe you. You're a lawyer. I believe you know your cases, but this crazy. I've been operating on good faith, assuming you'd read that case correctly, but it was the ass backwards of what you've been saying the whole time.
Shocker.
Yeah.
I will check it out again.
Okay. All right. Why don't we?
Can I ask a question? To
Okay,
the
go ahead.
lefties
And
here?
then after, because I do want to
So to yourself,
guys to
Waxwood,
leave
right?
afterwards. Yeah.
Okay, so it's a two.
Am I a lefty here or not?
Oh God, no. I know your answer. I know your
Apparently I'm
answer.
a
Yeah, we
lefty.
already know your answer.
Apparently,
Scott.
I'm a lefty.
Yeah. No, I'm. Look.
Yeah, you're Chris
yeah,
conservative.
look. You can put me in whatever political category you want to.
opposition.
I'll
You
put you guys in
you can
whatever
put me in
category.
whatever. You're right.
Everyone
You're right.
Everyone
Correct.
should answer
Yeah.
except
That's
you because
fair.
you're all
So-
dirty socialists. All right. So
Okay,
everyone
so-
answer. All you
so-
lefties.
So
All
the
of you.
first, here's the question: did Ross commit like murder or like homicide? You can specify what kind of wrong thing you did, and then 2, should he like get the hate harassment? Should he have to go into hiding? Should he fear the revenge of the people? So he has to like go into hiding over this incident? Because that's what some people are saying is happening.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's true.
So,
guys
do you
know
mean
this.
legally? Like, is it murder? Like, do I think he's gonna?
Or manslaughter or something that you like.
Nothing is gonna happen to him.
Okay.
But all the social bullshit, yeah, absolutely, 1,000,000%. He should. He deserves to reap all the social fucking downfall.
Should he fear
that
for his
happened.
life? Should he fear for his life over this? Do you think?
I mean, I don't think anyone should be living in like a manhunt, right? I don't think we should have vigilante justice, so on and so forth. But I mean, if he is fearful of his life because of his actions, I don't care about this personally, right? But obviously, the overall, I don't want vigilante justice to be out like that.
Yeah.
And you think the same thing about Kyle Rittenhouse, right?
Huh? No. I think that legally nothing should happen to him. Yeah, but I just think Kyle Rittenhouse is a disgusting little pig who got everything he deserved outside of the fame. And honestly, I hope his children grow up one day to date either a black guy or a Muslim and just become woke lefties who play his crying video at his weddings all day. That's really what I hope. Deep down in my soul.
We're gonna go to Corey
when his children end up dating a Muslim, do you want the girl to be 9 years old or older than that?
Listen, if she could be at least 18, I'd prefer that.
Tessica Johnson's $5 Canadian. So I appreciate you, Tessica Johnson. Says, please discuss Kristi Noem calling her a domestic terrorist an hour after the shooting, and how discussing this to admin double down on that. I did actually earlier. I brought that up multiple times, how vile Kristi Noem is, right? Who doesn't know anything. Even Tom Homan, right? Who's also
terrorism means nothing.
Pig, right? Even Tom Homan was like, oh, maybe we should wait till we get the facts, right? But Kristi Noem always looking for the next photo op, right? Always looking for another chance to prove how vicious she is to the MAGA audience, right? I want to jump right on top of it. Yeah, actually, she was a domestic terror. She was there to run them down. Yeah, fuck that.
I don't know about terrorists, but don't they?
I'm kind of with Ali on this, which I think the term domestic terrorist at this point is used the way the right, like the right uses that term at this point, the same way that the left uses the term Nazi. Like at this point, domestic terrorist just sounds like a based title to hear from them at this point. Okay, the people shipping drugs in the country are domestic terrorists. The people at ICE protests are domestic terrorists. Basically, anybody that disagrees with the Trump administration and has guns are domestic terrorists. And there's a lot of people that disagree with the Trump administration and have guns, and they're based as fuck. So, at a certain point, yeah, Ali, I'm kind of with you on this. It just doesn't mean anything at this point because they just use it as a legal justification.
They're taking my culture and just appropriating it, bro. Fucking white people always doing that shit. Don't take my culture is not your costume.
Whoa. Fucking Arabs have terrorism on lock. I get it.
Yeah,
you guys love running over people with vans in Christmas parades. Bullshit? Domestic terrorists is for sure the white people thing.
Cultural appropriation.
We're definitely the ones that put fucking fertilizer in vans and blow up Oklahoma City and shit. Come on now.
Okay. So on that note, I do want to add that Trump has issued a national security presidential memorandum number 7, which is different from an executive order. These things are two different things. Expanding was a terrorist, right? Wildly, which is another thing. We didn't get to talk about that, but I had that ready. But we got a little stuck on this one.
Wouldn't she technically fit the new definition of insurrectionist? Doesn't she meet all four?
She might. I mean, they're making it really fucking vague, right? Hey, maybe she's a narco terrorist too. Who knows? She might have smoked weed at some point. Anyway, let's go to our friend Corey, and you can answer that question.
Well, first of all, I appreciate Johnson's spelling of Kristi Noem. But yeah, so Lactoid. Also, just to see where you're at. Okay.
Well, answer my question and then I'll answer it.
Yeah, I will answer it right after you answer mine. Quick question: what did the officer say right after shooting her?
Oh, fucking bitch, I think he muttered.
So,
the first thing he said was whoa, and then he said fucking bitch under his breath.
This is just my leanings towards, at least to me, that sentiment sort of conveys not for sure, but not the greatest of intent. And so I lean towards how we want to categorize it. Homicide, murder. Do I think he should be threatened for the rest of his life or be in fear in the rest of his life? Probably not, or almost certainly not.
If I run you over or hit
I'm
you with
definitely
my car,
saying fucking bitch if somebody tries to hit me with a fucking car.
What I mean? That's kind of, what does that say? If you get hit by a car and then your adrenaline goes,
I don't think he was hit by a car, or at least he was grazed at most. Grazed. I don't think there's any evidence.
Grazed would be hit.
Grazed is getting hit.
Okay, I'm conceding that much. I'm not even sure that he was grazed. I can concede maybe his clothing.
I'm not in your room.
Okay. Let's say
I'm not touching
hit, right?
you.
Let's say he gets hit, and then adrenaline spikes, and he decides to shoot. I feel like
I still don't think
fucking
that-
bitch is pretty.
I don't,
Like,
but you have lower standards
I feel
for
like
yourself.
that's too
I don't have
tepid,
those
you know?
standards
Like
for
maybe
myself.
like
Yes.
fucking cunt might be
No.
like a better
I would not use
response
that.
if someone tries to run you over.
No.
Let's move on to you, Chris. You can answer the question.
I mean, I'll respond in my closing to the meme that the chat has been doing about the, before a judge and jury or whatever. But as far as murder, I don't know. I would like to see some sort of charge for something and then adjudicated in a court. As far as being, driven into hiding, I mean, no more than anybody else who's accused of a public crime. I mean, it just happens that way. But I would appreciate it probably if these ICE agents weren't just sort of shuttled out of the state and shielded from any accountability when they do things wrong. So I don't know. I guess I don't know how to answer the question without falling into the trap that I think you're laying, which is like, oh, so you think people should know who they are and should be able to criticize them publicly. Well, yeah, obviously I think they should, the same way the cops are. Like, cops have their faces and their badges and their names, and when they do bad things, we criticize them publicly. My favorite YouTube channel is the civil rights lawyer who could mog lactoid in a day, and he criticizes cops by name
That's
all the
not
time.
difficult
And
to do, by the way.
Wait. What's his
FYI.
take on this ICE event?
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it.
Why are
Because look, I watched this. I watched that guy. I don't think he's bad.
great.
I like him. Yeah.
He's great.
Why
So
are the
I like him
photos
because he
like the
calls out
IDF?
cops by name, by department, and I can email that department and say, hey, I'm somebody who teaches constitutional law, and I'm going to be using this video of your officer as an example in my constitutional law class. So I hope you're proud of that. I can use that. It's really great. So I'm glad that those YouTube channels exist. And you seem to not like that. I don't know. I don't know what the problem is. I appreciate sunlight.
I am okay with YouTube channels
I
existing.
was not
okay?
agreeing with I was not agreeing with Casimir that you had femoid energy until that exact moment. I like emailing the
dude,
department.
hey.
I hope you know you're proud.
Look,
like that
femoid
was the
energy.
most
You can
Karen
accuse
thing
me. You
ever.
can accuse me of whatever you want. All I want is for police departments. I'm sorry. Are you a bootlicker now? You like police departments keeping on staff and not punishing the cops who violate people's civil liberties? You prefer that to them being flamed and being forced to fire these people? Is that really what you want? Or would you rather people
that's
hold
a
them
silly
accountable?
whataboutism. I just
No,
say that
it's not.
it
Would
was
you prefer
hilarious.
people hold them accountable or not? Do you want people to hold them accountable?
I literally already
Yeah,
made that argument.
he's-
Like, this is goofy. I'm just
was
laughing
what?
at the fact that you were like, I hope you're proud.
No, it's great.
Yeah,
I love sending them
Like a
emails
carrot
this.
at
It's fun.
McDonald's, like a
So-
carrot at McDonald's. But also,
Sure.
I will say this:
Sure.
you don't want them charged with murder, right?
I
And the
didn't say
reason you
that.
don't want 'em charged-
I said.
Well, no, I'm agreeing with you, right? I'm just saying you don't want them charged with murder because the murder charge would never stick. If those were the charges that were brought forward without subsequent charges, then no jury would find them guilty of that.
Probably not. Yeah.
Unless, of course, it was like the Derek Chauvin situation where they were afraid for their life and afraid that the left might burn down the city unless they, put an innocent.
I'm
man
sorry.
behind
I just
bars,
need to
except for all the
backtrack for
other
a
shit he
second and
did.
just say that Scott suggested that the public harassing cops is femoid energy. I want to be that on record that's what Scott just said. So just so you know, Scott supports
It can
cops.
be.
Okay.
It
So,
can be. It depends how they
I'll
do
when
it.
you
answer
do
this.
it like a femoid, like fucking.
No, Scott. No, okay. Scott
Okay.
supports cops. That's great. I love it. I'm glad we're on record.
So let's. I'll answer the question.
Actually,
Then I want to let you guys go. Okay. All right. But before then, just very quickly. So what do I think legally? I will answer your question, Lactoid. But legally, my friend Lactoid, I think, has convinced me that, as the laws as they stand, that this was probably a justifiable shooting. Okay. If I'm very much willing to change my mind on this, but I need to hear a good argument, and I haven't heard a counter argument. So I'll leave that there, right? So he gets to fire all those shots, right? Morally, is it justifiable? Absolutely not. And ought it be legal? Ought it be legal? No. We should absolutely be able to charge this dude. And we should absolutely spend time behind bars for this, right? We should have a different legal framework to handle this. We give cops way too much leeway, right? It should be the case that our officer, and this is why, and I might have been unclear about what I was trying to say previously, so I do apologize. Though, my point was that it ought be the case that officers should be accountable for their use of deadly violence. that if you could have solved an incident, put someone down with one shot and not kill them, right? But then you decide to use more shots. That doesn't matter if you're panicking, right? Like you have to be better trained. You have to have better judgment, right? If not, then you shouldn't have the badge. And I don't think these officers have a very good judgment in general. Like not just talking about this particular person. Ross has a lot of experience. Didn't do much good, but in terms of especially the new crop, right? I think they're a complete fucking mess. I think there's plenty of evidence to show that. But I'll leave that there. But to answer our question of our friend Lactoid, should he be charged with murder? I'm going to agree with Scott that no. Because like again, with everything you said, I don't think it should stick. That doesn't mean that a lesser charge might not stick. Maybe some sort of manslaughter charge, but yeah, I'm not an expert, so I couldn't tell you. And in terms of the last question, should he fear for his life? So I am not for vigilante justice at all. So the answer is no. It's a hard no on that. However, and this is I think what Ali was trying to get across.
However, it'd be cool if you were.
Yeah, well, what we should be putting multiple things. We should be putting fear in the hearts of ICE agents, but not of a vigilante mob, of the justice system. Democrats, especially, right? But really any politician of moral conscience, watching this immigration policy.
I know somebody that won't be testifying against him.
Watching this immigration policy play out, they should be saying, "Hey, we may not be able to get you now because of the outlaw renegade Trump administration, right? We may not be able to get you now, but once he's gone, yeah, you're going to be charged." We have to put fear in the law, a fear of them, that the law will be followed, that we are gathering evidence, and yes, you will go to jail. So that's the type of fear I want in them. And then secondly, we should be making them feel shame. So I am supportive of the people like Renee Good and her wife, right? And all the others who out there being observers.
Are they married?
ICE. Yeah, they're married.
Because I've heard a lot of people say wife, but I don't think anybody can.
I heard her last name was
find
like
any
Becca, I think her name
documentation.
is like Becca Good or something like that. But whatever.
All right.
I don't know. That's my
I
understanding.
couldn't find any. Yeah, I think I had told several people told me they were girlfriend, but that they just called him her wife. But whatever, fuck it.
Can't be sure. Gay people do that sometimes, so that's true. But in any case,
yeah.
And so I'm going to wrap it up so we can end this here. We should actually be putting shame. Right, this is Gestapo tactics. I agree with friend Scott from earlier in the program. Right, these are Gestapo tactics. They are gathering innocent people. There are stats showing how few, and I have to pull them up. I have them there in a second. But like how few of the people who are there actually bringing in have actually committed a crime. Right, there's the people who are just citizens, right, and they harass them just because they're in the way. They'll charge them with bullshit. Right, they'll either just arrest them just to fuck with them, or they'll charge them knowing that they can just like put out a spurious charge and there'll be no consequences, right? And then they'll have to fight that in court, which is what Lactoid was talking about. Hey, maybe sometimes you shouldn't have to fight things in court, right? Well, that should also apply to what the ICE officers are doing. They're doing that to American citizens. So yes, they should feel shame over that. We should identify them. Absolutely, they shouldn't be able to hide behind their mask. We should identify them and then mercilessly mock them and make it so that
you can't really have one without the other, right?
That their children, that they're literally their children are ashamed of them because that they're modern day brown shirts, and we have to make sure they go down in history as exactly that. That's
it's kind of having your cake and eating it too, right? Like if you want them known publicly who they are and what their names are, and you want society to shame them for, in your opinion,
but not
murdering Renee Good.
On the,
Right. Like, but like that's kind of living in a bit like people accuse me constantly of saying like we can have a private law system of like living in a fantasy land, right? So I feel like I get this enough to kind of return that to you a little bit. Are you kind of living a little bit in a fantasy land if like everybody if their names are out there and you want them to be publicly shamed by society on every social media platform, etc. But then you're like, but of course they shouldn't have any fear for their life. Like
I
you're
just-
gonna
I-
get that.
Police
I have to
officers
say,
deal with the same
the
scrutiny without
ANCAP
If that's the
feeling
price,
like-
then I'll
The
pay it.
ANCAP
Fine.
has just accused
okay.
us of living in a fantasy land. Okay.
No, he's really.
I just
right.
want to be clear. I just want to be
right.
clear. The
I just wanna be clear
anarcho-capitalists have
that
just
I
accused us of
mog
living in
you
fantasy
every
land.
single time
Yeah.
in the way that you believe that Lactoid will get mogged by another lawyer. I mog you in this conversation
Fabian.
Well,
and debate. I'm
Fabian, do
right.
you think- do-
I'm
do you
right.
think
You're living in fantasy land if you think that you can publicly make their name available, publicly make like their social media accounts available, and that you desire everyone to make them to shame them on social
Sure.
media.
Okay,
Yes, the
I'll-
McDonald's
I'll-
militiaman is telling us we
Do you
live in
believe-
fantasy
do you
land.
believe- fuck ton of, like, hate.
Do you believe police officers shouldn't have their names and badge numbers, and none of that should be public?
But no,
This
he's
is
not.
like
That's not what he's
this
saying.
is like an
That's not what he's saying.
odd problem.
No, that's what
Yes,
he's
I
saying.
believe that
No,
they
I'm-
absolutely should be. I feel like they should be given over to the mob so that they can face the
No. I'm
gallows.
saying in the world that we
no, I
live in.
That's what I
in the world that
believe.
we-
I understand.
in
what
the
you're
world
saying.
that we live in, officer. Go ahead.
No, he's fine.
It's
He's
an
not
is-ought
saying that they should
distinction.
have be covered, right? He's just saying that like I can't have it both ways. That like it is the case that if we're going to create a societal pressure on them, a massive societal pressure, what I'm talking about on these
Yeah.
individuals, right? Shame.
You're gonna-
then
you're gonna
like,
get
there's gonna be
crazies to do
some
crazy shit.
individuals, exactly, crazy individuals. Like if you call someone a pedo, right? Hey, you can say, hey, pedos are bad, right? And you can say,
Unless you're
don't
Prince
attack
Andrew
pedos,
or
but
something,
someone's
you know
gonna
what I mean?
attack. If they think someone's a pedo, someone's gonna attack a pedo. So I hear you on that, right? And so
Unless you
just
do it
like
on
the
an
pedo-
island.
Yeah. So I hear you, and I accept. I understand that was a
Yeah.
contradiction. I accept that, and if that's the price that they have to pay, then I'm okay with that. So all right. So I'll.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm cool
I-
with it.
yeah,
I just don't want
fuck
anything to
'em.
happen to their families, right?
Oh,
That's my
certainly
big
not.
concern.
Certainly not.
You know what I mean?
Certainly
Like
not. Yeah.
I'm concerned that like when I do have a genuine concern that like if you dox these people, especially their addresses and stuff, that crazy people will harm like their wife and kids.
Oh, I
And it's
wouldn't necessarily put their.
You know what I mean? You're sleeping with the enemy and all.
I would
but,
have.
like,
I would have
still,
like the
you
regular
know?
amount of
Like,
information there for any cop. Like we don't put. At least I don't say put cops' addresses out there, right? They should have their names and their faces out there. But I wouldn't say like put their addresses out. But some people might do that anyway.
To be fair, if their addresses go out, maybe a lot of these motherfuckers will get divorced, you know, and we can we can isolate them that way even better.
Absolutely. So I'll leave it here because
especially considering the intimate partner violence rates, you know, might be good.
We went way over time, so I'll leave it here. And I want to thank everyone for coming through and having such a great conversation. It was a lot of fun. Hey, people out there in TV land, consider supporting the channel if you haven't done so already. Follow the channel, right? If you thought this was a lot of fun, consider following the channel. This was a pretty wide-ranging conversation, and we still didn't even cover everything, right? There's much more to this topic. We didn't really dig into like Trump's immigration policy here. We just like focus on the case, but the case is super contentious. And we can see, you know, like different people have different subjective takes on it.
We'll have more opportunities to talk about Trump's immigration policy.
Oh, we will
trust.
absolutely.
Like,
Yeah, well,
like let's be honest.
Yeah. So like you can see the definition. Two different people, Grid and I, you know, like we had different opinions of the subject. So we had a very wide ranging and deep conversation on this. So I thank everyone for being involved in that. So yeah, consider supporting the channel, super chats, and becoming a member or what's the other word?
A subscriber.
Doesn't matter.
Like,
Subscriber, yes.
subscribe,
That's
do
not
all the
Subscribe
things.
on Twitch.
yeah.
Subscribe on both Twitch and YouTube. To be fair.
on all the things. Okay, so thank you all, and thank you Tesco Johnson for the kind super chat previously. So I'm gonna give an outro to all these amazing individuals, and yeah, we'll go from there. So our friend Lactoid, thank you Lactoid for coming through. It was a really kind of you. As always, like I appreciate your legal perspective on this, right? Like you help make some things clear, and you always make persuasive arguments, whether they actually persuade me or not. They're like good arguments, I should say. So thank you so much for being here and taking the time.
Yeah, of course. No, thank you for having me. Lactoid, you can find me at Lactoid TV. I am a libertarian who is okay with things like roads,
Small L.
you know, some government agencies, you know, scaled back, right? But you know, I'm Mad Max is you know, I think a good movie, but not a good way to run society.
Not a roadmap.
I guess it's going to open me up to some criticism. But hey, it is what it is. Yeah, I just want to thank everyone here for talking to me. I know things got heated as they do. I'll stand by everything that I said. But I do sincerely appreciate all of you, and I don't, if you think that I'm harboring any ill will towards any of you, and especially the people who I really heavily went back and forth with, like Eucharist, for example, I don't harbor any ill will. I appreciate all of your contributions, and I appreciate the opportunity to chat with you. So, yeah, good times.
Absolutely, thank you so much. Let's go to our friend Scott. Scott, it was great hearing your opinion, right? It's always so unique, and it's nice for you to be at least relatively on my side. All right, that's always a nice change of pace, friend.
I'm far more extreme than you on this issue. Yeah, I am Fabian Liberty. If you want to look at anarcho-capitalist, bit of a neophyte on objectivist philosophy in the framework of the prescriptions, debates, reactions, things like that, come check me out. Fabian Liberty, just Google it. You'll find it. Yeah, I too, as a real libertarian, do not want Mad Max, right? A dystopia that was caused by government wars over oil. If we could, actually get the US dollar off of the petrodollar and, privatize things, we could avoid Mad Max. But unfortunately, people like Lactoid, they just can't give up the state because they want Mad Max to occur. And they want that, anarchy in the worst sense of the term because of the oil shortages and nuclear war that comes from government control over energy production, and nuclear weapons and things like that. Obviously, they couldn't be trusted in that film. I agree. Great set of original films. So come check me out. Fuck ICE. Fuck Karens that are socialists that, want to fight about it. I could care less about either of them. If it turns out that Renee Good was actually a libertarian fighting the good cause, then I'll take it all back. But as so far, I could give a fuck. I will say this, just to kind of slightly answer Lactoid's question on the way out. I do not think that the ICE person should be charged with murder. I do not think that he should be charged with manslaughter or any of those things, because he just killed another fucking socialist that was fighting the good cause of socialism. Instead, he should be charged with kidnapping and trafficking, which is a crime he has committed repeatedly over and over again. He deserves to rot in a jail, or preferably slave labor towards the families so that they can be brought back and so that they can be supported for the crime of the kidnapping and trafficking that he did to all of those people, until, of course, he pays restitution for all of those crimes. Whether or not he's able to do that till the end of his life, who knows? And if he can't, then he deserves life in prison for that.
You know what we don't call Scott? We never call him half measures, right? We never apply that to this man.
He's not boring.
Or boring. That's not an adjective that we apply to Scott. Thank you, friend. Let's go to our friend Corey. Thanks for being here. Thanks for your contributions, buddy. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah, as always a pleasure and grateful to be invited. I just want to make sure I heard correctly, or maybe I misheard. Scott, did you say you could care less, or something else?
Couldn't.
Okay, all right. Then I might have just misheard. But yeah,
I might have fucking said it wrong. I don't know. It's like almost midnight. Quit being a
You'd remember better than he would.
No, it's not that it's not a matter of memory. I might have just misheard. Okay, it's totally possible. But just FYI, I believe it is.
Yeah, I'm like super ADHD. I say shit wrong all the time and like trip up on letters and shit. Like, I don't care.
Fair enough. But yeah, I still think unjustified. The officer should not have been there to begin with. And so far, yeah, nothing has convinced me otherwise. But I'm still open to change. You can find me on Twitch, CoreyCam84, Twitter, X, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Substack. It's Corey Campbell. Eucharist, Grid, Ali, Scott, Lactoid. Always a pleasure. Love you, Brian.
Thank you so much. Okay, and next, our friend Ali. I loved your contributions as well. It's fun watching you get heated. But thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's just this whole time I was just wondering what it is with the men on the right and their fascination with these absolute dorks, right? First it was Kyle Rittenhouse, then it was Nick Fuentes, and now it's this Nick Shirley person. And I just don't know what it is about you guys propping up these little basement dwelling gremlins and making them your heroes and making them the like figurehead for your voices. I'm just very confused. Fuck this ICE
Men on the
agent.
right care about virtue, not about sexual attraction. That's the difference.
Fuck sexual attraction. I mean, I guess I don't know. I just think they're dorky and annoying.
Yeah, they
Fuck
see
sexual
virtue. Like
attraction.
Nick Shirley being like a virgin that is a Mormon. They see a virtue in the thing. They look at them in that way. Whereas the left looks at them, you know, like they like chads. They like men that look like they could get a bunch of pussy. But I mean, to be fair,
I don't know. Before
fresh
these
and
guys,
fit
they were
Andrew
obsessed
Tate
with
shit
Andrew
is a thing
Tate and
too, yeah.
Sneeko and Myron. So I don't know. I feel like you guys have the absolute worst idols, right? Not that the left has any better idols, but just like you guys have worse ones, right? It's just bad. And so yeah, I don't know. Fuck this ICE agent. You know, rest in peace to the woman who got killed. I think that's bad. I don't know that you should be shooting people in the face for bumping you in a car, driving at someone. Yes, directly, like literally, she drove at him, right? Obviously. So just like cover up that lie. I was speaking more of intention. When I hear she was driving at someone, I hear intentionally driving at that person. Yeah, thank you for having me, Prime.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Grid, again, for being so kind as to fill in for Gibbs.
Yeah, I wish I'd had a little bit more time, but that's all right.
Yeah.
I was wrong, by the way, with Tennessee versus Gardner. He constitutional guy down there was right. I reread the whole thing, so you know
That's
I
fair.
can admit when I'm wrong.
No hard feelings.
Well, thank you, appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I don't. Yeah, Ollie, man, I don't know what to say. I'm just not, you know, attracted to any of those dudes. So I guess that's what it is. Maybe it's the virtue or
Which dudes are you
enemy
attracted
or
to?
something. You know,
FYI.
I never thought of it that
Money,
way. I think
dudes?
Scott's hit something. I've just never thought of it that way. That's weird. It's been a good time tonight. I did have a really good time. Scott had me rolling. I think that I really agreed with a lot Lactoid had to say tonight, and you know, we'll be, you know, it was a good time. Always glad to be here. Always glad to come back. And don't take anything I say during this time personally at all. I don't actually think you're a fucking idiot. I just say that it's part of the gig. So
Yeah.
You can find me at An Unreasonable Man on YouTube and Twitch, or Gun Prattle on all platforms, not platforms. Whatever.
Yeah, no hard feelings, friend. I certainly didn't take it badly, and you know, as opposed to our friend Scott, who has called me a fascist, and he actually fucking means it. But still, we love him any which way. Let's go to.
But if I've called you retarded or dumb, that part wasn't true.
Fine, first time.
But a socialist and a neo-fascist, crypto-fascist, commie bastard, all of those insults I will take to the grave as absolutely true.
Oh, wait, Scott. Are there any non-retarded communists or socialists in your mind?
In this panel, as
I
said.
tend to think that communists maybe like go towards the mean, but ever so slightly. So if I had to guess, I'd think that, like, you know, even though research tends to show that commies are dumber than average.
No, I'm not talking about like
that
from a strict
research.
IQ perspective, just in your subjective sort of analysis. But sure.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about retarded, then we're talking about people like, you know, that are like dumb.
Okay. Why don't we let people?
You know what I mean? Like,
okay.
like I mean, like, sure, yeah, Slavoj Zizek is retarded, but also really smart.
Okay. Thank you so much for that. Let's go to our friend Eucharist. Eucharist, first of all, I gotta say, that clearly, the lip hair, right, is like your strength, right? It gives you the
apparently.
strength of Samson.
I
I need you to not cut that off.
never cut
because
it. Yeah.
you are so much more hardcore than you ever were years ago. Ever. Right? And it
I've
must be
I've
up-
lost
the
all
only thing I see
cares,
is-
It's the
Brian.
kid. You gotta
Only
like, dude, the
thing-
kid does it to you. I
He
promise.
had
you.
he had the kid beforehand. You
I had
the
one kid.
back
I had one kid before him. The second one
Oh,
killed me.
multiple
Okay,
kids.
that's
Okay, there we go.
Yeah,
Took
dude.
everything out of you.
No, it's
Yeah.
the mustache.
Yeah,
Yeah,
dude.
you're right. So I tried to grow my beard out, right? And I'm very patchy on the cheeks, and so it looked awful. And my wife cuts my hair, so she went to cut my hair, and she's like, "We're shaving this off." She shaved out the cheeks, and she looked at just the mustache, and she's like, "You should keep that." And I was like, "Okay, I will." Like, I'm never gonna argue with you, right? So this has been my source of strength ever since then. Yeah. All right. So with the caveat that I concur with everybody who's said no ill will, I'm gonna say some mean things that I don't mean. Okay, real quick, just because I wrote them down because I want to keep saying them. Okay. First, again, I harbor no ill will toward anyone. But by the way, if anyone does want to harbor ill will toward me, I will not begrudge you that. And also, I will not forgive you, and we can be locked in epic battle until Judgment Day and trumpet sound. Okay, funniest moment of the night was the ANCAP telling us that we live in a fantasy land. That, honestly, funniest part of the night. I should have conceded right there. When the ANCAP says, you people live in a fantasy land, we should just quit. That's that we won. It's amazing. Grid's most common comment tonight was, I don't know. Okay, and I love that. That's fun. I'm glad he mentioned the Supreme Court case. No ill will. You don't know the case, and you get it backwards. It's fine. But if we're assessing on the facts, there are people who know some facts and people who don't, and we can judge accordingly. We also did confirm in this conversation that based on the TikTok video that the unprofessional ICE agent recorded, Lactoid thinks that Good's wife literally meant, we are going to go home and change our license plates to evade detection by federal law enforcement. And so I think we can disregard all of his opinions on the video from here on out, because that's the most insane conclusion I've ever seen drawn from a video. So Lactoid, okay, hold on. Let me back up. Since Lactoid and Scott and the chat in general, they seem invested in this phrase I said earlier, and I want to hone in on this, my last serious point. I said earlier something about, well, this will never be heard in front of a jury and a judge and everything else. And my point with that was, I don't think that Lactoid, I don't think that Grid, and I don't think especially that Scott would ever in any other circumstance accept the internal review of a 3-letter agency saying, we did no wrong and everything is fine and you should be okay with it. In this case, that's what we're going to be stuck with, because the federal government, unlike other cases that have happened before in Trump 1 with federal enforcement of immigration, is refusing to cooperate with state governments in this investigation. And so my point is, we should have these questions adjudicated in a judicial context. We should have this presented before a grand jury. We should maybe hear this in court. I would prefer that to these 3-letter agencies burying it in a way you guys would never accept in any other circumstances. And that bothers me. And so that to me is like the crux of it, is like, wherever we fall, I think there are contestable issues here, right? As we said, we don't agree on what the video shows, whether he was hit or not. We don't agree on whether it was justified. That's fine. We can disagree on that. But we will never reach a satisfactory resolution as long as these shadow federal government 3-letter agencies are covering up their own conduct in a way that these libertarians would hate in any other circumstance. That's my point.
I just want to say you're wrong. If a 3-letter agency investigates themselves and comes to the conclusion that I'm right, then I will agree with them.
That's a good point. I'm sorry. I will admit I misrepresented your position on that. Thank you.
You know what I mean? If they say I'm right, then I'm right. I'll accept it.
I also accepted the shooting of Ashley Babbitt.
Okay, yeah. I am rating Pisco. Now he came off of like a really big debate type thing, so let's go support him. Off you go to our friend Pisco. Yeah.
Relax.
Sorry. Excuse me. No, that's fair.
Now, guys, I've got to go inside and do family stuff.
I'm sorry if I yelled too much. I do apologize. That was fun.
No, man, you were cool. It was actually a really good time. I prefer it when there's a little back and forth. But I do have to go. I've got kids inside. My wife's going to kill me. So
yeah,
not really.
Peace, friends.
Okay.
Peace.
Have a good night.
Have a good one.
You guys have 1 second.
Yeah, sure. I'll
ever.
Where is all right, guys, I'm going to raid you over to Scott. Go have fun. I'm out of here. We'll see you guys later. Have a great rest of your evening.